Hey, everybody. Good morning. So glad to see all of you here. I wasn't sure if I was going to go live, but when you miss so many days of going live, you feel like you've missed a century. YouTube is the only place where time is so slow yet so fast, right? And missing 4 days of YouTube is like missing a month. So I'm here to be caught up. How's everybody doing? Oh, yikes. 1 second. I do have to grab something really quick. Okay, I'm back. The YouTube streets are a hot mess. I hear Julie is being a little spitfire and doing all types of things. Thank you, Teresa. I really appreciate that. Good morning, JCN. New kid in town. It's good to see you back in town. Hey, Betty Boop, Cranky, Peekaboo, Big Girl for Life, Gary, Chai, Jinx. Thank you so much. Everybody that's here. Miriam, good morning. Angel, Simplify, Tennessee Mama. Yeah, I heard she's been wild. Hey, Lori. Susie K with the 3 months. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It's a little bigger than I expected, but what are you going to do, right? Hey, Lori. J. Kells, Wendy Blank. Good morning. May this week be a joyful one. I agree. Oh, do I agree? Hey, Sarah Q. East Coast Diane. Palm Tree Lover. KNS. Hey, girlfriend. Sue's number 16. Oh, girl. Tim C. Stitching Girl. Uh, Oh, you better tell them. Crazy redneck, crafty girl. Don't forget to hit the like button. That's right. Mel S, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It's always nice to start off a stream with milestones and super chats. So thank you. Hey, Tinkerbug, Lake Erie, one shot. Thank you. Hey, In the Pines, Tinkerbug. It's bigger than I thought. Angel is bigger than I thought. Snazzy Trinkets, Midnight Angel Star. Uh, YouTube is annoying sometimes, but I'm here for you. Thank you. YouTube is annoying. That's why I take very long breaks, right? And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you take, you will always somehow be somebody's conversation. So, Naomi with the 42. Uh, Good morning, Granny. I hope you have a great day. Crazy girl. Thank you. I hope you do as well. Oh, I can show it to you. Hold on, True You News. Hold on. I don't know how to make it bigger because on a computer it doesn't go bigger. One shot with the 5 gifted. Hey, Mocking Media, Hopeless Dreamer, Leveru, Shelly M. If I missed any of it, I do apologize. Savannah, there you are. Thank you so much, One Shot. I really appreciate the gifted memberships. Hey, Flamingo. From Oz as in Wizard of Oz. Teresa S., member for 6 months. Diana R., member for 11. Okay. So this is the one I majority voted, right? So I went with the majority vote, and this is one they voted on. This was actually sent in by Chasen, and she is pretty badass. She's really cute. But it hurt. It hurt so bad. Member for 6 months. Thank you, Teresa. Diana, thank you so much. Good morning to you. KNS with the 10 gifted. Thank you. Listen, when you're not live for a few days, your alerts go down. Obviously, you lose viewership, you lose income, and these gifted memberships help so much. So thank you. Good morning, Erica, Gina Cakes, Polish, Wishful Thinking. Whoa, Akira coming in with the 5. Thank you so much. Wow, that's awesome. Thank you. Yeah, it's pretty, she's cute. Everybody else is gonna be like, what the hell is that? Like, there is a story to be told. Chanley with the 135. Oh, sounds suspicious. I don't know about all of that, but I will take it. Thank you, Jinx. Yeah. It obviously is still there's, whatever. But thank you. Thank you. It definitely holds a lot of meaning to it, right? So, what has been going on YouTube? It is, yeah, yeah. Thank you. The things with tattoo is though, like my friend Megan, is on my oh, it actually hurt when I just did that. It's right on my arm, right? Because I was debating like where do I put it, and I felt like that was most fitting because like your muscle. And the pines with the 9.99. Fuck you. Spades. I'll never forget when Nick was doing his little puzzles and Jay was like, no, 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 listen to me. I think that spade is to represent Seth Rogers because it looks like his body shape. I about died. I'm like, no, that is not what they meant by that. Oh my goodness. Hey, Pristine. So yeah, and once you get a tattoo, you want more, right? And Megan was like, I've never gotten a tattoo. And everybody else was like, do it. I'm like, no, no, you don't. Don't do it. I'm going with my son to get sharks. Oh, I got my shark one, Jinx. I love sharks. Yeah. I know, Lee the Bee. It cracked me up. It was a Monday from YouTube hell. I bet it was. So I've missed a lot. And I do know that I just came across this video. And I don't know if we should watch this one first and then watch what took place. But so I know Julie came out and she threw some allegations at SF that SF challenged her to put out. Oh, thank you so much, Naomi. But it turned out that the information was wrong, right? And people were really upset about it and la di da di da. And listen, I get it. I was upset. I wasn't defending necessarily SF because obviously he keeps taking these pot shots at me. Don't know why. Reached out. He doesn't want to converse about it. I don't fucking care. My issue was that pertained to a child. And rather it would have been him or not, there's a way to go about it without exploitation of a child. So I strongly disagreed with it. But then I heard that Flamingo, I actually have a lot. Then I heard that Julie was up on a panel where some called it a dog pile, some said it wasn't. I there's so many things I want to say. And I've intentionally have kept my mouth shut when it comes to SF out of respect for others. I don't know who's doing this thing where like they're running to him and they're telling him this was said and that was said. I don't know if he's listening for himself or not. But I know that it's very aggravating to have somebody who literally had no issue with you until you disagree with them, and now they say you're full of misinformation, right? And it's like, okay, so was I full of misinformation for all those months that you were okay with me? Like it's very immature, and it seems to be that's the style that he likes to take. If you do anything that he feels is even a tiny bit insulting towards him, like me saying he took his ball and went home, he then tries to go for your throat. And I don't fucking respect people like that. I think it's very green team like. I think it's very immature. Um, and there apparent I don't even know what was all said because they're deleted. But I do know that when I said that it was stated SF quit, that came directly from Chris Proudfoot. So if that's where he's saying I'm spreading misinformation, then check in with the guy that hired you because he told us that. Okay. So don't know what else to say about that. If anybody lied about that situation, then it would have to be Proudfoot. And out of respect, this is why I've kept my mouth shut, but there's only so much anybody can take when it comes to things like that, especially when it's, like I said, it's on a place where I don't even see it. I don't even know what's being said. It's gone before I can even see it. And then I tried reaching out. If they don't want resolution, that's fine. But this idea that like even stating I'm milking the Rico, yeah, you're fucking right. I am because I have to pay that attorney that you sat on the phone with. So yes, you're right. I'm absolutely milking something that tried to destroy my life, something that I was named in without reason or cause, simply for location. I find it quite ironic that that statement's even being made when this is somebody who not only inserted themselves, made plenty of posts based off of it, and came back around after the ruling. Milk it. Right, big girl for life. Like there's not others going live with Rico in the title and, just me. I'm the one fucking involved in it. I'll talk about it every goddamn day until I feel that I am therapeutically healed from what they did to me. And until my financial situations are settled. I have every fucking right to quote unquote milk something. I wasn't hired to work for Sebastian Rogers, okay? I this idea that like, oh, I'm not here to help and I'm not here to do that and all of these things. I'm not hired. I'm not hired. I'm so tired of people telling me where my focus should be. My focus is on my life and my children. And that fucked up my life, and I have every right to talk about it every day if I fucking want to. Fucking milk it. I saw somebody try to jump in head first into it. Oh, I don't know, but okay. Right, what does that mean? Yeah, what does that mean, Eric Jasper? What does that really mean? Fuck out of here. I dropped a link. If anybody would like to come up, you're more than welcome. I'm gonna take a deep breath because I'm ready to say some shit. And this is why I haven't gone live. People can sit there and you can hold against me things I said 3-4 fucking years ago. But I can promise you my growth is every single day. I have stayed offline since the original post was made because I don't want to say some shit that will burn this place down. But I'll tell you right now, I will. I will light that flame and I will throw it in all its glory. Oh, okay. Whoa, good morning, Angel. What the hell was that?
Hiya. Oh, what a shit show it's been. You're holding up well, though, Gran.
Thank you.
Yeah, you handle it very well.
I appreciate that. I try. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. Not too bad.
Is that a damn dog or something? What the hell is growling at me? All right, you scared me, girl. Coming up on here with some growling monster noises.
I like to say I've got your mate. Well, one of your ex-mates locked in cupboard.
Yeah, be careful. That name shall not be mentioned here, but I know what everybody's thinking.
She's on the back burner.
Oh, don't hype me up, Clue. Don't hype me up, bitch. You better not. You better not, Clue. Don't hype me. Oh my God.
Do you know what? I've not watched her. I watched the reviews of her. I laugh about it. And then I realised she unblocked everyone. So I went in and said, have you got yourself an attorney? I got blocked straight away. But the best thing is I got a membership unblocked within 30 seconds.
Oh, wow. That's like a punishment and a blessing in disguise, right?
It is, isn't it? I've not been back on.
Yeah.
They wasted their money. I've never followed her, you know that. Never bothered with her. Can't stand her.
Yeah.
Glutton for punishment, as they say.
Why do we rub our ears? How does that help?
So what's made you do a live? I thought you were getting back to the way. Oh gosh, there's someone at the door. I'll be a second. I'll just.
Okay, come back when. Yeah. Come back when your door's finished. Oh, okay. All right. Let me fix that. So. Julie, the situation Julie made me do a live. I just don't want to be decoursed and, all of that. I saw it in a movie once. Hold on, let me try that. Give me a second. I think that's like Dumbo or something when he tries to fly. I don't know if that really works. No, it just feels weird, but what holding back does good for anyone. Well, it does do good for some things. Cricket Day, it does, honestly. One, it does good for me, right? Because I don't want to say things out of anger that I'll grow to regret. That's one. Because I've learned over time that some things don't need to be said. Some fires don't need to be flamed, and it's best just to keep your head down. Also, what I could say could have a lasting impact, and I'm not looking to have a lasting impact on anybody, but I am looking to be left the fuck alone when it comes to a particular somebody. I don't even understand what I said to cause the animosity that's clearly held towards me. I don't get it. Clearly there's like a fragile something taking place. I don't know, but I do know that a lot of shit that's going on shouldn't be happening, and my focus today is the whole thing with Julie. Let me go ahead and pin this. Right, Life Rewind, because there, I mean, listen, it's so easy to spout off, right? It would be so easy to come on here and scream and yell and say UMFer, blah, 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 blah. But I don't want to. There is clue. Hold on, did anybody see Justin all giddy? Giddy as fuck that he thought that Crabtree was arrested? Dejan, so I'm not the only one? All right, thank you. Thank you, excuse. Did anybody see that? Yeah, it's a hard position to be in cricket day. Like, do I want to go full throttle or do I want to rub my ears and calm down? I'd never heard rub your ears. I think you made that up. What kind of movie is that? What kind of movie you watching that they're saying rub your ears to calm down? You're lying. You made that up. He was so giddy. He's like, oh, Crabtree was arrested and blah, 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 blah. And he was wrong. He was wrong. Give me 1 second and we'll pull it up. And then we'll hop into this Julie stuff. You guys saw it? Hi, Angel. All's good there?
Yeah. I put my dog away so he can't hear it snoring.
Okay. Yeah, he's a very loud snorer.
She needs an operation.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, she's got bradycardia. She's an English bulldog. Bless her.
Ironically, Clue was calling me a dog too, so
What's
funny that the mention of dogs comes about. I'm just kidding. But I was getting ready to play a video. Did you see Justin all excited thinking that Stephen Crabtree was arrested?
Well, Jay brought some up on Clue other day where it's going on about that Jennifer Jennings and the links there. But then, do you know when Justin was on Nancy Grace, did she not call him Justin Jennings?
He did, yes.
Yeah, and then in it weird, that Jennifer Jennings.
Oh, that's very interesting. I didn't put that together. Mom of two boys, you come in telling people what to do a lot. And while I appreciate the perspective you're coming from, I also don't really agree with you. It seems like every time you come in here, you just come in with like this, superior stance than everybody else. Julie is coming around. Okay. Julie's been around. And so is SF. Okay. He's like a grown ass man, right? So like, what do you even mean by that? People need to learn to forgive. No, they don't. No, they don't. You don't have to forgive anybody that you don't want to forgive. I for some reason, I just don't understand when people say things like that. Like Julie has been a creator for a very long time and she's, we're grown, right? So there is no coming around type of situation when it comes to things like that. They either have adult capabilities or they don't. Excuse me 1 second.
Well, when you're willing to forgive and forget, there's things you can't forget, so you can't forgive. Well, looks like I've been left.
Sorry, I didn't.
Okay.
Had an interruption. No, yeah, so that's right. It's Jensen, not Jennings. Justin Jensen.
Right.
Is Angel sound fine now, guys? Put a 1 in the chat if it's okay. What as far as Julie goes? Yeah, so all right, hold on 1 second. See, this is what I'm saying, Mama, too. Like, who the fuck do you think you are? On God's green earth, the fact that you even think you come in my chat every day and tell me how to feel and what to say and what to do. Again, who are you that you think you hold some type of position to tell me what I'm supposed to do? I don't like you. People like you baffle me. If you don't like my channel, stop coming. Stop coming. It's not simple. You don't get to come in here and tell me how I should feel, how everybody, and then you sit there and say shit like, oh, other people are coming around. People need to learn to forgive. You need to learn to unsubscribe. That's what you need to learn to do. Unsubscribe and leave my chat. I'm saying, why are you even pocket? Look at the money. What money fucking rolled in? Is that what you're worried about, Mama, too? Who even are you is right. Like, I can't stand these people that sit there and try to act like they're coming from this superior place of, you know, oh, forgive people and do this and do that, and then have the nerve to tell me, first off, I'm a YouTuber. I'm a content creator. The whole purpose of being monetized is to make money. How dare you keep dismissing why people are here doing memberships or doing super chats? How dare you? Let me play this damn video.
I'll mute while you play it.
Thank you, Angel. People like that just blow my mind. You think I... Let me just shut up. You can stay the fuck out of my chat, though. I know that. That's what I'm saying. These people always got something to say, right? Like every day I'm being slandered. Do you know in private, Nick and them are plotting that if somebody gets seriously hurt or killed, how long I'll go to jail? You fucking know that? Do you know that these sociopaths who live in my backyard are sending out these red alerts that say that if somebody gets seriously injured, I'll go to federal prison for a very long time? Do you know what that does?
Granny, that's not going to happen, right? You know that's not going to happen, love, don't you?
Well, I know it's not going to happen, but that's not the point, Angel. The point is there is some fucking idiot out there that buys everything they say. And if this person believes that not only am I the reason this child isn't home, but I may be the reason somebody else gets hurt, how do you know they're not going to come and fucking kill me to get me out of the way? That's the problem.
You need to report them.
What?
You need to report them.
It's been reported. What else can be done about it?
Well, isn't he on probation?
Yeah, and somehow he gets away with it because he uses all these alias names. Like, this shit is sick. They're sick in their head. It's absolutely sick. And then you have people sitting there saying, oh, well, you're milking it, or look at you getting super chats, or fuck off. Fuck all the way off. Milking it? I haven't been alive in 4 fucking days. Milking
You're not milking it. You're not. You've had this grief for, it's coming up to nearly 4 years now, isn't it?
I know I'm not milking it. I barely even go live. It is that the aggravation of people that don't understand the gravity of what I'm dealing with. I'm not sitting in North Carolina. I'm not sitting over in Tennessee. I'm sitting 10 minutes away from these people that are clearly unhinged, that they believe that they are this big elite group when in all actuality they're nobodies. And it is scary that people believe them.
And people have got to remember that your address has been put out there, your full name is a proper docs, and at the end of the day, you've got a burning house, you're a single parent. Why are people not defending you? Why they come on and they're just vile.
No, they just have no idea the severity of any of it. None of it. This isn't like your everyday, like, oh, just stupid, No, these people are local to me. It's fucking aggravating, it's infuriating. And you're fucking right. I'm going to, quote unquote, milk it. What happened with Emmy Joe, Clue?
And like, I think it was about 2-3 years ago, I said to take her to court. And I didn't for 1 second think this would happen. But at the end of the day, you've got everybody's like, well, normal people are on your side, And you'll get through it. You will. You're a strong lass. They picked up wrong one.
Sorry, I'm having things happen in the background. I apologize.
It's okay. You need to count to 10. De-stress.
All right, let me play this video. BJ lost her mind last night. Shocker. All right. So here's Justin, all excited, thinking somebody is, getting arrested for drugs. There's a few things I never celebrate in life, and that is somebody going to jail, somebody relapsing. You don't celebrate these things, but these sickos that claim to be Christians, that claim to be the oh so bright side, not the dark side of things, right? They celebrate this type of shit, and it's crazy to me.
Yeah, well, let me show you what it is. What it's coming from. It's coming from Sumner County Sheriff's Office, right here. Okay. And this morning, it says, this morning, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office began executing a narcotics-related search warrant at a residence in Bethpage. The operation is ongoing, and the investigation remains active. At this time, there is no threat to the general public. We will continue to pursue those who to bring illegal narcotics into Sumner County. Sheriff Eric Braddock. I mean, I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked at all. I mean, listen, y'all. Can I get a link so I can renew my membership? Of course, you can. I didn't do the whole intro or anything today. Yes.
He was so excited, he didn't even do his whole intro. That's how excited he was. He was so excited, he didn't even do his whole intro. Oh, Brippy. Angel, thank you. Purple Dragon, I forgot your email and I need an app. So BJ's Lives, I sent the links to Clue. Thank you, Purple. I'm sorry, Granny, that you and your family are... it's whatever. Yeah, so he's all excited. He's like, oh, I didn't even do my whole intro. He's a clown.
Here, I'm confirming the script. Well, let me show you. Hold on 1 second. Let me make a phone call and I'll get a lot of information.
Let me make a phone call and I'll get a lot of information. Have you all learned yet that the Green Team fabricates information? Thank you, Marshall Dove. I am. Oh, I'll get the information. Hold on just a minute.
I'm going to have the news.
I'll get the news. This would be like somebody finding an arrest from his area and then saying, oh, that was Justin. That was Justin Jensen that was arrested. BJ fell asleep on panel. Swen had a call to wake her up. Shocker. It's nothing new there.
Do you not feel that they follow a script? And
they do.
Card where they're all in communication with each other, aren't they?
Yeah, and they do. They do follow a script because we saw it. Because Nick does Discord calls where they all come together. 1 second. Like we said, they sat there and mocked the dockets, despite the fact that Smiley literally exposed it. We saw it. They made it like it was a running joke because this is what those people do, right? Deny and deflect. Oh, yeah, dockets? Yeah, right. Why would we ever have dockets? But then we get the insider screenshot of their plotted Discord calls where they are literally evening debriefing Operation Sebastian Storefront, where it wasn't about Sebastian. Okay, it was about litigation. It was about going after other YouTubers. Not only that, but how gross do you have to be that you were even involved in YouTubers and your secretive little fucking private intelligence operation? You mean to tell me these guys are just, we're just going to hire anybody? You don't even know who they are because some of them are coming out of the woodworks now. I know you asked for IDs and all of that, so you felt very confident in what you were doing, but you chose the fucking wrong ones. So yeah, they do follow dockets. Hey, B10.
Hey, what's up?
I don't think they realise what an anti-slap is. And even though they can appeal, that's only appealing on the judge's decision. It's nothing to do with what's happened. You won. They cannot appeal against you winning.
Yes, they can.
They have to bring up like 120% of the judgment of whatever the judgment is, and then they're allowed to appeal. And then if they lose, then the bond goes to the people that they lost against.
Yeah,
that's how it is.
Where's the 120% come from?
I think that's what I read on Pennsylvania.
I've read that. Yeah, I've read that.
Yeah, so it has to be like, sir, for let's say it's $100,000 or say, just using as an example, they would need like $120,000 to put up as a bond.
Right. Okay.
So because it makes sense, because obviously you're going to have to, if they're filing an appeal, you're probably going to have to pay your lawyer to respond to that. So probably that thought process, this 20%. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I mean? So that was probably why they thought that way. I'm not sure, but that's just what I read. But I just find it interesting. I think Burnt Toast like phrased it best is like Betty likes to accuse people of things that she's doing. And they always claimed that there was like a secret Discord to destroy these people. And yet these people are in a secret Discord to destroy a bunch of YouTubers. And they had literally something called a litigation lounge where Nick was sitting by himself all lonely. And isn't it funny? The one person that's, like the leaks are coming out from the, all these yes men like Yvette or whatever, who were like, yeah, it's a great idea. You got to do it. But meanwhile, those motherfuckers are the ones taking the screenshots and all that shit. You know what I mean?
Giving out the tea.
And giving out the tea. And it's like, it's like you people need to realize that sometimes when a person says it's a bad idea, it doesn't mean that they're like immediately against you or something. It's that they're basically trying to give you and help you out a little bit. And who has a goddamn...
Is that you, Angel?
Yeah, I'm just letting the dog out. Sorry, I'll mute.
That's okay. I got you. I'll mute you.
God damn. I thought that was like a giant fucking rhinoceros or a horse or something coming through the live stream. Holy fuck. That was a joke. But anyway, yeah, and you could see like another thing I find interesting is like you can always tell that they're fake nice. Like Justin's sitting there and he's like, haha, Crabtree's being arrested, and he's giddy about it because he thinks he's gonna make a bunch of money, and then he's disappointed.
Well, and then he didn't even play his intro. He didn't do his makeup. He didn't even verify the information before going live because he's going to call his source while he's live, which is likely the source behind everything. And then sit there and celebrate this idea. And, oh, well, I'm not shocked. And the whole chat's going along with it. They're really horrible. They're horrible people. The Christians that they are.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Very Christian-like, very, very Christian. The same Christians that would probably in the Inquisition. Those types of Christians. That would be the Christians you would probably be looking at. The Spanish Inquisition. Very much so. But yeah, I just find it very interesting that, everything we've claimed has been proven correct. There are dockets given to these people.
Yep.
There are secret Discords. There are secret messages. They were planning this. They probably were trying to sign up to TMZ to try to get an exclusive story. And
they were actually the ones that were doxing kids and everything, Tim. Mm-hmm. They were looking into my children. They found my daughter's new employment, the website she used to get the employment. They were looking into Barbecue's child and all of her information and everything. And then these people come out in the forefront. They're like, my children. But you were in the back fucking with sociopaths, with psychos, with LARPers, giving out all these children's information.
I mean, is that anything different? Look at our head mob. Well, look at our head mob there. Mr. Lemonhead, who's does the same fucking thing. You know what I mean? Like she tries to keep her hands clean while letting other people do the fucking dirty work. And then she says,
it's always been.
You know what I mean? And then she claims everyone else is wrong. And it's like, yeah, it's an interesting pattern that she's friendly with people that go after people's children all the time.
I know. Aren't you telling me?
Did you see the shot where that Lemonhead dressed up as a bee with the duct tape?
No, but that's fucking weird.
Yeah, it's very fucking weird.
It was funny.
Wait, now the team is attempting to excuse why Seth had a relationship with Katie at 14. That was just acceptable and Katie's fault somehow. I thought they denied that. I thought they said it was never 14.
To me, that's a crime, by the way. Because I believe that state is 16.
Yeah, California, it still is, even if it's proven that it happened in that state and they moved to another state, it's still a crime.
Yeah, so if they're where did they make that excuse from? Like who made that excuse? Because
I know where would that be at? And here's the thing, honest to God, I don't even want to talk about it because if Katie's not going after it, if she's not pursuing it, I don't think we should either. You know what I mean?
No, I don't. I mean, when SF Barton spoke about the essay, I don't think that was anyone's business. We shouldn't be talking about that.
I don't know, man. I mean, it's kind of like a little bit different because it's like awareness. Like to me, like if that is true, would you really want people not to know about that? You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, but we should know about it. But it's
because like
speak about it. That's her story.
Because listen, it's not just her story. It could be other people around. Yeah, it could be other people around him. You know what I mean? Like if this is true and he's hanging around, did that at 14, what's the chances?
There's a big chance. There is beating.
I mean, like, no, I'm saying, like, if that actually did happen, that's pretty bad. And I think other people should know just so they could be warned. I mean, that's a bad situation. I don't know. But if they're making excuses for that, that's pretty bad.
I just don't understand how they go from, it never happened. And matter of fact, that's why people are being sued. So all of a sudden it did happen, but it's justifiable. And no scenario is a 24-year-old justifiable dating a 14-year-old. Oh my God, beats him $700. Barbara.
Oh
Barbara, thank you so much.
I think that's like $50.
I know. They tried saying that. I thought it was actual American money, despite the big SAR coming up.
Yeah, I think that's South African money, I think.
It is. Yeah. It is. I was mocking them. They said the one time when, Barbara Hall always super chats and is always generous.
Yeah, I know.
They tried saying I thought it was American money, despite the big SAR right there in front of the value.
Stock, if it happened, someone asked me if it happened to me, would I want strangers talking about it? If the person was in a community where children were involved and stuff like that, yeah, I would want people to talk about it, to be honest with you. Because I would think of it as the greater, like, you know what I mean? Like if I was in a scenario and I was like, something happened to me at 14 and the person is around in a community of missing children and missing, I would want people to talk about it because I think that I would have a more responsibility. But that's just my opinion, not the opinion of Granny's Watching or anyone else on this panel. That's just my opinion. If that was in that circumstance.
But there's quite a few retrobates involved in this, isn't there?
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, like, I would be more worried about other people because to me, that's very odd, a situation. So I would like Nonsense to tell me where she said that they're like,
I agree.
Here, I can pull it up. And hold on. Also,
oh, Granny, did you see the publisher yesterday?
Yeah, I didn't mean to say publisher. He's a reporter.
Did it go okay?
It did, thank you.
Oh, great.
All right,
I'm glad. I'm glad it went well for that one.
Yeah, the more publicity that gets out about this, the better chance it's not going to happen again.
Yeah, I think they've learned their lesson a little bit. I don't think they can, they got away with it long enough.
You think they're going to try to appeal it, or do you think they're going to like let it? Because like I'm wondering who's going to ante up the money. Like,
so here, I don't know if I believe that they'll appeal it, but I will say this. So my attorney messaged about the bond, and I don't even know how to repeat this in layman. I don't even understand it, to be honest. So he says so they can appeal without a bond stops execution. So while they appeal without a bond, you can keep going after them. Bond stays proceedings. So I said, I don't really know how to even layman's term what you're saying. I don't even know what you're saying.
Maybe so he means that, you continue. I'm sorry, I thought you had more.
No, you're fine. Anybody can appeal a decision. If you want to stop execution, meaning going after the money, you need to post a bond. So if you appeal and don't post a cash or bond, then the winner can go after your assets to satisfy the judgment despite a pending appeal.
Okay, so basically saying you can go after the money even if they try to appeal it because...
Unless they place a bond. And I do know that he plans on, if they appeal, he plans on requesting the bond.
Yeah, I would request it because people have abused the system. So I would probably do that.
Yeah. Thank you, May May. All right, so here's where I guess this is coming up. Nonsense sent this over to me. What did you say to look at, Nonsense? The comments? Oh, this person's been in everybody's chats. I mean, okay. I've never heard of this person before, but I don't like advertising these people, but let's see.
So I don't remember exactly what I had made a comment.
I'm going to keep them blocked.
And someone said to me something about me being okay with groomers. And I was like, what are you talking about? And they were like, well, Seth grooms Katie. Okay. And my comment was, did she not have a brain in her head? Did she not make the decision to get?
Wow. She's 14.
What?
Did a 14-year-old not have a brain in their head?
What? Oh my God. What a horrible.
Talk about victimizing the victim.
And then here's a comment. that this is Sweetie Pilo. I'm so glad you shared this because I said the same general thing recently about it being very, very normal for girls to date older guys back in our day. First off, Katie's 5 years old. She's my age. Stop saying back in the day, you fucking haggard. Sorry, that sounds so very old, but it's true because it's not true. It's 2025. The perception of older dudes dating younger teenage girls is so bad now. I recently explained it to my son that it was never looked at as pedophilic back then, but today, oh my God, forget it. So she's even telling her son, like, hey, if you want to date teenagers, that's fine, but you might be looked at as pedophilic. And then she goes on to say, even if you watch older movies like the 89s, 90s, early 2000s, it was so normalized. That's part of the fucking issue. And then what did we find out? Those producers were actually doing that type of shit to kids. Yeah. It still doesn't make it okay. Unfortunately, pedophiles have made it into something so weird and creepy, but it didn't used to be like that. So the pedophiles made pedophilic weird? Or is this real life?
Are these people like brain damaged?
And she goes on to say, they try to accuse me of being a groomer lover too for telling this exact story in my live stream back in February.
I mean, are they going to say like Madeline Soto, what was wrong with her brain while she was being groomed by Stephen Stern?
No, yeah.
Oh, God forbid.
She goes,
God forbid if it happens to their children. Oh, what planet are they on?
Then she goes, I tried to explain this again recently on Twitter, and some nasty, horrible broad came after me so maliciously. People are gross and evil. My husband and I are 3.5 years apart. Back when we were teenagers, felt like a big age gap, but today is nothing. Okay, when you were the first, there's Romeo and Juliet. I can't believe there's grown people that are fucking justifying this. But we didn't even finish what this lady said.
I mean, like, one is you're still in high school. You both could be in high school. So one could be like a senior and one can be like a freshman. Mm-hmm. And that's usually excusable situation. You know, like most people are not going to be like, that's weird. That's kind of that happens a lot. And there's another situation where a guy is literally 22 years old and could be, fourth year of college. Because if they just basically got out of college and went, out of high school and went straight to college. Another kid is basically in elementary school.
Well, that's why they had the Romeo and Juliet law. That's exactly what that is to protect, like, all right, if you're 15 and 17 and then he turns 18 and you're now 16, that's not considered, even when he's 19. But for somebody to be 24 and date a 14-year-old and anybody justify that on, well, that's the way it used to be. You know what else used to happen? People used to be fucking burned alive for being black. Are we really going to say, well, back in the day, that was normal. Back in the day, that was accepted. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, let's not go there.
But it's the truth, though. These people justify on that used to happen. That used to be normalized. That doesn't make it fucking okay. And sometimes you got to use drastic examples like that. It was never okay to be a pedophile.
Right. In the UK, back in late 70s, we had the PI, which is the paedophile information exchange.
Let's not use the P word.
Right. You got to be careful on the word. But I mean, back in the day, people were burned alive for believing that they were witches. Would that be a more acceptable?
Until 1942, that law was stopped.
Well, right. Just when they were trying to legalize relationships, they was trying to legalize speedo relationships in the UK, early 80s.
I mean, the issue is that you have a situation where it's a huge power dynamic where you have an individual who is, 22 or 21 talking to a 12-year-old. And that
he was 24. He's 10 years, 22. He's 10 years older than her.
Yeah, it's a huge, and it's not like she was 18, he was 28 or something like that. Even that is like a little, people raise their eye like, brow, like, oh, that's not good. But difference is one is an adult that has almost a fully developed brain. One is a child that does not have a fully developed brain.
Right.
And that is a big problem.
Well, not only that, but then we add in the fact that Katie was also a child who experienced something horrific, was then thrown into the foster care system. And at that point, this man, a grown man, played upon her vulnerability. And these people are justifying it. Let's hear the rest of what she said really quick.
Into a relationship with him. Had she not have a brain in her head? Did she not make the decision to get into a relationship with him? Had she previously not been in relationships with older men? Because told, right?
Because you were
That's
told
what I said. And then I made a comment about my life, about things that, about somebody that I was with that was 5.5 years older than me.
Wow, 5.5. I can't. I don't even want to hear any more of this. What a despicable fucking statement. Get that bitch off my screen. Clue, what is up? I know you're about to be hot.
I mean, there's no excusing it for me. Sorry. I don't
Nope.
care if it's 5 years or 10 years. Like, at that age, no.
Yeah, that's not an acceptable situation. Like, you know, if you're like in both in high school and you're that's a lot different situation than she's in
Yeah.
elementary school and he's in college. It's like, how do you meet up with people that are in elementary, like junior high? Actually, it would be junior. Wouldn't that be like junior high school or something?
Yeah, you don't start high school.
Junior high school.
My
Junior
son,
high school.
my son's going to be 13 in a month, and he's in the 7th grade.
Okay.
So 14 years old, you're in 8th grade.
Yeah.
So just junior high school. So you're in junior high school and you're like, you don't meet up in the same circles. You're not partying in the same places. You're not anywhere in the same location. So like, you know, in his situation, he says, well, she was babysitting and I was taking over as a babysitter. I was like, that's a very odd way to meet your future wife. I'm just saying.
Imagine though, Granny, if you came out here and said that you said 13. He's dating a 24-year-old. The internet would eat you alive.
Oh yeah.
I'd kill her. I'd kill her. Matter of fact, we see it every day that there are more and more women being picked up for this. It is happening, and it is not okay. It's not justifiable, and I can't believe there's any woman anywhere that would sit there and excuse it. I don't see whatever. I don't know. I know people are saying, well, in the South or in this, that old-fashioned thinking. It's not going to fly for your thinking today. No way.
I can send you a newspaper clipping where the lad was 24 and the lass was 8. Was it?
Oh, I don't even want the clipping. I'll be honest. I see it every day. I don't want the clipping. We know it happens everywhere. It's not justifiable.
I spoke to the girl and she ended up going to the police and he ended up getting arrested and going to prison.
Good. Thank God. Thank you for doing that because it is unacceptable.
I mean, like people who say that, it's like, okay, we're not in the fucking 1600 where like basically like you died at the age of 40.
Well, what gets me, Tim,
it's only justified because it's Seth. Like, let's just cut the shit. Because when it was Madeline Soto, they had an issue with it. But because it's Seth, it's justified.
And one of the people saying it says they're a psychic, right? So do they realize that during the witch trials, they would have been burnt alive? I'm saying no, for real, right? Like back in the day, they normalized killing your type. So go on. We okay with back in the day.
Even a person at 18 years old, seeing anyone under the age of 16, well, where's the mindset? They're an adult. You want to be an adult at that age. You think you're an adult at 15 when you're not. But anyone over the age of 18 knows.
I respectfully disagree. I don't think turning 18 makes you an adult. I don't think an 18-year-old who's still in high school dating another high schooler is pedophilic. I believe 19 and older absolutely is. And Seth Rogers was 24 years old.
Exactly. But in the UK, you're at school till you're like 16, 17, and then you go on to college if you want to go on to college. So you can vote at 18, you can drink at 18. So you might say 21. So I'll say 21. I
just say it's unacceptable no matter what. I don't see any scenario where I see it acceptable.
Yeah, I don't see it as acceptable unless it's like you're 30, you're 32 and they're 42 or something like that, or you're 22. You know what I mean? Like you're an adult basically.
There are people, Tim, and I said something to somebody the other day. I'm like, how would you feel if a 52-year-old man was dating your 18-year-old daughter? While it's technically legal, it's fucking gross. There's a power dynamic.
I mean, they do that a lot. Usually, you know, sometimes it's for other reasons other than love, if you catch my drift.
Right. But it's, I still think
you know what I mean? Sometimes the 52-year-old has a nice bunch of money. I've seen. You know, I've seen that happen a lot.
Still unacceptable.
Or like I've seen like someone who's like 30 years old marrying an 80-something-year-old because he's worth, $20 million. So yeah, so there are people that will date older men, or sometimes women just like older men, or reverse. It just depends on the situation. But you're an adult at that point, like 18. Yeah, there's a power
I don't
dynamic
think
change.
18's an adult. I'm sorry. I just
Legally,
Yeah,
you're an adult. Now, do I think that you
mentally.
should be? I mean, like, you have your power of your decision. You can move out. You can get a job. You can do that. That's a lot different than a 12-year-old.
Drink. You
So
can't go to war. You can't buy cigarettes.
you can go to war at 18.
Oh, you can.
Yeah, 18.
Yeah.
That's the only thing you can do.
In the US, what's the legal age? The consent?
21.
21. In the UK, it's 16. In Germany, it's 14.
Wait, do you? I think Clue.
Oh wait, for are you talking about for cigarettes?
Yeah, relationship.
No. Relationships, Clue.
Oh, I think
it's 16.
16. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so it's same as UK.
But in some states, it's 16 at the age of consent if the other person is under 18. In some states, if you're 16 and the person is over 18, the 18-year-old can still be charged. It just
And that,
depends on the
honestly,
state.
to me, that is too young. 18, preferably 21. Because there's children having children.
Right.
Oh God, I'm a great granny. My 14-year-old granddaughter had a baby, but with another 14-year-old, so it's not so bad.
Well, I think it's kind of, asinine that a lot of these people that are acting like it's okay that Katie was 14, these are the same people you hear having live streams about true crime involving child brides and stuff, and they're outraged, and then the next minute they're not because it's somebody they're supporting. Hello.
Yeah, I just don't get it. I think it's it's weird, and the fact is that woman must have some sort of brain condition to think that was a good statement to make.
This shit is absolutely becoming more and more every day a cult, and Seth is the Charles Manson of this cult, in my opinion. They will throw any normal socially acceptable behavior out the window if it makes them move to where they're in favor with something he does or has done. It's absolutely insane.
You know what, Cletus? It's got to be a cult because none of them question anything that go along with everything that's put out there. They agree with everything, even though they must compute in their brain what they're going along with is wrong.
Yeah, but see, that's the problem whenever they're all sharing one brain cell and it decides to go on vacation. I mean,
I like that analogy.
It's not only that, but it's fake outrage you see coming from people, and I'm not gonna lie, I used to watch Sweetie Pie Low, and I used to think that she was respectable, but I don't know if anyone else feels this way, but after hearing that, I'm just like, no, I'm done with that, because it's never okay to condone it. If
That
you're
was
okay,
her?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
I don't watch her. She seems crazy.
No, she didn't used to be crazy. She didn't appear crazy.
Right.
I would say over past 18 months, gone a bit wee-ha, woo-ha.
Well, she may not have seemed crazy, but that's some crazy shit she's talking right there. So
yeah, so she must have
seemed to
been
me like she might be crazy.
Yeah, but well, I say a couple of years ago, she seemed a bit level-headed, and I just don't understand. Well, I do. I understand it's a money-making mission. They're all on a grift to see the dollar signs. Like, in my opinion, that's what it comes down to, the dollar.
These are some of the most disgusting comments I've ever seen, okay? And I want to put it this way. If we found out, and this is just a what-if scenario, if we found out that this whole time Sebastian was ran off with a 25-year-old woman, would these same people not be screaming that he was groomed?
Would have had to have been if he's just going to up and run off, right?
I mean, they'd want that person in jail, right? They would say, he's 15. What do you mean? But when it comes to Katie, they're over here justifying it. Oh, it's easy for me to say she's 16. She's just a kid. But here I was dating I was 16 dating a 22-year-old man. I was not groomed. Blah, blah, blah. Katie's aunt told us a story. She had another boyfriend. Therefore, it's okay. All of this is so fucking gross.
It's gross also in the aspect that instead of saying, oh, maybe this child's parents failed them and that's the reason they ended up in this kind of situation to be in a relationship at 14, they want to make it okay that the groomer did it because the poor girl had went through something. I mean, it's jacked up.
Why do I feel that this is a big grooming gang?
A what?
A what?
A grooming gang.
I would probably not state that.
Yeah, I'm not going in. I don't wear that tinfoil hat, but I get what you're saying, but no.
Yeah, I would probably not say something like that on live stream, please.
It could get dangerous.
Where is a deer prancing in the woods? Is in the woods where homeless people, and it's just not normal like conversation what you would have, is it?
Well, no, he's a weird person. He's a weird fucking person. Nothing about that man is normal, in my opinion.
I agree with that.
And the way he speaks, he's got this sexual orientation about him. It's weird. Really strange.
Yeah. Doodle Mom, thank you so much. Thank you. Just shocking that women support this.
So what do you think of the fact that, just segueing a little bit, what do you think of the fact that do you think like more people were in that Discord, like Betty, more of the plaintiffs were in that Discord?
Oh, yeah. But you know what else we did find out, beats him? That some of the plaintiffs weren't involved in other group chats, right?
Yeah.
And they cried about it. So yeah, it's hard to say. What gets me though is what private intelligence group is going around and like hiring random fucking moderators and people off YouTube to be part of their finding Sebastian. Like that I don't know how these people really believed all of this.
Well, Granny, whenever I tried telling everybody that a friend of mine informed me that there was a private Discord being talked about and screenshots of things being taken, do you remember I was attacked and told that everybody was laughing at me and I was a conspiracy theorist? Now it's come full circle. It's come full circle.
Don't remember that, but I believe it for 100%.
No, I remember that. And the non-disclosures where they've been signing. What mods? I won't sign anything. Sign this non-disclosure. No. It's mental.
Yeah, no, I did say it though, Granny. A good person to ask about it would be Jay.
Yeah.
Because I said that it needed told to you what was going on. It was whenever I found out about it. And like the thing was about the person that told me is I knew them outside of over there. So I had every reason to believe them whenever they told me, look, this is going on. You might want to watch what you're saying. You know what I mean? Like there was no reason for that person to give me that warning about what they were doing and it be just to blow smoke up my bum. So
and people were vile to you, Regina. They were just nasty. And when people turn on you, you're onto something. You've got the backup.
Yeah.
Angel, I have no idea what you're saying. I have no idea what you're talking about at all. What do you mean?
When Regina was talking about the Discord groups.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I missed it. Yeah, so I wouldn't know. Yeah. I mean, we knew that they were plotting and planning, right? We just didn't know how. So it turns out they've had Facebook groups. They've had Discord groups. They were doing it every which way they could.
Yeah, well, she who shall not be named specifically attacked me and said, I don't even have a Discord user handle.
Well, she may not be part of it, but her mods sure were. Right? Give the benefit of the doubt, whatever. Sure, you weren't part of it. Okay.
I thought they said she was in there.
She was part of it.
Of course she was part of it. But you know what gets me is that she sat there and accused me. Has she ever cleared up that chatter was lying? that I don't have a Discord where we ever said, congratulations on calling CPS. Has she ever came out and apologized for that?
Girl, she don't do that. What do you mean? Has she come out and claimed? Yeah, right.
Right.
She was one of them would have to accept responsibility for something.
Have you ever heard she that not be named ever apologise for anything? Have you ever admit she's wrong?
What she said for everyone in the chat was, have you ever heard she who not be named apologize for anything? Has she ever admitted that she was wrong? People are saying they can't understand her.
Oh, Chloe, you'll be my interpreter.
All you got to do is listen to Trisha, and then you can start getting the accent pretty good.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, Deshaun, because I see your comments and I've seen other people use the same thing. I believe it was Truth that says similar. If Katie was groomed by Seth, why would she allow Sebastian to go there? Well, one, because it's his father, right? And the fact that he grooms Katie, a female, doesn't mean that he would harm his child. Two, a lot of times the person doesn't even realize they were groomed or taken advantage of until they get out of it, until they step out of that environment. So there's several reasons as to why. To say because she allowed a father to be part of the child's life means she wasn't groomed is absolutely asinine. And also, I believe part of the issue why people believe that it's acceptable to justify Seth dating Katie because, well, she got pregnant by him. She had a baby with him. Okay. And do you not know of any of the other people that have been involved in situations where they were literally groomed and or manipulated? Like, I don't know why people use that as an excuse. Like, well, why would she allow her son to go? Well, I don't know. Maybe because it's his child. Maybe because she didn't realize she was groomed, or maybe because it's law. Maybe because her son still deserved a father, rather he groomed his mother or not.
And maybe she didn't want to use a child as a weapon.
No, you may not know the full story, Dejan, but you don't know what everybody knows. Hey, nonsense.
Good morning. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail you.
No,
question. Did you guys see T-Rev saying he ran into Seth?
Oh, yeah. Somebody messaged me about that. Working at a bank or something.
No. If I want to see garden gnomes, I'll drive down to my neighbors and look in their yard.
Same. He is my neighbor.
Oh, bless your heart. I forgot about that clue.
Granny, that's actually some funny crap. Well, I mean, T-Rev's I don't even know what to say about him. He's all out there puffing his chest. I can't even imagine how that showdown would have been between the two of them.
I don't even think they would have a showdown. I think it'd be like, hey, buddy, hey. They're both bitches.
Did he say he ran into him working at a bank, or was that wrong?
I really didn't. It could be taken that way, but I couldn't be 100% what he was actually trying to say. He's hard to follow.
I know. He's like a squirrel on amphetamines. I don't know.
I doubt either of them actually worked at a bank or work at a bank.
So what did him and T-Fraud catch up on? The prices of pew-pews online?
Right.
All that could be true, guys. He could be a security guard at the bank.
Yeah. Some banks hire him, especially like downtown areas.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope that place never gets robbed. I can't see his fat ass catching anybody.
Run! You got a 20-minute head start. Don't worry, you're good. But on your thumbnail, it's Julie.
Yeah.
So,
until you derailed me, thanks a lot.
I know, I'm so sorry.
I know that's why you're coming up to bring it back on track, but no, it's okay. It was going to be an all over the place stream anyway. But you know what that reminds me of? Let me show you guys really quick.
Yeah, I felt really bad because I was like, I thought everybody would know that they were doing that. So I'm really sorry, Granny.
No, I don't mind at all. Look at this. So this is what I envision if like Steph was running. This video had me cracking up the other day. I just got to fix everybody and push you all behind. All right, there we go. Check this out. Shit had me dead. All right, ready? Is it on the screen? I think it is. Let me check.
Yeah.
Okay, watch this shit. This is how I envision Seth would be. Say. Drop my wallet.
Oh no.
Wait, it gets worse. It gets worse. This
no.
he's put the handbrake on.
That's a Monday morning.
Even the family dogs following along, we would all just go back in the house. We would just not even be. We're all gone. The day's over. Go to sleep.
Yep.
Just let the car go.
Oh my God, that was the funniest shit. But that's exactly how I would see like his chase go, like boop.
Ugh.
Oh, good.
But yeah, so Julie, there was quite a few things that happened. I know she did the whole situation with SF. I know people are really upset. They were upset at Jay because she had believed it and whatever. But then I heard a very interesting panel took place where Julie was basically, some people say dogpile, berated. I personally, I haven't watched it yet. But I heard it wasn't cool.
I left during that live.
I did watch it.
I was in there for parts of it with that one yesterday. I didn't know. I didn't think, well, she was willingly participating. It seemed like to me, she must have came up there for, I missed that, like when she came on, but she was pretty open to conversations with most people. So I'm not really sure why the dog pile thing. I don't know though. I missed a bunch of it too.
I just find it funny that we do see that common theme in regards to people that have been at one point part of the green team and in my opinion possibly still could be, that they will sit on a panel and let people just try to tell them what to do, how they should think, how they should feel, how they were wrong, and they never drop down. It's like I don't know if they're like sadomasochists or what, but like,
dude, you know who does that, Chloe? The
barbecue.
TikTokers,
Right.
all of them.
UA
all
too.
the TikTokers will sit up on panel and they'll take a berating, right?
And that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's so much we've been labeling it like a TikTok thing, but I don't know that it's not just so much people that are part of the green team, right? Well, I left, I will say this, I didn't hear it all. I left at the part where they were like, are you going to take your videos down? And it's like, I have videos up where I'm blaming Katie. I have a community post where I'm blaming Katie. I'm not going to take it down. And who are you to tell me what I can do with my channel?
Right.
So I had to leave. I was like, no, I'm not.
But you've also handled that differently than she has.
That's why I brought up the oven temperatures last week, because I knew they'd come out here with that.
You know, Granny, it's interesting though that you included that, because right after that with Julie yesterday, there was this one lunatic that was unhinged that started stuff in the chat to cause drama, and then went up on the panel and started just screaming at everyone, wouldn't let anybody talk, and just, rude as all get out, ran over to she who shall not be named and cried, "Oh, they bullied me." I mean, I think it's like,
who did that?
I heard
that butterfly something, warped butterfly.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, she came up on Trisha's boy.
She came up screaming and shouting. I didn't know she was gonna be you should not be named, sorry.
Yeah.
Question on the Julie thing before I have to run by, but I felt bad, so I was like, I'm gonna go up there and try to the Julie situation. Do you guys feel? See, I reviewed her the very night she made her like introduction to YouTube, and I never got that she was accepted really by the team from jump, because she was posting. She said she was posting in the Facebook groups those like camera footages. You remember that, Jess? She was saying that she was posting trying to get like their attention, and they were all ignoring her. So when she went live with it, they all piled in that live stream, but they were like trying to direct her this way, that way, and she wouldn't take direction. So I don't think she was ever really accepted. She was like a fringe.
No, but nonsense. I know that some of the autistic parents that were in her TikTok group have got screen captures of their lives and the dodgy stuff what were going off over on TikTok, because I watched some of it. I didn't record it. I wish I had. It's like it all fits in to point the finger at what they're up to.
it's a lot of people that have her phone number and her contact info to not be ever accepted, in my opinion. Like,
well, and not only that, but just to roll it back, she was accepted when she was doing parodies of Chris, or when she was doing Katie's Family Tree. She was accepted. She was never denounced. She was in all their streams. They were in,
True.
you know, they would come in her streams. So she wasn't full all the way in on Green Team because she didn't agree with the litigation, and she wasn't. But she's not somebody who can be controlled. And I hate
Right.
this idea of telling people what they can and cannot cover. Like. And we all know, just because if she comes in our chat, listen, I'm not one of these people that say, well, if you think the Proudfoots are guilty, don't come in my fucking chat. You can think whatever the fuck you want when it comes to the case. We don't have answers. We don't know.
Right.
So why are we
Right.
telling Julie, unless she gets rid of these videos, we don't accept her? Then don't fucking accept her. You know where she stands. She thinks they're guilty as shit. That's not going to change.
That's the thing too,
Right.
is it's so weird. It is, like you said it right there. It's about control. Like, that's why to me, she wasn't like Betty level accepted, or like the main team members, I guess. But she definitely was helpful with certain things until they could not gain control. I mean, we saw that.
But is that no different than what's happening here? Respectfully. Is that not any different than what people over here are doing? We're going to accept you when you're giving out information about Tony. We're going to accept you when you come up on our panel to give us views. But unless you get rid of the content that says unless you stop thinking Chris and Katie are, guilty, we're not going to fully accept you. It's no different.
It's the same thing. It's the exact same. It's the optics.
Granny, it's a moment like these, girl. Look, I'm not going to respect you anymore. You've earned it. You can quit being so freaking awesome and open-minded, okay?
I mean, it's
seriously,
the truth.
it is.
Not.
It is.
And she hasn't changed her views. She sees things
so.
differently when it comes to when it comes to Seth and all of them. But we can't say, oh, you need to stop saying they're guilty. Either you accept her for who she is, or you don't.
Well, demanding an apology from her seems frivolous to me, because why are we demanding apologies from people that, like, us saying you need to apologize? That's so she says, what, for YouTube?
and
I'm sorry. What?
Right, you don't know if the Proudfoots even want a fucking apology.
Right. I gotta run. I'll see you later.
Thank you, nonsense.
Bye.
And it's not up to anyone to apologize. You've got your own views. You don't have to apologize to anyone for your own views. But to accuse someone that's innocent until proven guilty without any evidence, that's wrong.
Yeah, but Angel, we've all done that. We've all done that. We've accused Seth. We've gone down theories. We've all done something similar. So my whole thing is, who's to say, like, I don't know. Again, I didn't watch the stream. Maybe there's things I'm missing. I did see this video that Julie made today. I'm going to pull up and see what you think of this.
I've never accused Seth or the Proudfoots, right? And I've always defended every one of them. Yeah?
Well, I'm speaking more in general, not like you did. I'm saying people on this side have.
I would never, ever, agree with the stuff that Seth's saying.
Mm-hmm.
His behavior. Yeah?
Well, and I think too, for me, it's not the accusing people with Julie that bothers me. It's taking your mind and making up this situation where Sebastian's in the bathroom with a phone talking to his grandma, and she's like, show me blah blah. I think at that point you could use a straitjacket. I mean, it is what it is. I don't know how your head goes there. You know what I mean?
Chloe, who's telling her this information? Who's giving it her?
She's making it up.
Allegedly, but she has a point. Somebody could be telling her, hey.
Julie is telling you she goes on evidence. And I'm telling you, she's going on what she believes is evidence. So we need to find out who it is in the background that's telling her this.
But why, though? Why do we need to find that out? If she believes it, she believes it. Who are we to say you're not allowed to believe that?
Right. The only problem I have with it, I mean, and whenever it comes right down to it, you guys, the fact that someone puts out misinformation, it happens sometimes, right? Like, we get it wrong sometimes. But the thing is if you know it's not correct information and you still decide and choose to put it out, well, then it's just like I said yesterday. If you're going to choose to do something you know is wrong, then you're going to have to put your big girl panties on, even if they snap, and deal with it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's
Because
part of the problem for people saying SF can sue her for defamation. No, he can't, because she really believed it was him, and he'd have to prove otherwise. He'd have to prove she'd
right,
done it maliciously, not knowing it was him.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't. And not only that, but he's been saying he's going to sue Betty for years. I'm tired of people acting like SF is an attorney. He's no different than any of us. We get defamed every day. Do we get to turn around and be like, oh, well, we're going to sue you now? I mean, we're all of a sudden okay with like frivolous litigation. And everybody was okay with Julie until she did that. Now people want apologies on behalf of the Proudfoots and all of this. Now all these other stemming issues come out. But all of that was forgiven when she was on everybody's panel a week ago. That's my problem.
I don't understand why people think that if they feel entitled to an apology, listen, an apology is only worth as much as the person's heart that's given the apology. You know what I'm saying? Like, if
Well,
you
she's not
demand,
sorry, so.
right. Well, not only that, but if you try demanding an apology out of someone that you aren't entitled to their apology to begin with, that person could just get pissier with you and go on even more of an attack. You're not going to get an apology out of someone that doesn't think they owe an apology. It's just that simple, regardless if you demand it.
Sparks and Sparkles, you're wrong. I have to mute you, Angel. You have so much background noise. It's actually crazy. Julie didn't say she knew it was wrong information. That's misinformation. You're not understanding what I'm saying. She believes in her entire heart that the information is true. Therefore, it's not defamatory. You have to prove defamation. You have to prove the person did it knowingly, that it was false, and maliciously said it. She believes it. So you're misunderstanding, not me. You.
Well, someone is saying that she admitted the SF stuff came from someone else. And it's like, I get emails all the time feeding me information, right? I choose what I believe enough to put on the internet.
Right.
And I'm sorry, but the messed up part is you want to sit here and say that you do all these family trees or whatever, but you can't tell that you got the wrong Steve Fisher.
Well, and that's what fucked me up too, because then she said, oh, you want to say I got the wrong person? Then I'll dig into your grandmother, your mother, your Bob. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
Wait, I asked Nonsense for SF's numbers for his private investigation. I looked into it, and he's registered private investigator. And I did find all these other SFs. It's not him. They weren't the Steve Fishers. The one
I think that's been clarified
in the 70s. He weren't born in 1950s. And then the other one would have made him about 35. He's not 35.
Woodstock, thank you so much. Oh, sorry, Sparks. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I think we all know by now that it was the wrong Stephen Fisher. Like, we get that part.
Well, they tried it once, remember? At Night and them, they've already come out with this saying that he had a record and it was shown then. He came out and showed that's not me. So why is it coming around again?
Stop it, Clue. So At Night already put this out.
Was it not? Who were you telling me?
What?
Didn't At Night and them try to come out and say that he had TV charges? Fisher.
It was over on Reddit, and I read it on Reddit. And that's when I asked Nonsense, and I looked into him because I don't normally go like looking into people.
Hong, maybe? Yeah, I think maybe it was Hong. But they've already tried to do this once, and it's like a simple search for her on him would have shown that this has already been proven to not be him.
Get the heck out of here. And Clue, give me my dang tinfoil hat back, okay? I mean, wow.
And everything I've found on him, it's him going at other people for disinformation, not the other way around.
Wait, what, Anna? I think it's important to note that the Green Team wasn't joining the Discord stuff to SS. They were intentionally building relationships and trust with us. What are you talking about? No, we played your words. You want me to play it again? I'll play it again. Are you saying your words weren't what they were? Saying, does she not have a brain? You're blaming a 14-year-old for dating a 24-year-old. Are you telling me I got that wrong? I misheard. Let me hear it again. I'm sorry. Maybe I misheard. You're right. Let's see. Here we go.
Exactly what I had made a comment. And someone said to me, something about me being okay with groomers. And I was like, what are you talking about? And they were like, well, Seth groomed Katie. Okay. And my comment was,
let's hear it.
Did she not have a brain in her head? Did she not make the decision to get into a relationship with him? Had she previously not been in relationships with older men? Like we were told, right? That's what I said.
Because you were told so many truths from them. Why wouldn't that one be truthful too, right? Because what justifies a grown man dating a teenager more than another grown man did it too, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah, denying saying that.
About my life, about things that, about somebody that I was with that was 5.5 years older than me when I was 15. And all I said was, to me, my situation, it wasn't grooming. Okay. I grew up older. I was older than I was.
I see what you're saying, what you did there, right? You did that. Well, I was more mature and I dated an older guy and I wasn't groomed. So no way Katie was groomed, because 14 and 24 isn't a big difference between 15 and 20, right? Okay. All right. Whatever you say. And you're not heart reacting to comment of a woman that's saying, well, you know what? Yeah, it was normal. Yeah, people don't understand. It's very normal. Okay. Your whole comment section isn't basically justifying what most normal people see as, I don't know, pedophilic. But okay. Yeah, that's not victim blaming her. I mean, surely you feel that way about Maddie Soto too. Does she not have a fucking brain? Did that child not have a brain? Holy shit. Anyway, back on to Julie. So Julie made this video this morning. And I'll be honest, I'm not, I don't know, you guys here, you tell me what you think, but I guess I see why she made it. There is a little bit of a guilt trip to it, if you will. I don't think we need to see her face in it, right? All right.
Watching one video of Spencer and rushing to judgment about who Spencer is and who I am as a parent. They accuse me of exploiting Spencer just for showing videos of Spencer, even though there's so many people on YouTube showing videos of their children, but their children are neurotypical.
Music does everything for anyone. You can put some music
and don't have the same behaviors as Spencer. They think our kids with profound autism should be hidden. They should be embarrassed by their behaviors.
You hear that? That's the part where I was like, you lost me, girl. Hear it again.
Be hidden. They should be. They think our kids with profound autism should be hidden. They should be embarrassed by their behaviors.
So I suppose this came about after the panel that was done. And she's now saying that people feel like children like him should be hidden.
Granny, I don't think she's saying that. What she's saying is, in 60s, late early 70s, that they were institutionalized, so they were
That's
hidden.
not what she's saying, Angel. That's not what she's saying at all. She's literally saying what I think she's saying. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not going to be, respectfully. She says it all right here. She doesn't say in the 60s they thought. I mean, here's the words on the screen.
Videos of their children, but their children are neurotypical and don't have the same behaviors as Spencer. They think our kids with profound autism should be hidden. They should be embarrassed by their behaviors, even though it's impossible for them to mask their behaviors.
She's not saying in the 60s and 70s. She's saying these people said that I exploit him by showing videos and they feel that he should be hidden.
Yeah.
She's talking about recent time, not back then.
And that's actually a lie. I wasn't up on panel with her yesterday, but I never said anything like that. As a matter of fact, I said that she was speaking from a different place than we were. You know what I mean? So that's hogwash.
5 I saw that. Betty's a piece of shit. But yeah.
My grandson's non-verbal autistic, and I paid money to see a psychologist to get ticking the box to be high functioning autism. I'm crap when I'm around social people. I say inappropriate things, and I put like as a joke, and it's mad because I believe I'm normal. What is normal?
Right, but that's not what's happening here, Angel. With utmost respect, that's I understand where you're coming from, and and I'm sorry for what you deal with, but that is not what is happening here.
Oh no, you don't have to be sorry. It's who we are. I don't consider myself autistic. I must mask it, and boys don't mask it as well as girls. And everybody, all these people on these channels, they're all autistic. What they know everything. I don't even know myself. It's
right.
just mad.
Well, here's the whole thing about it too, right?
Hold on, if I may, Mama J, why do you keep saying that? Like, it's really extremely rude to keep doing that. I don't even know if you've realized what you're doing is rude. I don't give a shit who covered what last night. I'm covering it today. It's like the 5th time you've written that in my chat. Like, I don't know if you're doing it on purpose, if you're like intentionally trying to diminish what I'm doing because somebody else did it. I don't know what you're doing. If you're trying to advertise that person, I don't know. But please, with utmost respect, stop saying that. It's like the 6th time since I started this stream that you've done that. Why? This is why I don't fucking go live, man. I can't.
Who was it? I didn't even see anything.
Yeah, I didn't either.
It's like the 5th time they stated somebody else covered this or somebody else did great on this last night, or well, this person said it all. Like it's just rude. Like, that's great. I'm happy somebody else covered it. I'm covering it today.
Right.
Well, I haven't heard it.
Angel, I'll be honest, I don't even know what you're saying half the time, sweetheart. It's not because your language. I think you're on a whole different conversation. You're really confusing me.
I've not heard this subject
covered
since last night.
Right. And my whole thing was, I don't think anybody, I don't agree with people telling her that she can't have her child on social media.
I agree.
Right? It's like
I said that yesterday. I'm like, that's her kid. She can do what she wants to do with them.
Right.
Right.
Whenever she wants.
And at the same time, though, respectfully with that said, and just like I said yesterday, we don't know what point she's coming from of, having to deal with this in her life all this time. But with that said, if she is going to be a public figure and speak on these subjects, she has to realize that just like each and every one of us, we are open to scrutiny for it. And you gotta own that, right?
Sure, scrutiny, but that it was a little.
If you're in the public, open yourself to scrutiny.
Yes. And while I don't agree with everyone, dogpiling on anyone that hasn't had like their own experience with someone to speak on it, I do see, how some of these things being put in the public eye are going to draw unwanted negative attention, even to people that are, and I'm not saying whether she is or isn't, although I do know that she has, done things for Spencer. People that are even doing good things in life, whenever they open themselves up to it, to the public, they are open to that scrutiny, and they have to either learn to deal with it or they need to step away from it. It's just that simple,
Well, why did that scrutiny only come after she did something against SF? None of these people took that energy with her when she was on all these other panels a week ago. That's the issue I have. It's like now they found a reason to open the gate, and now they're going to flood with all these issues they have. If people don't like the fact that she has her child on there, I know many people feel differently about it, then don't subscribe. But you don't get to sit there and tell her she can't have her child on there and you shouldn't do this and you shouldn't do that. That's all.
Right. I agree with that, Granny.
Sorry, Granny. I watched some of Julie's past videos and that with Spencer, and to be honest, they've helped me because with my grandson, I don't know whether he's going to talk. Food issues. He doesn't eat. He'll only eat fruit, certain fruits. He'll go for green apples 1 week, and then you buy green apples. He wants red apples the following month.
My children do that too, and they're not autistic. Yeah, I agree. It's difficult, and I imagine her videos have helped a lot. That's why she grew a lot on TikTok, right? Like, and you look at it from that perspective of having a child and feeling a connection with that. I get
Yes.
it. I get it.
And that's the reason I asked everyone yesterday, they can say what they want to about, how they feel about her exploiting him or whatever. But at the end of the day, who else is there for him? Who else has gone this, walking these shoes for Spencer? I mean, she has. I mean, that's legit. You know what I mean? And I don't think it's right to sit there and criticize and criticize and criticize whenever they don't even know the situation because they've never been in it. And everyone's like, oh, but she's speaking about this and this, and she doesn't understand that everyone's autism is different. Well, I hear everyone with an autistic child and this, that, or the other, including myself, who have spoken on their experiences, right?
She actually does say all the time, like, all autism's different. She says that actually very often. So
right.
I don't know about all that.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
My whole bring about back thing is people weren't saying that, oh, he doesn't deserve to be seen, like she tried to make it out to be. Like, they believe he should be hidden. They don't believe that's not what people were saying. And I don't like that she put that twist on it, because I backed her up until I heard that. That's where I'm like, yeah, no, that's not what people were saying, though, Julie. You know that. That's
not only that, Jess, but presentation is everything whenever you're doing something like this. If you don't take into account the presentation behind what you're doing, it might backfire on you anyways, right?
Yeah, but my whole thing is who is to say who can do fucking what for it to backfire? Who's to do that? Right? That's my whole thing. Like, if people don't like her content, don't subscribe. If people feel she's exploiting her child, then don't add to that exploitation. Like, but you don't get to sit there and say you can't do this and you shouldn't do this and blah blah blah. That's not fair. It's not fair. That's all.
Yeah, I agree with that. Also, yesterday there were so many misunderstandings.
Why the fuck is your mic on 200, bro? Do what? Your mic's on 200.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not doing anything different than normal.
Oh, but so you were up there yesterday. I didn't watch it. I didn't see it, but I've heard about it.
I just went up after the first few exchanges because it seemed like, I'm not saying it was a dog pile, but it seemed like that's the direction it was going. So I was going to try to go up and help her get her point across, because a lot of times with Julie, I feel like she really struggles to convey what it is she's trying to say. And you end up like getting in these fights with her that's not fully based around what her point even was. She just didn't express it right. And so I was going to try to mitigate some of that so that they could have a better conversation.
But like we were saying, though, like me and Clue actually agree on, not that we don't agree on other things, but why do these people stay in these positions where they are being kind of like lectured at, right? Cheap Banana, thank you. I used to say that to UA. I've said it's a barbecue. The other TikTok ladies that came up on Jay's that one day, they did the same thing where they stayed up despite people just shit talking them. And I'm like, I don't know how you people put up with it.
Yeah, I don't either. I think for UA, it was about trying to maintain the popularity. And
you cut out a little bit.
But they respond. Why respond? Why not just kill them with kindness and like let go over your head? It doesn't matter.
I don't know. What part. Cheap Banana, thank you so much. And thank you so much, Ellie. Thank you. Hey, Solo. What did Demon say? She started out as an autism advocate, in her words, and then picked up Sebastian's keys because of the autistic angle. She'd be better off keeping them completely separated. Yeah, and I guess it's hard for her to separate the two, right? I get it. What I don't get is just this idea of now everybody's jumping down her throat. Maybe they're being paid to stay in those positions, Granny. I do think, like Anna, you made a comment I still find to be bizarre. Oh, it's I think it's necessary to clarify the green team's joining discords. Like, what are you even saying? Whose discord is the green team joining, and why are you guys welcoming them? You really think they're there to be friendly, to get to know each other?
Girl, I said the same thing. No.
What the fuck is this delusional shit? Like, oh, I mean, utmost respect to you, Anna, but the way you wrote it was like, let me defend them really quick. How do you know what their intentions are there for? That they're not there to grab screenshots? You don't know that. And not only that, but you got to think about, I don't know, whose Discord are they in? I don't fucking know. I don't have a Discord for that reason. Ain't mine, so I don't care. But that was weird.
Well, I have an open Discord, so there could be hell of them in there, and I wouldn't fucking know it. But I'm also, not dumb enough to go in there and say anything.
Right, that you wanted one out.
Right.
That's the truth. I just found that to be such a weird statement. Like, I think it's important to clarify. However, she said it. I'm like, wait, what? You guys are like cozying up with like the green team? Okay. No wonder it's you though, Anna. I'm just saying, girl. Okay. Julie was just pissed because SF flat out refused to share videos and photos with her mob crew. She exploded over that and set off a firestorm. Maybe that's why. I don't know. No, we can't hear you, Psyops. Well, you're muted. Try now. Nope, no sound at all. Maybe that's why your mic was 200. Hold on. Try again.
So is that true?
No sound.
Because I heard that, but I wasn't 100% sure on it. Is it true that like SF was in Julie's chat and didn't come up on panel, and that's what sparked all this?
No, that's not what sparked it all. But what sparked it all was that he said, put out whatever. She said, I have stuff on SF I'm not putting out. He put out a whistle and told her to put it all out. She put it out. He was in the chat, but I don't know anything further than that.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you're agreeing with me, Anna, that they're there not because they like us, but to manipulate. I get it. Okay. Oh yeah, I heard she paid $100 to join too. Here, I'm gonna drop you, Psyops. Try to come back, so we can't hear you. It's weird. Yeah, I don't trust any of them.
Neither do I.
I agree with that. I just also think if that's what she wants to do, it's what she's going to do. And I agree she promoted her channel everywhere, but I also agree that everybody was kind of okay with her promotion while she was going at Tony and everything. And I said that back then. We didn't like her going at other people's family trees, but now she's giving this info that we do find relevant. We like it. It's just very green team fucking coldish, if you will. Hey,
It's
Sherry.
almost hypocritical. Matter of fact, one might say it is actually hypocritical. You know what I mean?
It is. It's actually what it would be, is hypocritical. Yeah. Going over those videos, show Seth said that stuff about KP. Stop your gaslighting lies, dude. You know what you're doing. I do agree, CNY. You're welcome to take a link if you'd like to have a conversation. And I can drop others if you're uncomfortable with them being up. But I do believe you're kind of walking this thin line, and it's a bit weird. I think you do know more than you're letting on at this point. I don't know. Julie's playing the You Made Me Do It game. She says she wasn't ready to put out the SF stuff, as if that changes, it was the wrong person. She deserves the heat she's getting for that. Huh.
No, she doesn't.
You disagree? Why do you disagree, Angel?
I think she's coming round and realising what's happening, and she's got a lot to learn. She's got to be a bit thick-skinned, and she's got to realise that you stand on your fruition and what you believe in, and you can't put crap out without like doing your due diligence.
She felt she did do her due diligence, and she was still wrong.
Yeah, I did mine, and I realised straight away.
Yeah.
But that's a learning curve, isn't it?
No. She's an adult. I disagree. I think there's no, I know people give this like social media learning curve, but no, she's an adult woman. If she's going to come out and accuse somebody of being a domestic violence person, she should have all her ducks in a row.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question because I read something a while ago that actually quite disturbed me.
Hold on really quick. Let's see if Psyops is back.
Okay.
All right. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Okay.
All right. Awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
So there's something that really disturbed me a while ago that I seen is the question, how do you know that Katie was groomed? She was 14. There is no other way of looking at it. If a grown man is having any kind of relationship with a 14-year-old minor, legally and technically, that's grooming. And if you can't respect and see that for what it is, that's on you. And that speaks a lot about who you are as a person. It's
Oh,
just
the
that
fuck
simple.
out of here. It's because it's Seth Rogers. If it came out that Chris Proudfoot was dating a fucking 12-year-old or 14-year-old as he was in his mid-20s, they'd be running around screaming about it.
Yeah,
it's
they
simply
would.
because it's fucking Seth.
Yeah,
That's it. That's
it's
all.
sick.
Yeah.
It's sick.
Yeah,
and anyone who defends it, I have a problem with you personally. That's gross.
And when a man tells a young lass at that age, I'm going to marry her, and then they do, well, don't tell me you didn't groom her.
Right. Hey, Joliet.
Well, there's, you know, and we also heard the story about teaching them to drive, helping them with that, getting married at 18, having to, I mean, there's like a whole progression. It's not like there was one instance that happened one time and then 6 years later they met again or something, which would still be fucked up. But, I mean, the own stories that we've got shared a progression over the years of continually being around and doing stuff. I mean, it communicates what was going on if you're willing to open your ears.
And what's the odds?
We're supposed to be a first world country, and we're not willing to call a child bride exactly what it is, no matter the circumstance. I mean, come on, seriously?
Can I interrupt real quick? Sorry. I was 14. He was 32.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I thought he loved me.
I'm sure he made you think that, yes.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
Well,
14.
the CNY
it was
wasn't
wrong. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
It was wrong. Looking back now at 60-some years old, it was wrong. I don't care how you slice it. And I was born in the 60s. Now, in the 20s, sure, maybe it was accepted. Times were so different. People need to wake up. That's not acceptable from back in the day. You know, back in the day now is 100 years ago.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Katie's 35. What the fuck do you people mean back in the day? Back in the day, it was normalized. Back in the day.
And agreed. Back in the day it was, but back in the day was 100 years ago that people are referring to.
And you
know what gets
me
is
were
people.
A child, yeah? You were a child when this happened.
I was a little girl.
Yeah, and you thought it was normal, and you thought it was okay.
I thought he loved me.
Right, but see, here's the whole thing. People can say, oh, it was different back in the day, so that made it okay. Look where back in the day ended us today. Look where we are today. Was it really okay back in the day? Or were there just enough people that didn't recognize it for what it is that it led us to where we are now? I mean, let's be realistic about it. Was it okay back in the day, or did it get us into the society the way it's jacked up now? Think about it. Babies having babies? No.
Well, hang on. I can't. You back in the day, again, going back over 100 years ago, because my grandparents were born in the 1800s, okay? So I have an old family, basically, for my age. My grandmother was 14 when she started having kids. Yes. It was a matter, it was a different world. Are we necessarily where we're at because it was acceptable in the 1800s? No, we're where we're at because we didn't evolve with it and change that it became unacceptable. Wouldn't you say?
I mean, I just think as time goes on, we learn more, you know, morals evolve. Judging any past generation by the morals of today is a fool's errand, you know, like we're always improving and stuff like that towards the better angels of our nature. In the 1950s, there was a legitimate question with parenting in general. Psychologists debated this, if loving your kids was harmful to them. I mean, there was an honest to God, debate that went on, and they actually did a lot of studies with these monkeys and stuff about if loving your kids would make them soft and create these spoiled brats. Basically, I mean, we have come a long way in what we know and understand. I mean, the brain doesn't even finish developing until you're 24, 25, somewhere up in there. I mean,
yes.
So when you're talking about not just someone that doesn't have the mental capacity, you can't even understand time as a concept properly until you're 10. So I mean, you're talking about kids that only 3 or 4 years ago started being able to understand time, and then you're dealing with all the social pressures to fit in, trying to find a group, who you are, how you're going to be, what issues you have at home. I mean, anybody that tries to co-sign that either is being completely delusional about what it is to be in middle school and to be a child that age, or they're involved in some fucking argument that they don't want to just admit that they're wrong. I mean, it's disgusting. There's no excuse.
I don't even think
we have laws.
I don't even think it's something that needs to have a conversation on. And if it does, then for fuck's sake, go, I don't know, get offline.
Yep.
Like, I think it's weird.
Yeah. Do you know what, Granny? You could say back in the day was before social media.
Before women's rights?
But yeah, before we could chat and discuss these issues, where you just had the newspaper or like Pigeon Post. It's 2024. Come on, there shouldn't be no racism. There shouldn't be no
2025.
Sorry, 22. Oh God, yeah. Let me believe I'm a year younger.
I think we're preaching to the choir is what I'm saying. I think it's a waste of a breath of a conversation. Obviously, there's people that see nothing wrong with it because it is Seth Rogers. Let's replace Seth with I don't know, Chris's name. Let's find out that Sebastian was with a 25-year-old this whole time. Everybody would have issue with it. This whole back in the day and da-da-da. Again, back in the day, slavery was okay. Back in the day, women didn't have rights. Back in the day, we're not fucking back in the day. So I don't even want to hear it anymore. Respectfully.
Bingo.
Welcome.
100%, Granny.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. Get with it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this whole, back in the day, back in my day. I don't, maybe some of you guys are old as shit, but I ain't. So I wasn't back in my day.
Wasn't it okay for Seth to give the phone number to some Sebastian's phone number to some waitress?
Hey, Granny.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you check your text message?
Yeah.
What I would like to ask,
Puppies, welcome to the MFers.
What I would like to ask is how any of these people.
Holy fuck! When is that from, Clue?
Right now.
Oh my! I thought she doesn't stream and I thought she doesn't live stream and drive. Wow. Okay.
So all of these people, though, also that say, "Oh, back in the day, and it was a different time," or people that cover true crime, period, or especially those who are covering Maddie's case. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's only a year difference with Madison. I mean, with Madeline Soto, there's only a year's age difference. Seriously. So how can you say it's okay because it's Seth Rogers whenever Katie was 14, 12, however old?
Allegedly, we don't even know.
Allegedly, right?
That's why I don't even want to have this conversation again. It's preaching to the fucking choir, dude.
Yeah,
it's so redundant. We can say it till we're blue in the face. These people are gonna fucking say it anyway. Who cares? They're all sick. Justify whatever you want.
And if these people think it, they're the abnormal ones.
Right. Right.
So what do you want to topic?
Teach your kids.
Please, anything, psyops. Fucking save me.
What do you think of the price of eggs in China?
I don't even know.
What do you think about the price of eggs here?
Right.
Oh, well.
Extortionate.
You said next subject. I'm sorry. I just threw it out.
If you got eggs, then you got money, honey. Let me come over.
I've got eggs. I've got a dozen eggs in my fridge.
Well, I just bought an 18-pack. I'm guilty.
I paid about $1 for mine.
I got free eggs, so.
Oh, I got a chicken. Shut the fuck up.
I know
you are living the life.
Actually, we have like 30 chickens. But
do you really?
12, sorry.
What? She said 30. Clear's in the background like 12, bitch. Shut up.
I forget that the dogs attack them and eat
oh my
them.
God. I was about to ask you that. So how do you protect them? My neighbor up the street has them, and they made this really cute chicken coop. But I swear to God, the one day I was taking my son up to school, and the chickens were just fucking walking across the road.
Make sure they're all female.
You can imagine all the jokes that were made by the kids that day. The chickens were just all amongst the road. It was the weirdest thing. So how do you they're like dinosaurs. Oh, I can't. I don't like chickens. They ever bite at you?
The roosters are pretty good at protecting their hens.
Yeah.
They will go ham on anything. They don't bat an eye about it.
That's what I mean.
My Aunt Dina had a tiger that protected her chickens.
Well, what was your aunt's name?
Her name was Deanna. Her name is Deanna.
And she dated Tiger King or something, or?
No, she actually ran a sanctuary for animals that had been pets that were unable to be released back into the wild after, a life of wherever they came from, like circuses or whatever. And she had a big 50-acre wooden cage, and she kept her chickens in there because it was the only way to keep the coyotes and stuff and the mountain lions from eating her chickens.
But yet the lion didn't eat them?
No, it was such a big baby. You could go up and lay on it and pet it. And like the worst it ever hurt me is it licked me one time and burned me with its tongue. But other than that, I mean, they were so gentle. They were hand raised.
What on earth?
Wow. It burned you?
Yeah, the
what kind of saliva they got?
They have these hairs on their tongue that are so coarse, it's like literally rubbing against sandpaper.
Like sandpaper.
Yeah. So like it'll leave a burn or a scrape, it'll hurt you.
That's what I thought, bro, and hell, that's what I was getting at. But so how do you, all right. Wow. Interesting. That's actually really cool that she did that. Their tongues are rough. Yeah, like a carpet burn. Wow.
Yeah.
I ain't go near no fucking tiger, and I ain't go near no damn chickens.
Well, believe it or not, this was in Oregon, like the state of Oregon. And when we would go visit with our aunt, like we would camp outside and we would camp in the tiger enclosure.
The fuck's wrong with you? That's not. You hear of them being raised all the time, being human raised and hand loved and all that, and they turn on their owners. That shit ain't safe.
Yeah,
you're crazy, girl. You got to be on a whole wild type of shit to be sleeping in a cage with a tiger. You're fucking lunch.
Domestication's not a
my turn on Justin, because as soon as it becomes sexual active and it ain't gonna mate, it's gonna bite the bugger.
That's wild. I know it does happen. You're lucky to be alive, girl. Okay.
No,
you just topped the charts here.
No, I'm telling you, he was a big old baby. Like he was so lovable. Like he was hand raised like a house cat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
There wasn't a mean bone in that cat's body. She actually founded another animal sanctuary, helped found it. I don't know if y'all have ever heard of it, called Turpentine Valley.
No.
But she does that kind of stuff. She does grants from the government and rescues like exotic animals from abuse and stuff. So, but yeah, I mean, it was a house cat basically, just really, really, really big.
Yeah, I think that's what all these people thought when they were like, oh yeah, like Justin with his monkey, when it pulls out all his hair plugs, he's gonna be like, but it was a house monkey. They always think that.
All right, yeah, boy, if that monkey could talk.
Well, one of my friends had
I wouldn't want to listen.
And when I know that's right. When I went to Thailand and I stayed at one of my friends, they had a tiger, pet tiger.
You had a pet tiger?
Yeah. Oh, she was lovely.
Sounds lovely. You guys are crazy, but okay, let's move on from tiger talk.
Yeah.
This isn't Tiger King and all that bullshit.
Yeah.
So,
sorry.
We got anything else on the docket that doesn't involve risking our lives with wild animals? What you got, Psyops?
I wanted to ask you about this, the Betty thing going on with a grand jury and all that. You seem to be all in legal world. Do you know much on that? I'm a little bit in the dark on it.
You know what? I have to admit, I'm a little bit in the dark too. Chloe, pass the baton.
Of course. Well, there was no decision put on the internet yesterday, and if I'm right in assuming that fiance is probably watching it, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. I don't think it's going to be as exciting as people think it is. Even if they went forward, I don't think they're going to go pick her up in Florida. I think they're absolutely going to wait until the 23rd when she comes here.
Yep.
For sure.
but people are talking about they could revoke her bond, and they
They're not going to
could, but
spend
I
all
don't
that
think they're
money.
going to.
They're not going to spend all that money and send a deputy 8 hours. Well, hell, further than that, probably 14 hours from where they're at to go grab
Over
her.
this, right?
Yeah, they're not.
Yeah, they're not going to do that.
Not going to
Okay,
happen.
so
So Melissa
check it
said
out.
decision on the 23rd.
I think Clue is
Thank you,
right.
Blank Slate.
I do think Clue is right because even though you're indicted for by a grand jury, they have the choice of whether or not they will or will not issue the warrant for the arrest of that person right then and there. But if they already have another appearance that person is supposed to be there for something, they might actually wait to issue the arrest warrant.
Yeah,
They
that's
do.
right.
I'm
They've
reading it
already
right here.
Right.
I'm
they've
reading it
already
right here.
scheduled her right for
Yeah.
the
I feel
23rd.
they wait until she attends court and issue it then, so that there's no show and they doesn't have to look for her. They'll just do it there and then.
Yeah. So we all agree.
Yep.
Great. So everybody's saying arraignment is on the 23rd. So on the 23rd, if they're going to arrest her, she'll likely be served with a arrest warrant. Then they're not going to expedite over this. They're not going to do any of that. That's interesting, though. Do you think she'll be in jail?
Yeah, I hope she
Yes.
is.
You
Yes.
do? You do?
Yeah.
What about you, Psyops?
I think that they have to at this point. I think she's she could have got out of it, but she's just went too far. I mean, the court can't allow that behavior to stand unanswered.
Right. Even today, she's saying police told Chris Proudfoot Sebastian's dead. Where's she getting that from?
Yeah, I was just going to say that she's still doing it today.
Right. So she just doesn't learn. Hey, Miss Lyrebird. She just doesn't learn.
There are. Well, sorry.
No, go ahead. I want to hear it.
There are two. I was going to change topics, so.
Well, really quick, Butter
yeah.
says if there's an arraignment, does that mean the grand jury decided to indict?
No,
because
there was
the
already
arraignment
an
was
arraignment.
first. Yeah, the arraignment was first. This is why y'all need to respond to your jury duty. Stop ignoring it. Stop pretending you're unavailable. You need to serve your country in the best way you can, which is putting people like Betty in their place. Stop ignoring jury duty.
I skipped jury duty here. I didn't mean to. I just forgot about it.
Just forgot. We forgot about jury duty. What were you
I
busy?
wanted to go.
Busy tending to the chick. Me too, and I can't because I'm a felon. That fucking ain't fair.
Wow, that really sucks, Granny, because you would be so impartial as a juror. Like
I would be amazing. It's not right.
Yes,
Look,
you would.
Kim Ortez is with me. We're fine. We can't do it because we're felons. I would be such a good jury member, but whatever. Clue decided not to go. I don't know how you forgot about jury.
So check it out, you guys. Whenever it comes,
hold on. Angel keeps saying Granny. What's up, Angel?
Oh, sorry.
It's the grand jury. They decide whether she's brought the law and there's a case to answer to, and it's criminal, doesn't it?
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
Yes.
So the grand jury decides whether she's brought the law in a criminal case and whether to indict her, yeah?
Yes.
So when she goes to the court case for the civil case, if the grand jury's already decided that it's criminal, wouldn't that be when they arrest her?
So check it out. A grand jury indictment, since she has already been charged with the same crime, a grand jury indictment is more or less a way for the state to double down on the decision to press charges against her. And it prevents a certain kind of hearing. I'm having a brain patootie and I can't think of the word at the moment.
Patootie?
Yeah, a brain patootie, a brain fart.
Okay.
But if you're already charged with something, a grand jury indictment is kind of like the state doubling down on you. But because you've already been arrested for that charge and you're out on bail, even if the grand jury does decide to indict you, it's more or less, it prevents a hearing, a certain kind of, I can't think of the name of it, darn it.
Are you clapping?
No, I'm snapping my fingers trying to make myself remember.
Look to the right. Look to the right.
If they decide, does it not mean straight to jail, don't pass go, and then your trial while you're in jail?
Right. Skip said it. No pre-trial. There will be no pre-trial hearing. If Betty is indicted, all of that goes away.
But they had the pre-trial. The last one that we were at, that was her pre-trial.
Right, but she's already filed an appeal.
No, because she was indicted then, and
Right.
went sent to grand jury. So if they decide she's guilty at the grand jury, she's straight to jail. Don't pass go.
I don't think you're right
no
on that.
trial.
I don't think
Well,
you're right on that.
she's had her appeal because we went
Right.
last time before last for her appeal and it was granted. Then the last one that we had was her pretrial.
Right. So, oh, sorry, I got you in the way, little horses. What this says over here, I mean, granted, it could be wrong, but it says being indicted doesn't mean someone is guilty. It's just a formal accusation that leads to a trial. After an indictment, the defendant is formally notified of the charges and faces an arraignment where they enter a plea. Indictments are often required for serious crimes like felonies, although specific requirements vary by jurisdiction. A grand jury, a group of citizens hears evidence presented by the prosecution, decides whether to indict, and then an indictment formally accuses an individual of committing a crime. So she still would get a trial. I would
Yeah, she
think.
get a trial,
Yes.
but she go to prison, and then while she's then have the trial.
It's kind of like what they did with the Brian Kohberger case. He was originally arrested and charged, but then they also took it to a grand jury. You see what I'm saying? And it's
No, I
kind of
don't
like,
actually. You guys lost me a little bit ago.
if the grand
Yeah, I'm
jury,
completely lost
if
too.
the grand jury decides there's a case, then you will go to prison and then face trial.
All right. So Betty didn't have a pre-trial. She had a preliminary hearing. There's a distinction between a preliminary hearing and a pre-trial. What she had was a preliminary hearing. That led to her requesting a jury. Now they're having their jury meeting to see which will give an indictment or not. But she was still, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, in Tennessee, they found PC. It goes to grand jury, which will decide if she gets bond for trial. And if they find that she's guilty, she'll be arrested. And that's what you're trying to say, Angel, right? I'm asking. So if they decide guilty,
So if they decide she was guilty, she will go to prison and then face trial like Brian Kohberger.
Jesus Christ, comparing Betty to Brian Kohberger is quite a interesting place to be.
I wasn't trying to compare.
I know. I'm just saying. So Julie said, my police department, where I filed a report on Betty's threats to me and my son, sent the report and documents to Sumner County after I told them she was out on bond. And that likely will become a factor. You know, when you're on bond, you got to be careful, just like when you're on parole.
Yeah. Everybody that has filed against her or put a complaint against her, all of them will go to the place where, like, it would be Sumner County in Tennessee, where for the grand jury to look at.
Oh, yeah, maybe. I don't know if the grand jury will be notified of all the complaints and everything, because you don't know if there's any. Oh, okay.
And some people were asking if Betty was at the grand jury hearing or what. Y'all,
can't tell them nothing, Petty.
Defendants are not allowed before the grand jury. Like, it's literally just the prosecution and the grand jury.
Yeah.
They don't bring the defendants. You get no kind of say whatsoever as a defendant before a grand jury on whether or not you're going to be indicted. Like, that's not how it works at all. So there would be no reason for Betty to have showed up for court because they wouldn't have let her.
She won't even know.
She wouldn't be allowed.
Yeah, that's what I said. They wouldn't even let her in the room
until she goes to.
Jesus Christ! Everybody's over talking everybody.
I was just saying she won't probably know the decision until she goes to another court case and gets arrested.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, Granny, thanks for letting me up. I'm going to get out of the way since I'm not contributing.
Well, I do appreciate your contribution. Thank you so much, Little Horses, and I'm sorry you experienced that.
Very sorry. You know, it's life. Yeah. It's not, there's nothing to be sorry about. It's done. It's past. It's 50 years ago. You know, I mean, I'm just saying it was wrong then. It's wrong now.
Amen.
I agree.
Thank you so much.
Have a great day.
You as well. Bye-bye. All right, so we have a panel guest that can probably answer more questions than us.
Sorry, Granny. Aura 7 in chat says I've blocked her. No, I haven't blocked her.
You're unblocked.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
So I hear everybody talking about Betty's case.
Yes, sir.
So just to clear this up, because no misinformation, nothing like that needs to be out there about this case. So Clue is correct, and I'm not sure who mentioned it about a pre-trial. So it's called a preliminary hearing.
Right.
And
Yes.
that is where the judge decides if there's enough evidence to move or bound it over to a grand jury. So
Right.
in Betty's case, Judge McCormick bound the case over, found enough probable cause to cite it to go before a grand jury, and they will determine whether or not there's enough evidence at that point to move the case forward into a full-blown criminal trial.
Right.
So
Yeah, if they find probable cause, then they'll send to grand jury. If grand jury indicts, she will get arraigned on the charges and go to trial. That's
right
exactly,
now,
yeah.
this the first full week of May is when the grand jury of Summit County meets. Rumor is, I don't have proof of this. I've heard people say that they've seen it, that allegedly her case was heard yesterday before the grand jury. I don't know. I'm not speaking on it. If it was, and the grand jury found enough evidence to move on, Betty will be notified by her attorney.
We lost you.
He gone.
He gone.
He might have got a call.
Yeah, he'll probably come back.
Now, can you hear me?
Now
Oh,
we can, yes. Hey, Misfit.
can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay.
The last we heard was her attorney.
So I don't know what the last part y'all heard was.
Her attorney.
But
Something
basically,
about Betty's
once
attorney.
there's enough, yeah. So if the grand jury indicts her, the DA's office will then notify her attorney.
Did we lose him again, or?
I can't hear anything.
May 23rd would be the arraignment date. And at the arraignment date, that's the date she will find what she's looking at, what she's facing, and or if the office may or request some additional stipulations to her bond, her case, whatever. So from at that point, after that, they'll set the date 90 days out from that arraignment date for her trial. And then go for there because they got to allow for discovery and everything. But as it stands right now, that's kind of where it's at.
Now, will you be notified as well as soon as they decide?
I'm sure we will.
Yeah, through your attorneys. Now, so why does her bond say closed? Do you know?
So I asked about that before. Nobody actually has an idea. The only person who would have the idea on that would be the bondsman. But she is still under bond.
Chris, can
Yes,
I
ma'am.
ask, because she's still speaking about you and your wife, that will go against her, won't it? The grand jury arrangement.
She gone?
No, I'm saying because she's still speaking about you and your wife now to this day. Would that go against her and get her jail?
She's asking if Betty's continued speaking on you and Katie would get her in jail, is what she said, I believe.
Yeah.
I really don't know. I don't have an answer. All I do know is Judge McCormick has advised her it's probably not best to continue what she's been doing, but that's her roll of the dice. Judge Blanton has told her we do not exist, and she continues to do what she does. That's her choice, not ours.
Right.
Fair
And
enough.
there's no way to say if it will be held against her, right? But the fact is, I'm sure they're going to take that all in consideration. It doesn't mean it'll be the seal and deal, But there will be
Right.
no doubt that they'll look at that and say, wow, clearly, this woman just keeps going. So I'm sure it'll be used against her.
Well, I hope they make an example of her.
Yeah.
Chris, can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
She's going to ask it either way. She just says that to say that.
No, I was actually wait, Granny, this time, okay? But if the state picks it up with you and Katie and your family being the victims of this, case against her, will the state give y'all a victim's advocate that will tell y'all if Betty's in jail or whatever? I know they do that for other cases. I just don't know how it works with a violation of a restraining order, which would be criminal.
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. There's always a possibility, but me speaking before I know would be wrong, so I don't know. I would think that they would, and go from there.
Chris,
Okay,
can I ask
thank you.
you, are you getting any additional help from law enforcement or an advocate regarding your son being missing and all what's been happening?
Right now, we're not going to speak on that. We were talking about Betty, and I'm going to leave it at Betty.
No,
Everything
I'm just
involving
saying,
my son right now, we just kind of leave it alone.
Yeah.
I
get
do
it.
hope that you are getting help and
So
support.
somebody asked, can more charges be brought to the grand jury? I would believe yes, right?
Yes.
Yeah, here's an example, right? When people keep saying, because they don't know how to read a record, an example would be when you get I don't know how to say it. Basically, what they'll do is they'll put a ton of little charges, the police will anyhow, and this way, when you go to the first hearing, usually at lower court, they'll act like they're doing a deal with you, right? We'll drop these smaller things, but we're still going to prosecute you on this. I can see them doing the same thing when it comes to Betty. Now, I wouldn't know, but that would be my bet, is that there's going to be more charges brought.
If there are, we'll find out May 23rd.
May 23rd.
Right now, it is at least 6 charges as of right now. Don't know anything else until May 23rd.
Yeah. I just hope it ends. There's so many other things that should be going on right now. This shouldn't be it. Even today, her title. It's who the fuck do you think you are, lady? How would she know what the police told you and what they didn't? She needs to fuck off.
Well, to answer that question, keep in mind who her source is. Her source is Seth. Okay.
Right.
But outside of that, there's one big thing that we all have to remember here. Yes, all of this is currently going on, but on the civil side of the house is the appeal. If the appeals court grants her the appeal, all of this stops. Even the criminal, everything stops.
Really?
Yes.
Right. And that's what people don't understand. Because you can't, that's why they were doing the appeal. That's why everything has strung on the way it did, quite frankly. Because the appeal is kind of stopping everything. Because if they agree and overturn the appeal, then those charges don't stick.
Oh my wow.
Well,
do you know what?
The judges basically, Sumner County has kind of had enough of the situation with Betty as it is.
Right.
That's why the judge said, we're not going to grant a continuance. We're going to move forward. We're going to kick this can. We're going to get down the road as far as we can go until we got to stop. Now, granted, when she goes before whatever judge for her criminal side, after the arraignment, what they probably will do is put a stay until the appeal is heard. Because if the appeal is heard, there's no point continuing on.
Right.
So that's probably what's going to happen.
I don't think it's likely that she'll win her appeal. She's kind of utilizing something that's meant for lawsuits, and I just don't see her winning that appeal on that basis. Although there could be a good argument for it. So I'm personally curious to see.
There's no argument, Granny. It's been a long time coming. She's done this for years.
Right, but they're not
the old
on
saying that the sunshine shines on a dead dog's ass every once in a while. So you never know.
That's the thing, isn't it?
They don't see everything we see. they only go off what is presented to them. So we have a different perspective.
True.
Excuse me. Yeah. You know what I mean? So what was that? When will we know if the appeal is granted?
Well, no. I mean, that's probably going to take a while. The appeals courts
They
don't
take
move very fast.
forever. Oh my God, they're slow. They're so slow.
Now, if I had to guess about the appeal, I'm sure that the appeals court's probably going to kick it back down to Judge Blanton again to have him do something in regards to the ruling, maybe make it a little bit more extensive on like what he meant this, or like what he was trying to say, etc. Who knows, and go from there. But until then, it's just a weight game.
Well, that's part of the issue I had, right? Because when Betty and her attorney asked for clarification, if does this mean she can't speak on them at all, like on social media and all, he basically said what it says is what it says, and he should have taken that moment to clarify it because it does offer space for that. I mean, I feel like it was a miss up.
Well, yes and no. So here's where an argument could be made. So when a judge makes his staying, his ruling, or whatever, what he says is his ruling. Now, there's two ways to argue this. Judge Blanton did tell her, this family does not exist to you. He did state social media. He did state all of this. It is recorded. It is videotaped. And it's out there. So that's out there. Now, because it wasn't on paper, people are having a hard time saying, well, this is that. That is this. Well, in a federal court, somebody had a case not too long ago where something wasn't written on paper, but the judge said it out loud, and it has been kicked all the way up to the Supreme Court of the United States to, get all that hashed out, saying if a judge says it is an actual ruling, or if it's on paper is an actual ruling. It's hearsay. So we don't know until it all comes out.
Well, I'll tell you this. When I was with my experience, what the judge said mattered, and I was told to print the transcripts, and that also includes. So yeah, I get it, because they're not going to. Well, yeah.
Chris, can the grand jury bring up other missing cases, like what she's done pertaining to that? Can she?
They cannot take a missing case and intervene it with what Betty's done. It's two separate cases, and they cannot merge them together.
That's a shame.
No, because that's putting guilt on somebody who may or may not have involvement.
Right.
And it's due process. You can't say that this person has an involvement without evidence.
No, I'm on about other missing cases. What Betty herself was involved in.
What she's asking is, like, for example, Florida had to change the laws because of Betty's behaviors down in Florida pertaining to Gabby Petito. She's basically saying, can you utilize any of that to show that this is a pattern of Betty's to attack the families of victims of,
a pattern of behavior.
Oh, I'm sure the state will be able to use that in court to show her pattern of misconduct continuously.
Yeah, and you guys are wrong saying it's not relevant. It actually is very relevant. It's a character witness, right? Not a character witness. It's a statement of her character. It definitely could hold relevancy in what's taking place.
It's a pattern of behavior, and it shouldn't be allowed to happen. She can't get away with it.
Right.
I mean, the same thing can be said about criminals when they're released out on parole and they reoffend. They go back before a judge. They use their past history to bring forward in the current case to determine how much time they're going to serve, or if they extend them, et cetera, et cetera. Right. So yes, patterns do come in play.
Yeah, they definitely do. Very interesting. I'm curious to see. It sucks that this is all dragged out so much, and it's really just a shame.
That's the legal system. We have to play by the rules, and everybody is due their own due process. So,
Mutt Rescue, you're absolutely wrong. They do that. They do. They absolutely do that. And first off, it is a criminal case, okay? I've had it done to me. They used my past against me, and they said, listen, the prosecution said this is what she's done before. It does come up. They can do that. His attorneys can absolutely bring up and say, listen, this is a pattern of behavior with this woman. They changed laws because of her. They da-da-da-da-da. They will and can do that.
They
Hey,
sure
Granny,
can,
I
and
got
they
an idea
will.
for you.
Take a
I
deep
got an
breath.
idea for you.
Yes.
I've heard you all morning long.
I don't
There's
know
no
why.
point.
I'm just so fucking annoyed today.
I know. Well, you take a step back and look at it from this angle. You can either say this too shall pass, or you look at everybody and say, you know, you might be right, and let it go.
Sure, you guys are all right. All right.
They might be. Who knows? Let
They're
them
not,
figure it out on their own. If they can't take the word of somebody who's gone through something personally, now granted, every case is different. I'll give them that.
Well, they're comparing
But
it
for
to
the most
Lori
part,
Vallow, so there we go.
but yeah, for the most part, they ain't worth getting upset over.
You know what? I think because of with my own litigation, I've seen so many people write things in such confidence when I know they're so grossly wrong about it that I've lost all patience for it. Right? Like it just there's some days where I'm just like, holy shit! Like you and we went through this before with but it's like no, you're really not right about it, but you'll write with such conviction that you are that it becomes annoying. But you're right. If that's what you believe, Mutt, then. We'll see. We'll find out. No big deal.
No, what's the saying? Ignorance is bliss. Well, let them have it.
And can you imagine, Granny, going through what the Proudfoots are going through? I wouldn't want to imagine that. With all this, what's being said, and people need to be aware of what they're saying and the hurt that they cause.
Preaching to the choir, girlfriend. Yes, Betty's attorney could argue. Betty's attorney could argue and say there's no relevancy. The relevancy is that she does this regularly to victims all the time. This is a pattern of hers. It certainly can be used against her. Maybe it won't. Time will tell. But yes, an attorney could argue it. Sure.
Granny's attorney is going to, or not Granny's, I'm sorry. Betty's attorney is going to have a real hard time with her case because everything that he's going to try to argue, she's made a video on that counters his arguments. Like in court last time, he asked us, is hashtagging your name in a video, is that direct contact or indirect?
She said it is.
Yeah, she herself said it's direct.
Exactly. She has a video that states that you hashtag me, that's direct access, and she's talking to somebody else. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander, apparently. But
right.
He's trying to say it's not. Well, your client says it is.
Here's why I say it is, right? Well, it kind of depends to me, because if you at somebody, we get notified of the at, right? Now, if you're hashtagging, it is more likely to come up in an algorithm. If it's your name, you're more likely to see it. So I mean, I personally would argue, I could argue on both sides, quite frankly. But just the fact that she couldn't conduct herself to not put that hashtag whatsoever. You know what I mean? That would be enough to be like, listen, this woman clearly has a defiance against authority in general and sees no reason to stop her behaviors, which is why she needs to be taught a lesson that these behaviors are unacceptable.
And Tennessee needs to send a clear message that you can't behave that way in our state and get away with it, that we protect families here that are not guilty of a crime.
Granny, because I'm really tired of everyone arguing about hashtags being a form of communication. Can I read something real quick?
If it's quick, Regina.
It is. It says,
all right.
It really is. It says, yes, using a hashtag. I know you are. Yes, using a hashtag to tag someone can be considered a form of communication, potentially violating no contact orders or other legal restrictions that prohibit contact with a protected individual. Tagging informs the recipient that they have been tagged and that the sender was thinking of them. This differs from simply discussing someone without tagging them, which is less likely to be considered a communication. So there is that,
Right.
folks.
Right, because she's essentially, and not only that, not only does she tag you all, but she literally says, like, and she speaks as if she's speaking directly to you. That's the other thing. Like, she just, I can't stand her, though. So I don't know. I wouldn't be on that jury. I'd have to dismiss myself for prejudice. So shows her intent. Right. I mean, she speaks directly to them. That's where I would take issue with it. I mean, even today, her fucking title, like, oh my gosh, that woman just doesn't get it, man. She's just so brazen. I've never met somebody, again, so arrogantly wrong. But whatever. She has hashtagged them and puts a mark on their back. Right, she's inciting her audience is what she's doing. She knows what she's doing. And I don't know, in my order, it does say that. My order, the judge literally wrote that not only was the conduct harassing within itself, but it's also inciting an audience to react on their behalf. So, I mean, the courts will see and recognize that too.
Well, for those of there out there who want to live in this delusion that hashtagging someone is not a form of communication, for legal purposes, it absolutely is, and that's what matters because Betty is being arrested. I mean, oh Lord, if only.
But it would depend what state you read that from, to be honest, because not every state is up to date on online activities.
Granny, okay. I googled hashtag months ago, and it says it's a form of communication.
Right, but again, depending on what state. Because what she read was law. She read it as if you have a protective order. I don't know. Maybe the attorney can bring that up in court. Have your attorney print out what Google said. Fucking bring that up.
No, but
well, here's the problem with that. Okay.
Oh, thank you, Flo.
Just because Google says it does not actually make it true.
Right.
You know, that's one thing I think a lot of people get so wrapped up on. Oh, well, it's on the internet. It must be true. Not the case.
No, I'm just wondering why US can't have the whole of the US and they have to have state laws.
Yes, individual states.
So think of it like this: you've got federal law that makes a state makes a law across the country. Boom. That is the minimum. States cannot make that law any lenient. They can make them stricter, but cannot make them any less lenient. So federal law sets the precedent. Hence, you cannot cyber bully. That is a federal crime.
Yeah, because the FBI and it's federal law, isn't it?
Well, FBI is just a police force. Yes. They just enforce laws. The law is set by Congress, Supreme Court, and the president. You've got your AG, which is Pam Bondi. Basically, she looks in all these cases. She upholds the law. She's the prosecuting attorney. FBI is the police force for the government.
And cybercrime has to be reported to the FBI?
It doesn't have to be forwarded to the FBI. It can be reported to the state police, who then can turn it into the feds, and then they can then decide whether or not they want to prosecute it.
Right. I get you. It's just a higher state law, and I'm thinking, well, it should be the same law.
It's because the American government set up with counterbalances in place. The states set to counterbalance the feds, and at every level, there should be checks and balances. So that's kind of why it's that way.
That's what makes the United States so amazing in the process of which we have versus many other countries.
Yeah, and it can get complicated, especially if you're maybe not used to it, but it is set up that way for a reason. You know, especially when it was a time when so many people didn't live in cities. You know, now it's like at least 50% of people live in cities, but used to, there were a lot more folks in rural areas, and it was important to represent all the different forms of life, because an agrarian society is a lot different than an industrialized one or a digital one, and it's just so many different interests to take into account. So that's why it exists that way, you know, because like Nebraska is a hell of a lot different state than New York, for instance, or Texas is a lot different than Maine. So,
well, like PA has one of the most strictest free speech rules under the Constitution compared to most states. And that's why some states are considered Commonwealth. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. And Angel's not from the U.S., so it's okay that she's asking questions, guys. But she does have a sweet voice, very sweet voice. But yeah, it's a learning curve. Not many people even know their local laws, and it's unfortunate that we have not. Although our states may have written in about cyberbullying and all these things, it's really not. They're not that well versed in it at all.
I'm learning. It's like with Florida, you can learn everything about anybody in Florida. It's all like open. But then with the Madeline Soto, they've made laws where it's not going to be public. And here in UK, we always just say we're 10 years behind the US. Now we're miles ahead when it comes to this YouTube and cyber crimes. You can't be saying crap and talking lies about people. It's not allowed.
I didn't say Jesus Christ to all of you. I turned around and my sister was standing there. She scared the shit out of me. I wasn't saying that towards you, Angel. I just wanted to clarify that. Hey, Saint Outlaw. But yeah, so it's going to be interesting because I feel like what Betty's doing will be precedent setting, what you guys are doing, if you will, because Betty is trying to utilize something that's meant for lawsuits in regards to a restraining order. And I don't know how the courts are going to, visit that, if you will.
Yeah, a precedent to make a change so it doesn't happen to the next family.
Well, and what people don't understand is, her speech, people, Betty keeps arguing.
I mean, that would be nice. That would be nice if there is almost like a reset to bring people back to some form of reality. Like, stop doing stupid stuff. Right. This whole at night Nick shit, Granny barbecue, this Rico nonsense garbage. It's all being head up by, you got Hong who lives in his mom or uncle's basement, and you got another one who's a parolee. You got Dog who's a has-been.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Betty with 4 ROs.
Chris, who do you think's the puppet master?
I don't even think
it's very clear who the master is on this deal.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, what it is, though, is that it's quite ironic if you look at the overall picture that they're projecting what they're doing, right? And then even, for example, for them to file a gag order to a slap suit while Betty's over there trying to file a slap suit to a gag order. It's like, you can't make this shit up.
Yeah, and you've got to shut everybody up, all your subscribers up, Granny. We can't talk.
Right. And that's what I was getting ready to say. Like, there is, social media, if there is a freedom of speech, sure. But that is limited, and a judge can limit that. And Betty's speech was limited to not speak on a particular family. So for them to scream like, oh, freedom of speech, for fuck's sake, her speech was not taken from her. She can speak all she wants, just not on this family. And that's very common with ROs.
Granny, you are exactly correct.
Granny, you remember 18 months ago we were talking and I said, just ignore them and just go your own way. And you started doing really well and you weren't talking, you blocked them all.
Of course I remember.
And look what.
And here we are now. Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty fucking crazy.
They just would not leave it.
What's up, Touch Grace?
Good morning. I just have a quick question to get some clarification. Sorry, I'm not awake very long. I got a bit of a cold, so I sound really funny. But I want to ask Chris for clarification on. Oh my gosh, my brain stopped on the appeals, because I thought she filed the appeal too late to appeal the first 3 restraining orders, and this appeal was just on the one for you. So is it that, or is it on the judge's decision to grant all of the appeals regardless of I thought it was she filed too late. if that makes sense.
So I understand. I'm sure include. So
you're cutting out, Chris.
Her attorney.
Oh, there we go.
Say again.
You were cutting out for a second, but we hear you now.
Okay. Her attorney, in the original, going back to when she had for Zell, okay. Her attorney there states that he brought up, hey, that that my wife's and my parents, their order of protection should be dismissed because the Tennessee Participation Protection Act. That's what he said. Now, granted, she did not file an appeal in accordance with the law stating that she has 10 calendar days to file once the ruling's been done. She didn't file that. We go to court for mine. While we're in court, they had brought up the other three. Judge Blanton says, you missed the deadline. We're not healing that. That's dismissed. Boom. Moved on to mine. Mine gets granted. She has 10 days to file an appeal against his ruling. Now, granted, his ruling is anything that he said in that court hearing. So because they brought up the Tennessee Participation Act, they tried to say, well, that's what it's based on anyways. By that law, you have 60 days to appeal if your appeal is based on the Tennessee Participation Act, which is what Frizzell said. So now those three get brought into mine. They go to the appeals court based on that. But she's also saying because she wasn't serviced in a duly fashioned time because she was served on the 19th officially and had court 3 days later. Now, granted, Betty has videos stating that she is aware that she had court and she was being served.
Did she try to zoom in as well, Chris? She tried to zoom into the one hearing?
That's what I've heard, but I don't know that actually happened. She never, from any time that we've been in court, and Clue's been in court, we've never seen a Zoom call.
Right.
Didn't she actually like get off alive or something to do that? I distinctly remember her doing that.
She's the one that ended the stream. She tried to zoom in and came back and said that the judge wouldn't allow her to zoom in. That all did take place.
Well, okay, so
I remember that.
In respect to a judge and any law system or legal system out there, period, no judge is going to let you just call in right away and get in. No, they have to have it set up with the codes, the meeting room, all that stuff. It has to be done in advance and request permission. In some cases, you can do it. In some cases, you cannot do it.
Well, ironically, in my case, they did do that. His attorney appeared that day and said, my client can we do Zoom or a phone call? We allowed a phone call, and they're now utilizing that in the appeal, that he couldn't be heard because he was on a phone call that they requested he be on, which was never stated, hey, I can't hear. So, yeah, that's a good thing the judge didn't allow it because she's pulling right out somebody else's playbook.
Well,
there's somebody else that said they weren't served in time.
That being the case, let it be. But when it comes all the way down to the brass tacks of it all, she was served. She knew, she had been tried to be served several times. She kept dodging service. She has videos that says she dodged service.
Exactly.
So she is aware. She is aware that she was trying to be served for a court hearing, acknowledges it. That alone is almost guaranteed to say, I was served, because at one point she actually reads the application for the orders of protection.
Yeah, and you know what? Ironically, during the lawsuit they threw me into, they tried saying because I publicly acknowledged that I knew of this lawsuit, that they didn't need to provide service, that I was virtually served. So again, it's quite ironic.
You still have to receive the paper, but if there's acknowledgement that that you have a court hearing on a date and a time, that's a form of service. but you still have to be given the paperwork.
No, I know. I'm just saying it's funny how like they justify things for them, and then on the opposite side, they're like, well, wait a minute, we weren't served. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
it's just another bit of their hypocrisy. So all
Yeah.
of that leads to the whole appeal, but it didn't really get answered. Is she able to appeal the 3 or just yours?
No, so the appeal is actually going forward on all 4.
Whoever interrupts again, I'm kicking you.
Sorry.
Sorry, too. All right.
It's
It goes to
all
all
4 are moving forward in the appeal process
Wow.
because the statement of the Tennessee Participation Protection Act. Now, granted, you were very correct that the SLAP is to protect a lawsuit.
Lawsuit.
We are
yeah.
not suing anyone.
I'm so confused by that.
Well, that's where they're going to have the appeals court have to make that determination. Is what she's appealing going to be heard, or is it not going to be heard because it's not a lawsuit? It's a violation of criminal charges.
That would be interesting because that essentially would be precedent setting if they do decide that, hey, yeah, this works when it comes to ROs as well. That would cause a lot of issues, quite frankly, I would think, because one of the big things with an RO is you're not allowed to speak about that person any longer. And if she wins on that ground that, because it wasn't just Betty speaking. And I think that's what people fail to realize too. She's not doing what you or I or any of us are doing where we sit up here and we speak. She went to their neighborhood. She followed their parents. She went on their property.
Hold on. She did more than that.
Yes. Yeah.
Betty trespassed, stepped foot on my property.
Mm-hmm.
My property has signs all the way around it that says, do not trespass, trespassers will be prosecuted. It does state that.
Okay.
She violated it. She came on my property to hang a flyer of my son on a pole.
Yeah.
That's also against the law too, right? Hanging on the pole.
Yeah, you're not supposed to do that because you can cause harm to utility workers. Now, is there an easement? No. I don't have an easement for the public. I have an easement for utility workers. Betty is not a utility worker. She's not a lineman.
She may claim she was in a past life. That woman experienced it all. She just may come out and say she was.
But on top of it, not only do you do that, then we have proof where douchebag Tony Mathis, who sends her a $50 Cash App, Venmo, whatever the hell it is, beat up B-Sox, steak dinner on him, basically.
Yep.
Okay, so that right there is against her.
Mm-hmm.
Then she goes to the exact location. Now, granted, let's even say it's out of the hypothetical sense that she just happened to pull in the parking lot.
Or let's say
my stepdad is inside of a store before she's even in the parking lot.
Right. Well, we also have proof. We have proof that Julie Valente said that Terry Lynn was following your parents around on Betty's behalf so that Betty would know where they were.
Well, keep in mind, that is all hearsay. You've got one person saying that she said another person. That's hearsay.
Yeah.
So try to eliminate from the whole situation. But Betty's in the parking lot. She has an encounter with a sheriff's department. My stepdad leaves the store, drives past her car, happens to stop, sees it, takes a picture, proceeds on. Never got out of the car. Pulls up to a red light. She flips out, gets in her car, drives erratically like an idiot through the parking lot, gets up behind him in the middle of traffic, gets out of her car, and proceeds to scream at him while standing in a grassy median.
With your face on her shirt.
Yes, with my face on a green shirt.
Can law enforcement do discovery and find out who sent her that information of his stepfather's car, or who sent her the photo of his child, your daughter?
No, their law enforcement isn't going to do that, unfortunately. There is a question because, quite frankly, Chris wasn't even done explaining everything.
Yeah.
But somebody did ask, well, who's horrible audio? Touch grass. That's you. Make sure you turn down your volume
Girl,
a little
I'm
bit.
muted. I've been
Okay, it
muted.
wasn't okay. It was probably Angel again. Well, somebody said, well, I'm just fucking with the Angel. Somebody said, well, why be mad over that? And because Chris didn't get to finish what he was saying, because we're excited to ask him questions, you're telling me, Allie, you wouldn't be mad over everything you just heard thus far, and that's not even the conclusion yet? Do you know that Chris's father at that point would have, Chris and his father at that point would have had every right to defend themselves? She's on their property. On top of that, we're not even at, yeah, go ahead.
Well, hold on, Grant. Let me help you out on something. So to help answer that young lady's question, it's real simple. This lady drove over 12 hours from her house, drove up here to my house to intentionally do the things that she did. Why? When you make a video that says that you're going to crawl so far up my ass that she'll see papples, that's pretty direct. And I'm very pro Second Amendment. So is my whole family. So is the state of Tennessee.
I was about to say that. So is Seth Rogers when he's asking others to buy him guns. Sorry. I had to throw
It's a
that
straw
in there.
purchase, you know, hey, but
But I mean, and that is the thing. Like Betty, they can all pretend in their world that Betty was there to search for Sebastian, but we know she was not.
Now keep in mind, okay,
You're welcome,
what
Allie.
Granny was saying about defending ourselves. We have to make sure that we feel that we are in grave danger. Okay, so no, we're not just going to do stupid things without having fully acknowledged and assessing the situation before doing something.
If an
Now,
Eileen
granted,
Wuornos lookalike bitch came on my property snooping around, I would feel in grave danger.
Well, it's not even
we have measures in place. We have security systems and things like that.
Right, because of people
And
like
Glue
Betty.
can tell you, and I mean, there's plenty of people out here who can tell you, if you want to have a discussion, I will have a discussion with you.
Well,
just don't be stupid.
For me, when I watched that video of Betty, right, like where she's confronting your stepdad, it almost like you gotta understand that she's coming out of the car and she's holding this phone in front of her.
Right.
What if I don't have good eyesight and I mistake that for a weapon?
That's what I said.
There's been cases where that has actually happened.
I mean, even road rage in general, that happens, especially a lot in my area. On top of that, you have a woman jumping out at a red light. I would be afraid. Thank God. And he kept his composure. I don't know how people, I don't know, the delusions of some people just baffles me, but he remained very kind and steadfast in his, like, what do you mean? How am I following you?
Yeah, you're behind me.
You're behind me.
How else are you supposed to interpret someone coming at you like that other than a genuine threat, in my opinion? I mean, what else are you supposed to do?
Right.
You know, and it doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman in a vehicle. If someone gets out of their vehicle and approaches you screaming at you and acting irate at a traffic light, you're going to be afraid, period.
Well, and not only that, but, and I'll ask your question in a minute, Snazzy, if Chris, if you can see the screen now, if you know the answer, but I'm so tired of people saying, well, we know that Chris isn't afraid of Betty. Come on now. Chris isn't afraid of Betty. And I get so sick of hearing that, because when you think of ROs or protective orders, you do think that, oh, it has to be the worst case scenario, which is the worst case scenario. You know what I mean? But it doesn't have to just be Betty. Again, it's the audience that she is inciting.
Here's the thing too, is that with her behavior, it's progressive. So she's shown at this point to move from talking about the case online to, you know, heavy criticism, slander, to going there in person, to going on property, to showing up outside stuff. Then there's a confrontation and she starts talking about guns and machetes.
Right.
So if somebody will drive 14 hours from their home to stalk you at your local grocery trip, why would you assume? I mean, how do you know where the line is? Like at that point, you can't take risks because they have a proven pattern of behavior where they're continually escalating because she can't calm herself.
Plus,
you leave
her
no
record,
choice.
her record is extensive.
52 arrests or some shit like that.
I think it's like 42.
Well, whatever it is, it's an insanely high number.
Most of it pertaining to DV, where she did abuse her ex-husband.
Yes.
So don't say that a
Yes.
man can't be afraid of a woman. That's bullshit.
Well, act like a woman's never hurt or killed. I mean, we're in the true crime community, for God's sakes.
We all know she looks just like Eileen Wuornos, and how many men did she take out?
Yeah.
Okay, so Snazzy says, was the encounter with Ellie in the parking lot on body cam? Do you know? Because Betty claims she had a conversation with that officer about a concealed carry in Tennessee.
So I don't know if it's on body cam footage. We haven't requested anything of that nature. I'm sure that the state can pull that from the sheriff's department.
Yeah, anytime a police has interaction with anybody, their body cam should be rolling.
Should be. That is the key word.
Keyword should
be. Okay. Now, keep in mind that Tennessee does have reciprocity with a bunch of states, but that kind of goes away because the Supreme Court passed a law about the concealed carry permits being reciprocity in every state. You just have to know the difference in every state's additional laws, like when traveling with a gun, magazines have to be separated, or the ammo has to be separated and they have to be in a locked box, et cetera, et cetera. It depends. You just need to know the laws of whatever state you're traveling through.
Can't just
that
be
being said, Betty. Yeah, Betty shows her ignorance very clearly in the video when she says, I might just go to the local gun store and purchase a gun. The little pew-pew is what she says. Well,
with a hoister.
Yeah. And the best part is that she's not absolutely wrong, because she can do that. But she's going to have it transferred to an FFL in the state of Florida where she chooses. So then she has to go down there, get the gun, pass a background check first. Then, if she does, pick up the pistol. Now, mind you, from what I've seen on her history, she doesn't have a conviction, so that might allow her to actually pass a background. But she does have domestic violence issues in her background. She has substance in her background, all kinds of things. I'm not the ATF. I don't have any say-so in that. But if she passes a background, she can then legally purchase a pistol.
Lord bless us all.
But right now, she's actually under advice. She had to sign an affidavit that she is not allowed to possess, purchase, or anything of a pistol or a firearm in general right now. And she states that her mother has her pistol. So there's that. So I don't care if she conceals carry or not. She's not supposed to. If she gets caught, that's a federal charge. That's a felony. See ya.
Well, to be honest, the police should have taken that. They should have never allowed it to just go into the possession of her mother.
Well, she signed it here in the state of Tennessee. The pistol's down in Florida, allegedly. I think that when you sign those affidavits, you should have to surrender the firearms to the local law enforcement, where it should be held until everything's been handled or whatever. And if you are found guilty, unfortunately, you lose possession of those firearms.
Well, Chris, I feel we need some humor at the moment. So say the word machete.
Machete?
You gotta love that. That's meant.
If it's okay, I'd like to ask Chris a question, if that's possible, real quick.
If he's okay with it. Again, you're going to ask anyway. I don't know why you do that. Just ask your damn question, girl.
Okay.
And Cliff can tell y'all, I will have a conversation with you. I don't have a problem.
That's cool. I totally appreciate and respect that. 100%, Mr. Chris. But I was just wondering, because I know that there are, federal laws under Section 18 that could come into play over restraining order violations. Now, even if Betty gets her appeal on what she's charged with out of Sumner County, if it is federally picked up under Section 18 as harassment and cyberbullying under federal law, would she still be up for federal charges on that?
Well, first, she's
not necessarily.
But she's not appeal. Am I wrong in saying she's not appealing her charges? She's appealing the order altogether?
Well, so everything is tied to these orders of protection. Okay. So if the argument basically they're trying to say is that the orders of protection were granted, but they shouldn't have been because she was protected under the slap, is what her argument is. And they're trying to have it, all of it expunged. If the appeal goes through for the orders of protection to be eliminated, then there's no charges. Everything goes back. She's a free woman. She gets to do what she wants, provided she abides by the law, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm pretty sure at that point they will also give her an advisement, if she's granted the appeal. I would not recommend continuing the things that you're doing because you could be tread very lightly on stepping over the line, as Judge McCormick told her. There's a difference.
Thank you. I finally understand that now. So she's not appealing the charges against her. She's appealing the original ruling in favor of the restraining order. Makes perfect sense now. Thank you.
Correct. Now on May 23rd, if she was indicted, she'll find all of her actual full charges, whatever they may be. The state is the only one that knows this. If she goes before whichever judge and on the arraignment, then like I said, they'll move forward. But also, and I'm pretty sure there will be a motion to request a stay because of the appeal.
That makes perfect sense. I get it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Could you explain that? They request a stay?
So
you mean like
stay
for the charges
is
stop?
No. So basically, everything doesn't move forward. Everything has to remain in place. The orders of protection are still in play. Everything still stays in place. They cannot remove them. That's what the stay is until the verdict from the appeals court comes back. Is either granted the appeal or she's denied the appeal. If she's denied the appeal, at that point, she can't do anything else. We basically move forward with the criminal side of the house.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Now, I will say this. If she is granted the appeal, that doesn't mean that it's over either. Because technically, all four of us could request that the state Supreme Court overhear this case, and then they can hear and make their ruling. If they rule in our favor, her appeal goes away, and we move forward anyways.
Well, that's good news. Okay.
That's why it's very tricky on the whole situation. So when people go out, well, you can't do this, you can't do that. Actually, here's what you can and you can't do based on what we're currently in.
Okay. Thank you. It all makes more sense to me because there's so many people saying so many things, and then my mind goes, "Wait a minute." So I
Well,
appreciate
the sad part
everything.
is those folks are not in the courtroom. Those folks don't have lawyers. They don't have anything to do with this case. They sit there and they listen, and they make their statements based on what they ever heard on TV shows, or my friend who's an attorney who told me, X, Y, and Z, PDQ. Who cares?
The truly sad part.
Sad part, like if anybody questions what I'm saying, hey, you can ask Clue. She has been, and Cletus, they've been in the courtroom for every hearing. So they can tell you if I'm lying, if I misspoke, they can say it. I'm okay with it.
Oh, I believe you.
And they will. The truly sad part to me is that the parents of a missing child has had to learn all the shit that you just told us and do everything that y'all have over social media and YouTube. That is,
it's sickening.
It's truly despicable to me that during the worst point of y'all's life that you have had to take the time to learn everything you just disseminated to us. It's completely unforgivable. I'm sorry that our community has behaved in the manner that they have. It's not right. Many of us believe in the presumption of innocence, and it just sucks, man. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, y'all don't have to apologize for, what people do. I mean, granted, yes, you kind of feel like it throws shade on the community. I got it. However, I do stand by what I've said before. People have their opinions. I'm not going to sit here and try to tell you what your opinion is or should not be. And nor should I think anybody else. I think everybody's entitled to their opinions. That's what makes, everything so wonderful with social interactions with people.
Yep.
Not everybody sees everything the same way.
For sure, it counterbalances.
Yeah. I mean,
disagreeing's good. It's healthy. That stuff is all right. Even like you said before, questioning on what you did, that's good. I mean, we've all looked and considered you guys as suspects, thought about it, kicked it around. I mean, you have to. It's only prudent. But there's a line that you should not cross, and it's been crossed a lot with you guys. And I just hate that we weren't able to get our community, in line prior to this ever happening. Families shouldn't have to go through this, and many of us are really, really sick of it. There's been a long line of them, from the Longs through Castronon's mom to Michael Vaughn to there's a bunch. There's a bunch of people that have went through this, and it's ridiculous.
I will say, I think if the community was to find a way to get rid of the few bad eggs or a few bad apples, whatever you want to say, if they were gotten rid of, I don't see the big issue with the true crime community. I think it could definitely be, there's some things that could be tweaked a little bit, but will it ever happen? No, because not everybody can come to an agreement on, hey, these should be the rules and the procedures in which we should follow. That's not going to happen. You're going to have stray cats. You're going to have ones that just go off they go off the farm and do their own thing. It is what it is.
For sure. You're right.
So,
I mean, it's just and you are going to have that. It's just I wish the organized nature of it that allowed them to have such amplification to their voice where they can get out there to tens of thousands of people and other folks like them that will disregard basic human decency, morality, and ethics couldn't link up so easily. The problem, I think, comes with the fact that it's not just bad behavior, but it's allowing people who engage in it to come together easier while profiting from it. And it just creates a situation where you're incentivizing harmful actions. And that is what I think we have to work on mitigating, the ability to profit off of abuse.
True.
Well, I think there's even a little bit more to it than just that, SS, because if you really think about it, the kind of behavior and conduct that we see these people doing are going to get themselves or other people hurt. And what else, if not for protecting the public against itself and the public? What else do we have laws for? You know what I mean? I think it's kind of asinine to not do something about it before this gets out of hand and someone ends up getting hurt or losing their lives.
All right, so I've got a crazy idea. I think before you come on YouTube to become whatever channel you want to be or whatever your goal is, that's your choice. However, I do feel in order to do that, I think you should take a class on the First Amendment right. I think everybody should have to learn what the meaning of free speech and press is before they just assume, well, I can go there and say whatever I want. Actually, you can't.
Yeah. I think that's good. There's a reason that journalists take ethics classes in school.
Correct.
They're important.
Well, and again, Betty's issue doesn't come down to freedom of speech. And I'm so tired of that being like intermingled because it has nothing to do with freedom of speech. Not one bit.
I agree, Jess.
It's annoying that it keeps getting watered down to that. Like, well, she has her freedom of speech. She didn't just speak. She did a lot more than just speak.
That's because that's the narrative she's put out there. Hey, Granny. Hey, guys.
Right. Hey, Jay.
Hey, Jay.
What up?
Hey, Chris, I just wanted to kind of pop in and say, I just want to say myself, like, how gracious you've been through all this crap. That you can be open-minded enough to realize that people can change their minds about things. And I think that's really important. I just think you've been pretty cool and gracious considering the things that, especially by me, like the things I said about you, like we talked about that.
Yeah.
I just think that was really cool of you. So I just wanted to say that. Like you could have handled it much differently.
Oh,
Well,
how
I,
nice.
Oh, you know what?
This is so sweet. Everybody
Fuck's sake.
cuddle now. Everybody sing kumbaya.
Jesus.
Oh,
Hugs
fuck.
and
well,
chat.
I do think it's very, very fair that everybody should have their right and their opinion to, everybody wants to suspect me, Katie, Seth, and in whatever ways they want. That's perfectly okay. Perfectly okay.
Yeah, I mean,
As
you could have
time
been
has,
like an asshole and been, and you took it in stride. And I guess that's just, you don't hold grudges and stuff.
no, I mean, people make mistakes. People do make mistakes.
Jay,
Question is can they rebound from that mistake? Can they learn?
Yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
Jay,
you
I
have to
think we're
evaluate what's happened so you can apply what you've learned.
Hmm. If we're not constantly learning, then we're failing ourselves, But
Nobody
the
got
thing
that little
about
saying. Got it. That's good. Sorry.
the thing about though you saying, like people, it's never going to happen. It won't, because that's us as humans, right? As society, like we're not going to make a miracle out of people and change their moral compass and how they think and how they act online, because there's always that anonymity, right?
Right. But
So
I
it's
think
always going to be nasty in some way, shape, or form.
that is true. However, if there's not people in this world that don't have some form of hope, faith, or compassion to always try to find and see the good, it will be the nastiest, cruel place in the world. And there's got to be people at least hold on to something that can try to express and keep it somewhat alive. It doesn't matter. A candle can glow, one candle can glow and shed light for miles. That's just something we have to remember.
No, I agree with
This
you.
little light of mine.
There's just not
I'm
enough
gonna
people
let
that.
it shine.
Oh God, a duet and or Granny and Chris duet. Love it.
Oh boy. I mean, it is true though. And what Betty does isn't for the masses, right? Like there are people that feed the vile, that feed that, it's kind of like lynch mobs. There are people that are okay with lynch mobs. Betty runs a modern day lynch mob and it's despicable.
She does.
And there's not many people lining up for it. You know what I mean? And I saw somebody in the chat, they asked a few times, well, what if majority agree with that Chris and Katie are guilty? You can feel that way. Go ahead and feel that way. It doesn't change the fact that laws have to be abided by and people have a freedom.
Right.
We are innocent until proven guilty. If we allow the internet to take that from us, do you know how fucked we are?
Oh, it's the cornerstone of our entire system. And what they're talking about is tyranny of the majority. Just because the majority agree on something don't make it right. That's why we have the protections that we do. At one point in time, like they talked about earlier, when they were doing them witch burnings, I'm sure those communities, majority agreed somebody should be burned at the stake for magic. I mean, the most popular restaurant.
Sick.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, it's all about those checks and balances, and we definitely need another tool in the toolbox to deal with this issue.
Well, I don't know about y'all, but I don't need to continue to go through life learning. I already know everything. So,
oh, girl,
can't tell her nothing.
And that's why we got in trouble in court the other day because of you. That's right. I said it.
No, you were the cause of that.
Couldn't even conduct yourself.
You didn't have to respond that way.
Jay, I think that
I feel like that was a setup, Chris.
I'm sure.
I need to know about the trouble in court.
I got in
What'd
trouble
you do,
at court
Clue?
too.
I made a joke, and Chris lost his mind, and then the judge said, "You in the back row. If you can't keep it together, go outside."
Take it outside. Okay.
Chris,
what a troublemaker.
So, Jay, I think you're right though about that as far as Chris being gracious and stuff. But
my gosh,
I just want to say this and take it a step further, if that's okay.
Do we have to have a virtual answer right now, though? Honestly,
well, no. What?
I hate this touchy mushy shit. Like,
Me too,
Well, I'm
girl.
not trying. No, this is
Oh
not
my
cushy
gosh.
mushy. This is not cushy
listen,
mushy.
I know it is my time of the month is coming up, and I am on one today. Okay, I'm gonna eat a whole bag of pretzels when I get off of here. So forgive
my
me. I'm
God.
sorry.
But
I will mute myself. You all can go ahead and be mushy. Kumbaya.
Granny, I'm
Granny,
not
just kill
being
me,
A
girl.
gushy
whole bag of
mushy.
pretzels.
What I'm saying
You
is,
rebel.
I think it really changed a lot of our minds and made us see the light whenever
Follow
one
the
person
light.
was
Follow the light.
whenever one person on that side was trying to silence us all. Like it made us take a step back and look at it differently. You know what I mean?
That is true. That I'll give you that.
Yeah,
That-
definitely.
That's
Chris's
what
approach
I was
helped.
saying.
Mhm.
Sorry.
I
I
mean,
wasn't
all
being
right. So
mushy.
I mean,
I
some
will
people.
admit, I'm not the easiest person to approach necessarily because I have this, and I've heard it from so many people, and I have listened to it, and I've tried to take it in and try to change it. However, I don't know how. I have a demeanor that I'm an asshole. Like I have this aura or something that people have told me when they come around, they're like, "Don't. That's a guy you don't really want to fuck with. He's an asshole." Like I have been told this,
Yeah, there
and
is a vibe.
Intimidating, yeah.
right, and I understand, and I wish I could change it. I don't know how to change it. But
Well, you got people like Betty up your orifices. I'm sure that radiates out too.
hey, she's looking for papples. Look out now.
Oh, Betty.
Chris, can I ask you a
Chris,
hypothetical question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just wanted to like turn the, just play devil's advocate. So how do you feel about like people that say, maybe the parents shouldn't be reading all this stuff. Maybe they shouldn't be reading these chats and reading all these comments about them. Like, how do you feel about that? Do you think that's unfair? Like, what are your feelings about people saying that?
I mean, that's their opinion. I mean,
I actually have to say I agree, right? And this is why, because for a particular somebody who keeps crying how harassed they are, well, you have a choice to watch that stuff or not. Now, I'm not comparing that to your situation; it's a lot different. But like when Seth was doing that to me via this litigation, and it's like, oh well, she's turning the public perception of us and stuff like that. It's like, well, you don't have to watch what I'm saying, right? Like you.
well, in fairness, I see what you're saying. So I got a question for everybody on this panel and everybody that's listening. And answer this to yourself very honestly as possible.
And don't answer unless you hit that thumbs up. Okay, go ahead, Chris.
Amen to that.
Yeah.
So my question is simply this. Based on what she said, and you agree that the parents or the victims should not have to see this stuff, they shouldn't be reading, et cetera, et cetera. How many people have sent you, as the person listening, things about this case, things that, oh my God, this person has said this person has done this.
Yeah.
And you didn't seek it out. They sent it to you.
Yeah.
Oh, all the time.
And you clicked on it because it's in your box.
Dude, it's happened since I've been on this panel. Somebody's messaged me about the panel that I'm sitting on.
Thank you.
Oh,
my
tell them
point
I said
is,
hi.
my point is
Tell them to
proven.
hit the thumbs up.
Yeah.
Right.
So, yes, it is a 50-50 decision. However, you can't necessarily outrun social media no matter how hard you try. You can delete Facebook, you can turn off YouTube, but people can find your information, cell phone numbers, email addresses, all that, and send you stuff regardless, whether or not you want to.
And you're on
And
such a
Chris,
larger
how does
scale.
And how does that people you know in your real life listen to this and then they tell you would want to go watch and listen, wouldn't you?
So those that send me stuff, I don't have all the time in the world to look at everything or read everything. Most of the time, if it's super of importance, 9 to 1, the people who need me to know get in touch with me. And they tell me, you need to look at this. You definitely need to review this. I'm not going to mention this gentleman's name. Okay. There's a gentleman, he does follow the YouTube and the Facebook. He is a preacher, and me and this pastor have stayed in common or stayed in touch. And he's in a whole nother state. I've never met this man, but he's been very helpful. He has sent me a book or two. He'll send me a passage every now and then. I read it. We have our conversations back and forth. And I'm grateful for that.
Yeah.
So I think it's all based on the person, what they take away from it and read and listen to it. I personally, if I took offense to everything that everybody has said, everybody on this panel, we should all be fighting.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going
to. For sure.
No, and I get that. But there also comes a point, right, where you have to question people's motives on what they're sending you, because I get when it pertains to like Betty because of the legal aspect of everything. But on the other hand, like what you don't see doesn't hurt you, right? And I'm a social media personality by law, by court. So I've learned over time that if I had to tell people, I had to draw that line with them and say, don't send me this stuff, because what I don't know can't hurt me. Therefore, I can't respond to it. And I wonder how much, do these people consider? Like, I'll never forget. Tony was up on Betty's and he's like, oh, and Seth's having a hard time falling asleep and he doesn't sleep at night. And then Seth comes up and he goes, I start to fall asleep. And Tony calls me to say, so-and-so saying this about you. And I thought, what a shitty fucking thing to do to a man that you see as grieving, right?
But keep in mind, okay, that situation's totally different. You've got a gentleman, you got Seth who hired douchebag Tony.
Yeah.
As a spokesperson. So Tony's trying to do some sort of form of what he thinks is a spokesperson's job and inform his client, friend, brother, whatever the hell you want to call him.
Uncle, brother, partner, lover.
But he's the one so those two have an agreement. So that is null and void. He signed a contract. He signed a letter of engagement. That's on him.
Yeah.
But you know where I see things are different though with this one, and I think only in the Wells case in this one I've seen this, is that like the question I asked you was pretty broad, like why do you read it? Don't listen to it, don't read it. But yours kind of started out like in your neighborhood with the neighborhood Facebook group. So you had people that live by you, your community people, and then you had the general public kind of added to that. So I've never really seen that happen except with like the Wells and some of their neighbors. But this is a whole new level of involvement.
So keep in mind what the dynamics is a little bit different. So you had Don and Candace Wells, married couple, whatever they did I think eventually got divorced, whatever.
No, they're still together.
Are they still together? Okay. Mm-hmm. So if they're married, you got a married couple. Okay. Our situation, you've got me, the stepfather, with the biological mother. Then you have the other side, the biological father. So with everything that's been said and done, the biological father is pissed off. The mother is pissed off. I'm pissed off. But the difference is how we point and release our angers is totally different. The biological father, without a shadow of a doubt, has gone to social media. He has talked to the neighbors. He's talked to anybody who will listen to him. And he has said the things that he has said. I'm not going to repeat them.
Yeah.
But we all know.
Spank me.
Yeah. But see, all of that, you've got two different coins here. It's like one side is so mad he's got to vent his anger and push it in a direction which he only knows how. Vice, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
I haven't done that. I'm not going to do it. I vented a little bit on Clue Show one day, and I still apologize. I shouldn't have done it, but if that individual ever wants to have a conversation, she's more than welcome to have that conversation with me, and I will let her know.
Oh God, please don't. What I don't understand now, and I'll be honest, is you did have that moment, and I was disappointed in it. I think I was one of the very few that did not cheer that on. I was so upset about it. I thought it was just as bad as Seth. And it was gross. What was said about her was gross. I don't support it. I don't support it being said about anybody. But that's after months and months of a buildup, right? Where you've remained quiet. You got to mute. Whoever's dog is sneezing in the background, please mute. Where you had a buildup of this person and these people repeatedly doing the saying the nastiest things about you, your wife, your life, things they don't even know, but they repeat such facts.
And don't forget the vile shit people have said about Sebastian, the child that is actually missing, our son.
Right. And that's what I was about to say. And this is what and it was ironic because I just said this, that I think it was the same day that ended up happening. I said, when you listen to this vile stuff enough, you end up responding as vile and not even realizing it. But it's because you were, you're hearing all, and I've done that. That was my past. These people would say the most horrific things and I shoot off at my mouth, matching, not even realizing it. And I feel like that was a moment for you where like you've listened to enough of the vileness, that vileness came out of your mouth. But my point being, you've remained quiet for the most part, and yet they lashed onto that like the fucking roaches in the bitch's kitchen. And yet they justify what Seth did thereafter, where you barely even spoke to Seth. And his was weird. It was misogynistic. It was homophobic. It was take off your belt and
so
spank me.
gross.
It was so cringe and it was so forced. And they celebrated it. Not only that, but it was orchestrated. Like, hey, come up on my panel later and respond to Chris, where you shot off at the chest, like, heat of the moment. There's such a difference between it. And if people that want to hold that against you don't understand why you can lose your shit the way you did, fuck them. That's all I can think is fuck them, because each one of them have lost their shit over a lot less pressure. You don't even have just the pressure of social media. You have it in your real fucking world on top of what you're going through. And it is a miracle that you have not completely lost your mind yet.
Right. Especially considering
I
that was
a long time ago. Sorry.
Especially since that was their goal, right? We saw that they were trying to get Chris to snap for a year. I mean, fuck.
Yeah, which is
everybody
why
has a breaking point,
And who wouldn't know that those billboards would make somebody snap? Are you fucking kidding me?
Jesus.
Of course they would.
And Chris was pretty lame. It was lame compared. I would have blown my top that I would have lost it.
Same.
Well, he kind of did lose it. I mean, we're not going to downplay what he did.
No, I don't get me wrong. I have apologized for what I said. I have. Was it my finest moments? Absolutely not.
No.
And I would still offer that apology to her personally, but I would still let her know in a much different way how I do not appreciate the things that she is saying, the things that she continuously spews. But that's here nor there. That's her choice. That's a conversation. If she wants to have, we can have it offline. And I do not bring my conversations to the public that I have behind closed doors. It's nobody's business. There are people that can contest to that.
I wouldn't trust her to have a conversation with a mouse behind closed doors.
Well, you have to give them a chance. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I have to give them a chance.
Appreciate you letting me up. I'm just like kind of taking up space, and I need to get some stuff done. I appreciate
you. For brunch. Thank you, Psyops. We'll see you later.
Yeah, see you.
Take care, sir.
Bye, Sai.
Take care, Chris.
Were you guys able to get those? Were you guys able to get those buildings taken down?
I have no idea. I am not part of any campaign, nor is Katie, about these billboards. I'm making that clear as I can, crystal clear for some, that, what Hong, At Night, Nick, all of them have done, that is their choice. That is their business. At any point in time, they can suffer consequences if there is some to be felt. I don't know. But we're not getting involved. Like I said, we didn't, we donated money in the beginning to help with billboards. Thank you, Clue. Thank you, Barbecue. Thank you, Duchess, and everybody that it put into it. Thank you so much. But our billboards were one thing. Theirs are a totally different another. That's their choice. That's their opinion. I do think opinions can show the level of ignorance of one who decides to do that.
Chris, you know the people that you say Seth's employed, did they try to come to you first, you and Katie?
Say that one more time.
She's asking if Nick and them had tried to approach you before they approached Seth.
No, they had already talked to Seth when they tried to approach us, and that was shut down very quickly.
Right.
Yeah, I know people are claiming that they were able to get some of those billboards down. I don't know if I ever saw any proof of billboards being up, to be quite honest, except for the one over here in Philly that was up for, that one day. So
I've seen somebody sent me a snapshot, a screen photo, where they were standing out toward Johnson City, Tennessee, where there was a billboard. Now, granted, that billboard did not have anything derogatory on it. It just had missing Sebastian Rogers, blah, 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 blah. It looked like the flyer that was taken from the TBI.
So that can't be at night then.
Was it one of theirs?
It didn't have the TBI information on it, though. It had.
Why, was it your photo?
No, it was not her photo.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
I'm not going to divulge who sent it to me, but
was
they
it
know
one
who
of
they
their
are.
was it one of their billboards, or was it one of the previous?
Maybe it was one of the blip boards.
It looked like it was a blip, but it does look like the pictures that At Night post.
Okay.
It does look like one of theirs. It just didn't have anything derogatory on it.
Did it have like At Night and Lesniak on it? No.
Nope.
Then it wouldn't be theirs. You know they're going to put their logo on everything.
Exactly, Jay.
Yeah,
but if that's the case, then good on them. You know what I mean? If that's the case, then good on them. If they put one up that was more, appropriate and actually beneficial to Sebastian, I give credit.
Yeah, I mean, and like I said, that's their opinion. They can say what they want. Law enforcement has the investigation. They've been looking into it for 14 months, going on 15 months.
This is, yeah.
It is what it is.
I just want to point out the maturity really quick. This is the maturity of those that come from the quote unquote clean side. So go ahead and get them out of here.
Weird.
Yeah, that's how these people think and act, and all of that good stuff.
Always to that.
So that's interesting to know there was a blipboard out there that may have been a regular, blipboard. That's the way it should be.
Nash Native just said that TBI still has some up in Tennessee as well that she's seen.
Oh, I wonder if it's one of theirs.
I'd say it may be, but I like I said, what I was sent a picture of, it was out in Johnson City. So I do know that there are still some floating out there.
Nice.
At Night says there's one in Memphis. Well, At Night, I got news for you, buddy. I think you're paying for something that doesn't exist.
I think they just lie.
I do too.
I do know that on X and through email, a lot of us complained about them At Night billboards and said they need to be took down. There were a lot of people.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I have a better idea. Stop trying to fight a billboard campaign. Why don't everybody just turn and fight to take out At Night Media or One World that is a bogus company anyways?
Right.
I mean, you can't be an intelligence agency without a license.
It's all bogus.
Yep.
And I think Granny's going to take them down, aren't you, Granny? Yeah, going for them, babe.
I hope so. Shaggy, thank you so much. Silly T, thank you. Bye. Welcome back.
Hold on. Someone just put always on empty. No, there's not a $500,000 reward for Sebastian.
No.
Or Summerwells.
Right.
and if, to help everybody understand this, if you would please go and read what the stipulations are to claim the reward.
Mm-hmm.
You're never going to get the reward. Because I'm telling you, who is going to submit to biometric scanning anyways? A retinal scan? Fingerprint scan? Are you kidding me?
Full conviction. Appeals completed.
That's so weird.
Yeah.
Appeals
absolutely
can take
zero
30
appeals.
years.
and listen, who's going to pay for the scanning and a fingerprint? Like, where are they doing this at? Their invisible office or the cemetery they'd like to walk around at night? Like, where are they doing it at? They don't even have the ability.
And then, when you look into these people got nothing. They owe thousands. They owe a lot of money. Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
There is a legitimate $50,000 reward being offered by TBI.
Actually,
And
no,
FBI.
by the
the
FBI.
FBI, right, by the FBI.
It's up to 50.
Up to, right. But that
Yeah.
is the only legitimate 100% factual reward that I know of.
Flutterby, thank you so much. Well, Dejan, I'll answer you there. Who cares they get the reward, though? If that large number makes someone come forward with that info, that's all I care about. That large number is not making anybody come forward with any information. If anything, it could be interfering in information coming forward, because a lot of people are onto what a scam these people are. Do you know how many women are behind the scenes crying because they trusted these guys and gave them their IDs and signed NDAs and all types of stuff? These guys are intimidating, at least. So if anything, they may be interfering in people coming
Well,
forward.
and plus, when you have rewards that high, I mean, $500,000, do you know how many fake tips you're going to get?
Right.
Yeah.
And then they sit there and say,
It's stupid.
We get fake tips because of these people. These people are making us get fake tips.
That's what they were saying. Like the law enforcement
Right.
was saying in Summer Wells, like you don't want too high of a reward, because then you start getting a lot of, F shit, if you will.
Right.
Wait, I'm shocked and disgusted that LA and Hendersonville haven't come out and shot these claims down and said
Who?
something.
She said Hendersonville. Well, Hendersonville Police Department doesn't have anything to do with the investigation. I live outside of city limits, so the Sumner County Sheriff's Department is our police force where we live. So they would be the ones to come out and say anything. Now, they've come out and they've done a press release, I think 2 or 3 times. And other than that, they're keeping everything very quiet to the chest, simply because everything that's been going on, they can come out and say whatever and guarantee you people will run with it and say, no, they said this, and they're going to tear it apart. I'll tell you the number one the one that I know that tears every single thing apart, doesn't matter what it is. Clutch those nuts, or clutch those pearls. Sorry.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That idiot went out there and just said something about a drug bust, saying Crabtree and Clue got arrested.
Right. And he was so excited.
Yeah, I mean, he was so tickled, like somebody done dipped him in chocolate and fucking let him husband lick him clean. He was so excited.
He didn't even put on his makeup. Didn't even put on his makeup, didn't play his intro, and then decided while he was live that he was going to call and see if the information was correct. It's like, real good source of, credible information over there.
And you know what the best part is? He didn't get a mug shot of Crabtree. He didn't get a mug shot of Clue. So once again, you got an idiot out here running his mouth. And yes, I say he's an idiot, and that is a fact. That is not my opinion. That is fact. You're an idiot.
Yeah, and he's caused a lot of issues in other cases, not just this one. And he's everything that's wrong with social media. He shouldn't have a channel.
Well, I mean, once again, who goes on to an actual news, some form of a news network, throw some fake ass evidence saying some stuff, not only that could potentially put him in some serious trouble, but land that media company in some serious trouble? Who does that?
Yeah, but Chris, it didn't last 24 hours, did it? 12 hours, less than 12 hours that were took down. I think they realized.
But once again, he reacted without doing his investigation, without knowing anything. He just says, ooh, I'm going to be the first because I'm so tickled that some of these people who he cannot stand, he thinks are in trouble.
Do you want to know what I think about that? This guy, I've seen him in action for years. He just doesn't care. He will put out whatever it is that gets the clicks and the views. He doesn't care about anybody but himself. And that goes for any child case he's covered. He's disgusting. He doesn't give a shit.
All you have to do to know about his credibility is think about the major networks that pulled their interviews with him on their off in a heartbeat. Think about that.
I mean,
gonna
even the
drop down,
fact that
guys.
he even
I got the answers that I was looking for from Chris. I truly appreciate it. Keeping you and Katie and your families in prayers. God bless you all. I'm out. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Touch
man.
Grass.
Jess, I just popped up here really quick to pull this up again. You and I went over this the other day on your stream, but not to cut anybody off. But if you guys want to read what they're talking about with the reward's actually been changed since this update came out too. But just so everybody knows, it's on At Night's website and you can read exactly what they're talking about. And again, it's not likely to be a retina scan. It's probably more likely to be a rectum scan at this point.
Yeah, and I wouldn't recommend. I would not recommend whatsoever going to their website at all.
No, I
for any
wouldn't.
reason.
I wouldn't go there and click on anything. I wouldn't click any links.
Just let me
I
do
wouldn't
all
even
that.
go to it.
I've got it all pulled up already, so I mean they can have any of my
My
stuff.
back door's a way out, not a way in.
This is what it is though. I'll scroll through it really slowly, so nobody does have to go do that. I'll just scroll through it, but that's all I'm here for. I just wanted to pop up so that people know this is what they're saying is legit if you haven't heard this yet.
Well, you know what I find very funny about all this is as soon as you, and this is anybody, comes up with the facts and shows X, Y, and Z about this reward or what it takes to get the reward, a new revisement is now out. So they want to change something because they don't want you to know that you're onto their scheme.
Right.
They do this all the time.
Every time. This is what is the date on this? Sorry,
I mean, I can't believe people even believe this, to be honest with you. Like,
it's
at
so
this
ridiculous.
point.
Well, and they're putting on their thumbnails that it's $447,000 reward. And right here in this, it distinctly says, Granny and I were cracking up trying to read through it the other day, but this was the 18th. And since then, what did they say? It's up to $500,000 now?
I think so.
Who the fuck knows?
Yeah, and right here, the total maximum disbursable amount under this reward protocol is $500,000.
Demon, if that's true, if people were sending their licenses to At Night and their personal info is being held against them.
They didn't know better, Jay. Don't say they deserved it because some of these people.
No,
really
I'm saying they
it.
need to reach. That's not what I was going to say.
Oh, well,
I was going to say
there.
if they have their actual license, they need to reach out to their local police and let them know.
That's what I said. That's what I told them.
That's exactly what Lana Oriani did to her people on her Facebook group.
Oh
She
my God,
she demanded their licenses, and then she saved them all.
And then she actually displayed some of them publicly.
She sent them to me, and she wanted me to put them in an intro to a video, and I refused.
That's what it was, yeah.
No, I would never say anyone deserves that.
I got worried there because people have been saying that to me a lot lately. And I'm like, no, they fucking don't. Because these guys really played a very good, they did it perfectly, okay? They did it on the back of a missing child. They fed a hate mob against the parents. And then they created a hate mob amongst creators, right? So if you didn't necessarily think the Proudfoots were guilty, but you don't like Jay, Clue, Granny, whatever, QB, well then you're part of us. And these people really believe that these guys were PIs. They believed it, and it breaks my heart for them. Some of them you're just fucking idiots, but the other ones that like really just wanted the best for Sebastian, that broke my heart. But I had so many people say to me like, well, they deserve it. Why would they do that? They don't know
that's
better.
actually quite concerning that they have copies of people's IDs. Like,
yeah, a known fraudster.
Yeah.
Just, they set up multiple email accounts for like doxing at and all, like when they were asking for information, if you guys remember, Jay, you might remember too, or Clue, but they were setting up all those different email accounts and asking people to send in different things constantly and continuing to change the email address too.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know the email address was changing, but I do know that they had a docs.com or some shit.
Yeah, they were kept releasing and asking people to send stuff into them. So I'm going to pop down. I just wanted to show people what you guys were talking about because I was like, oh, I got it right here. And I know people are afraid to click on it, but it's coming right off their website. People aren't making this stuff up. They're putting it out there.
Right.
And Granny, when they came at you, if you remember, you'd phone their hotline and you spoke to that woman and you put it all out what she said. Well, you
That wasn't when they came at me. That was well before that. I didn't call that hotline out of malice.
No, but you called the hotline and then you started questioning them, the tip line thing. I mean, you started questioning them. And then the person that shall not be known talked about, she popped up on the channel when you were showing pictures of Sebastian and we were talking about him. And you'd done no wrong. And suddenly it was bang, boom, they were onto you.
I mean, my personal opinion on all this matters, I think this was something that was set in place a long time ago. The more you do your digging on all these rabbit holes, the more you find so many of these webs are interconnected with each other. It's
yeah, because you know we did notice what we discovered that Mommy and Up was
all the dots join.
What was it, Angel? I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said.
I'm saying all the dots join. It's all the same old people. And they've been at it for a while. Long before this case.
It's not my dog, Jason. Not today.
No.
Well, what I was going to say is Mommy and Up came out and did her flip reverse the same time that At Night entered the scene. So at first she was doing all these videos about Seth and everything. And then the same time she had that whole come about and did a flip about. It's the same exact date that these guys came on the scene.
I'm telling you, they use the same Tony tactics. They get these people, they find out everything they can about them, and then they use the shit against them so that they don't speak out. Look at Terry Lynn. I had to eat crow, it tastes like shit. That was all around the same time frame where these flipping, when At Night came on the scene publicly and started sending injunctions and filed the lawsuit against you guys. Then people got scared shitless. I think that the bigger message here should be to the people that are still scared is that they're frauds. Like, don't be afraid of them. Whatever it is they're threatening you with, tell law enforcement. The dude, Nick's on parole. I mean,
but that's what has them afraid, is that these guys are fraudsters.
They're dangerous. Yeah,
right.
They're dangerous. I get it. But don't let them, scare you into silence. And you don't have to go public with what you do.
Clue, you had a pretty good show yesterday. I tuned in to listen a little bit, and I caught something about that momming it up chick or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
When she started talking about her, that's just funny.
Yeah, because she literally came from nowhere and she swore that she sent me all these emails about them trying to use her kid and then some guy with a chainsaw in the woods. And I'm like, no, lady, you never emailed me. And I don't know. And now she's talking about I've put trackers on her vehicles. You wish you were worth my attention.
Well, what I'm saying is she did that around the same time these guys came. So I think maybe she was approached by them to use her son as a stunt double in some type of production. And she freaked out about it and tried telling us, but she wasn't conveying herself correctly. And then she went full steam ahead with them.
Yeah, but now they're saying she sings a different tune when it comes to her kid.
Yeah, I don't personally think that's the reality of it. I think there's a lot of people that, if you connected the dots of them through personal connections and business connections and things like that, you'd find that they're all tied back to just two or three people that are, and they're all, quite frankly, from what I see, it's a bunch of people that have never accomplished shit, and they have a huge desire to be notable.
Famous. They want to be. They want to be.
That's just what I see. I mean, I may be completely off base with it, but that's just what I see.
That's what I see. The wannabes.
But they all are failed actors and actresses, right? Like every single one of them. Even Mommy and Up. I don't know if she tried to be an actress, but she sure as hell made her rounds on podcasts and all types of things. You got the E's. They tried doing their little production studio. Their son was a child actor. You got even Terry Lynn said 5 times, I joined them because I thought Dog was involved. She was seeking a little bit of something. Yeah, they all in one way or another have tried to become famous. So I think the idea of being part of a production, which Breaking Change just broke down that they literally were speaking about like, oh, we got connections with Dr. Phil, and we're going to make a Netflix series. And
listen, you got these people that have tried to make it big for whatever reason, whether it's productions, books, movies, ghost tours, whatever they're doing. And they hear Dog the Bounty Hunter level, right? And that's what they all wanted. You heard Tara Lynn. That's why she signed the NDA. I thought Dog was really coming here. They all thought that. They thought they were going to be, and you know what? Fuck them. I mean, if that's all it takes to get these people to have no morals is to throw some quote unquote famous celebrity out there and taunt them with it, I think that we've been shown the real faces of the people that fell for it, to be honest, like creator wise, not viewer wise.
I think we've always been shown the real faces of everybody involved. It's just the emotional manipulation aspect of the game that a lot of people have played has fooled a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, that course.
No, but
that's my thing. Most of these people, like the creators wanted the fame aspect of it, and the viewers didn't realize that was the creator's goal. They instead believed their message, and that's where they did manipulation on the audience.
They put fame and growth in front of their moral compass.
So, but that leads me to this, which is what I've been wanting to ask for a few minutes now. I'm sorry. But if where does it all start then? Like, does this start with Seth and that's what leads me to this question, Chris. At what time did Seth come to you about Tony trying to push him off as a PR for all of y'all? And do you know how long he had been in communication with Tony before he came to you?
Yeah. So I don't know the exact date, but it was early on. April stands out for some reason, but I think it could have been March. But so keep in mind, the saying is, or the saying was, I don't know how much truth there is to it now, but Pascal was the one that got Tony in touch with Seth. I've heard it.
Yeah,
Pascal said he had nothing to do with it. But
bullshit. It's been verified. It even came directly out of Tony's mouth. Yeah, Pascal put me in touch with Seth. And I guessed that early on because Pascal was like to Seth, oh, I got somebody you should talk with, and I got a guy to hook you up with. And next thing you know, those two came on the scenes together. So yeah, absolutely, it was Pascal.
So however that transcended, Seth had been in contact with Tony long before he had talked to us about Tony. He had talked to Katie, directly to Katie at that time, about hiring a dog handler and having Tony as a PR person. He didn't come to me directly. He went to Katie directly.
And
then after that,
hold on, let him finish.
After that, Katie said, she told me about it, and I said, will you tell him to email you the information? He emails me the information. He didn't send it to Katie. He sent it to me. So I looked it over, and I made phone calls. I'm not going to hire people just because you want me to hire somebody. I'm going to do my homework. And I started digging into the canine handler, Captain Valente, Jules, whatever people want to call her. Looked into her. I talked to TBI about her. I looked into the background on Tony and gave everybody their due diligence, and I listened to them. Katie and I had a conversation with Tony, and this was early in the investigation. After what we heard, we decided, no, not going to be a good fit for us.
Mm-hmm.
Tony originally said he wasn't going to do it unless all three parents were on board. Come to find out, Tony and Seth had an agreement well before that. Now, whether or not they will admit to it, that's their own personal choices. That's not here or there.
Hold on, let him finish. Let him finish, please.
Listen, honest to God, guys, we got to stop with the interrupting. Okay, he's not. I get it. You're excited to say what you have to say, but if he's not able to finish, then we don't even know where he's headed. And quite frankly, we don't even understand what you're interrupting for.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
So
I get it. It's exciting. I get it. I get, you know what I mean? I get when you want to say something, but he's like literally in the middle of recapping something very important.
So when all this transpired, we had heard information about Tony, about some other things prior to him. He had told us some very personal information about the Caleb Harris case. And when he told us that, after we got off the phone, Katie and I looked at each other and said, if that son of a bitch was allowing for him to tell us that information about that case, who's to say what he's going to tell other people about Sebastian's case? And at that point in time, we said, no, that will not happen.
And that's very important that people understand that. The way of Tony saying, hey, you can trust me is I never put this stuff public about Caleb. So go ahead and trust me when it comes to Sebastian. And meanwhile, he literally gave out footage of that young man. Oh.
Sickening.
He is sick.
Thank you so much, Chris, for answering that question. And I apologize for interrupting. I wasn't sure which dog handler you were talking about was why I was asking. I apologize for that. And thank you for answering that question.
So here's a question. Were you aware of Tony's like like his associates like Nina Glass and kind of the, you know, did you get into all of that, or just him in that conversation was enough to be like, yeah, I want no involvement with this guy?
No. So during that conversation, Tony did say he had some connections to some investigative teams that he had helped use during the Caleb Harris case. Now, he did refer to Nina Glass. He did not give her name directly, but he did refer to her. So that's why we were able to start putting pieces of the puzzle together. And the more we looked into things, the more we had talked to some people, it was like, absolutely not.
I mean, what a selling point, right? Like, hey, you want me to be your spokesperson? I just protected the last kid by keeping X, Y, and Z private. I mean, that's not a very good, like, con artist, in my opinion. Like, that's pretty obvious, and good for you for picking up on it, especially, you know, when he does this shit, right? He does this to people that are in emotional states of mind. So, had you not been thinking clearly and agreed, you know what I'm saying? It's so easy for someone like him to take advantage of people.
I mean, one of the things that Katie and I have learned, and I hope Seth has learned this too, in any situation, and this goes for anybody out there that may ever experience something so traumatic, it doesn't matter what it may be. When there's people that start coming out of the woodwork who say, hey, I can do this, I can do that, I can do this, my recommendation, do not take them for their word. You can say, I'll consider it, but look into them. If you need a spokesperson, go hire a lawyer. I mean, as crazy as it sounds, hire a lawyer. They know the law. They know what they can say, they can't say. And law enforcement is probably a lot more receptive to a lawyer and working with them because they know what they can and cannot say. They know what they can and cannot do.
Yep, they're not going to mess with someone like Tony. And the Petitos are a really good example. Whenever they gave a press conference or any kind of announcement when Gabby was still missing, their lawyer did it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's how you know that he's not a spokesperson, because the spokesperson's not supposed to ever take the light off of the main character, which would be Seth. And instead, they got this weird duo relationship going on that makes Tony. I don't even want to go that far. I will say this: Tony's behaviors during this case will follow him for years to come. So all these characters that thought they were going to, you know, use Sebastian's name to ride their way into like this position, I'm so glad you all did all the missteps you took, because now every family to come will know exactly who and what you all really are, and nobody will fall for your shenanigans again.
And here's a public service announcement for everybody out there. If you don't think people who have experienced trauma or victims don't talk to potentially future victims when something happens to them, you don't think people don't put each other in touch with each other, you're nuts.
Mm-hmm. Amen.
Because like those families are going to explain to them exactly everything that has happened to them, who said what said to anything, who's done this, who's done that, who they recommend, who they don't recommend. that's a little keynote that I don't care who you are and what your role is in this world. Word of mouth travels, and that's very important.
Yep. That's why hashtags are important too.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
not going to happen
Yep.
again. Hashtag.
And that's
And
why
just
Steph does all his dirty work on other channels. That drives me nuts too, because then he goes back to his channel and he plays this character, and it's so obvious what it is. They both do, him and Tony.
well, those two might want to kind of slow their roll for a while. I'm sure they're going to be
Mhm.
quite busy for a while.
I agree. I agree. I think everybody has a moment, and everybody's time comes, and I think people want quick answers, and not realizing that it's not always a quick solution.
No.
I think it's very telling too of those, call them green team, call them whatever, and whoever you want to. But I think that's also very telling with what Chris said, that this, it came to mind for him April, but maybe even as far back as March. And then take that information and think about the interviews and stuff that Chris would be given on these panels, and automatically Seth show up or something like that, and it gets sabotaged, and them intentionally trigger Chris. In my opinion, I'm sorry if I'm speaking
Well, they
wrong.
attempted. Keep in mind,
Right.
I lost my shit on Clue Show, and once again, I apologize, but it was 15 months when I finally snapped.
Right.
Well, I know it was round about beginning of March when Tacky Tony deleted all the videos and photos on Caleb's page and made it Sebastian's page. So I reckon it was round about that time, beginning of March.
I'm not sure exactly when. My condolences go out to the Harris family and everything they've had to go through, and the Wells and many other cases.
Mm-hmm.
But I publicly will say this: I wouldn't recommend Tony Mathis to tie his own damn shoes. Period.
Well, I know that Tacky Tony still had a GoFundMe for Caleb right up until 3 months ago.
Mm.
It's
Up,
dodgy.
up until 3 months ago.
Yeah.
What do you mean up till 3 months ago?
She's saying that the GoFundMe was still up and running until about 3 months ago.
Well, for the Caleb Harris family?
Yeah.
I guess. And Tony being the benefit, the creator of it.
Oh yeah, he was the beneficiary of the GoFundMe as well.
Well, I mean, all they have to do is file a complaint with GoFundMe, and they can handle that on a legal aspect.
Yeah, if it's true.
Yeah. I mean, I don't care who you are. I don't think raising any funds on the back of any trauma deal where you're a victim is actually okay. Now, like if you need help with like medical bills, fine. I understand that because it's very costly. However, you don't want to have any involvement, period, with it as the victims. Like that should be something so distant that has nothing to you. It really shouldn't. And I don't think families should know anything about it if that's something that, somebody wants to draw up a collection for something, whatever. I'll tell you right now, one of the best things that we experienced locally was the food train. I mean, our neighbors are amazing. We've had friends and family that literally would come over and they would bring food. Because when you're involved in things like this, you don't think about eating. You don't think about the day-to-day things. You have to be reminded you've got to eat. You've got to sleep.
Right.
As crazy as it sounds, you got to be reminded every once in a while, hey, look, go change your clothes. You've been in those clothes like 2 days now. Go change your clothes because your mind is constantly racing. And everything that you take for granted on a day-to-day basis, you don't think about. You really don't.
couldn't
You know,
fathom.
that I'm gonna tell you now, communities across the country, wherever they are, that do these food trains are amazing. Absolutely amazing.
What do you think the impact of social media does? Like from your perspective, having to have experienced this firsthand, do you find that social media has been, and I know you'll have like a really good answer, probably of both. Do you feel it's been more beneficial to Sebastian's case or more harmful?
Unfortunately, I think it's been a lot more harmful to Sebastian's case than I would say helpful. Um,
Yeah.
Only because of how much detriment that was put on in the investigation with the investigators, the detectives, and all these entities out there that had to pull so many assets away to go deal with nonsense, frivolous crap, that didn't need to be. Well, we saw Chris's truck in Arkansas. We saw it at a speedway. We saw blah blah blah. And what do? They have to take an asset away and go investigate it. They have to, but a lot of those tips were called in because of social media. Now, it is a 50-50 split. There has been some great things about social media, i.e., the young man who was found up there at North Carolina Tennessee border at the mountain. Um, that was a really good close lookalike. The young man that was found out in California. Um, I mean, and there were some other places, but it was all spread through social media because of the awareness of his case. So I think there is some positives. I think the negatives, if those could be curtailed, as in getting rid of, stop trying to point fingers and push blame automatically and just stick to the facts of what you know. I think social media would be super, super amazing. It is a known fact most people don't get their news anymore from television. They get it all from social media. So, that's kind of where I stand with that. It took some creators to teach me that because I still thought everybody would get it from the news, but Clue and Cletus have told me and they're like, look, here's statistics, here's this, look how many people follow this person and that person and the rest of you creators out there, you have done amazing jobs. I mean, I'm not going to knock you for the negative or the positive. I think it's been amazing across the board because it allows open perspective, for people to see it from different angles. I welcome that. I just don't welcome the stupidity of a few that decide that coming to my hometown and doing some stupid things is smart. I think it's very immature, irresponsible, um, and quite honestly, very dangerous because you don't know who you're dealing with.
I think that's the scariest part is you just don't know. And I tried explaining this to people. You don't know who is who, and you don't know who's watching, and you don't know who's going to believe what you're saying and take matters into their own hands. It's a really scary place. They came to social media to give out information about Sebastian. They didn't come out to bash Seth or to build a team or to do anything as far as public perception goes. It was very focus based. It was strictly Sebastian. We saw that turnabout come when Tony came, in my opinion. And I'll never forget when Tony said, gloves are off, referring to you guys. And I feel like that is when everything completely became what it is now, which is an embarrassment. I responded, Tennessee Terry. Do you want me to pull it up? I'm telling you right now. So can I do it publicly, Tennessee Terry, or you want me to do it privately? I know it's not. They were wondering if this person looks like Sebastian to you. To me, it does not. Obviously, you would know better than I. So I don't want to get you upset thinking like this may be him, but I'll go ahead and show you as she's asking because I wouldn't want to. Oh, it didn't come up. Hold on. Dang it. Everybody's big heads in the way. Let me move y'all. Hold on. All right. There we go. This gentleman right here, I suppose.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I didn't think so either. Thank you for keeping an eye out, Tennessee. Terry.
Glasses are just so everybody can understand. The glasses are wrong. Jaw structure is wrong. The nose is wrong. The chest is wrong. The age is wrong.
He looks older.
Yeah, that person looks well inside of their 20s, mid to late 20s. Weight, he's probably a little heavier than Sebastian was. So that person's probably around 140 to 150. Facial hair is very dark on his face. Now, granted, everybody's like, well, it's been 15, 16 months. Yes, okay. So keep that in mind. Sebastian had dirty blonde brown hair. So his facial hair is not going to be very dark. It's going to be very light. Yes, glasses can change. I understand that. Bone structure does not change.
Yeah.
And that person in this picture is not pigeon chested like Sebastian is. So that's another thing.
Is that something, Chris, that they spoke to you about yet? Or I hate to say it hasn't not been a long enough time, but an age progression photo. Have you guys considered that? Is it too soon? Because I know at this age,
I think it's too soon. I think they do it like every 2 years.
2 years. Yeah.
Yeah. So at this point in time, no, there's not been one that's been considered. I mean, we can ask.
Yeah.
But I mean, at this point in time, we don't know.
Because one thing that stood out to me was Katie stating he was starting to grow a mustache, and I look at my son who'll be 13 in a month, and he damn near grew 2 inches overnight. And one day he was like, "Mom," and I'm like, "Oh my God, what happened?" Like very recently. So I know they changed so damn I mean, he made me jump. I'm like, "Who's this man talking to me?"
Well,
and it was him.
My teenage boy at age 15, 16, he didn't change much until he was like 18, 19.
Okay.
He changed loads, but when he got to like 15, 16, he didn't change much for a couple of years.
If I had to guess right now, based on the time that surpassed the biggest changes about Sebastian, we go off the standard basics. His height has probably changed. His weight may have changed. His hair color may have changed. These are all things that one has no control over. It's just genetics. It's going to happen. Bone structure really doesn't change. It'll grow larger, but it doesn't change in formality, like the form in itself.
Right. Now it's like my son, his hair gets lighter in the summer. Does that happen with Sebastian as well?
Kind of, yes. If he's outside for a long time, yes.
Okay. And I'll never forget, I asked you this over on Truths, and honestly, I think it was one of the most, in my opinion, not to self-praise myself, but let me do it. It was one of the most beneficial questions and answers that I've ever heard, is when you described identifying features about Sebastian, such as, I believe you said the freckles.
Yes, Sebastian has freckles on his neck. There are 3, maybe 4 predominant freckles. If you're looking at him, it's going to be your left, but it'll be his right hand side on the front of his neck. His chest is actually very noticeable. He has pigeon chest, what it has happened is he has a cartilage that grows on one side of his chest faster than the other, and it kind of pushes out almost like one of the chest bones is sticking out farther than the other one.
It's the first I'm hearing that.
So that goes back to one of the pictures I think somebody saw. He had a brace on, and that's what that brace was for. It was to help correct it. And then they're like, well, he's not wearing it. Well, that was Sebastian's choice. That was not ours.
Right.
We gave him the choice to wear it or not wear it. He decided not to wear it. So
now, if he's out there and hasn't been wearing it, would it be more prominent? Does it like in some of these photos obviously is more prominent in other photos than does that make it more prominent, or no, would it change it? It would just be the same.
That's hard to say because it could actually become more prominent as he got older. The bone grows, the cartilage grows. It can protrude a little more. It may not. It just kind of depends. If his chest cavity actually spread wider, it may subtly like go down a little bit. We don't know. But that's just something the doc said, it's unless he would wear the brace or there is a surgery that he could have, but that's Sebastian's choice and he doesn't want it and I wouldn't force it on anybody. So
yeah, I imagine that would be a difficult surgery. So it is noticeable enough to the naked eye. I've never noticed it. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you said he's pigeon-toed.
Yeah, he kind of runs on his when he runs. Seth describes it best because I don't watch anime.
Naruto or whatever his name was.
Yeah, whatever that character's name is, a little ninja dude.
Yeah.
Sebastian runs like that. He kind of throws his hands behind him and leans forward, and he runs on his tippy toes, like on the balls of his feet and his toes. When he walks, he does have one foot that kind of turns in a little bit more than the other one. But I mean, those are very identifiable features on Sebastian.
Chris, does he run on his tippy toes and flap his arms behind him?
He runs like this on the screen. He has his arms behind him, and yes, runs on his tippy toes. What he just said in Naruto. Here's an image of him. Now, this is something that. Oh, is that how your boy runs too?
My grandson runs like that. Yeah.
Now, this is a question that people have been asking. What was Sebastian on medication that were life-sustaining?
No.
Okay.
The medication he was on, I'm not, so keep in mind, and I've heard people bitch complain about this when I say it's HIPAA. It is HIPAA because I'm not a biological parent, and Sebastian's of the age that we have to have written consent from him to divulge certain information, stated Tennessee law. So,
Chris, the same people saying it's HIPAA said that during a court proceeding, my attorney would not be able to ask for medical records despite emotional damage being one of their claims. So, that's where this image comes in. Hip hop anonymous. These people don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah. And when you talk to a doctor, talk to your doctor in your state and learn your laws, learn the rules. You'll understand them.
Or have respect for your children and don't give out their medications for the internet. He answered the question. That's all we need to know. We don't need to know anything further.
Yeah, one of the medications he takes helps with his helps regulate his behavior.
Right.
It keeps him a little bit calmer. That's the best way I can explain that. Allows him to stay focused. Another one helps him at night sleep. So that's really about what he's on.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. He's not going to die if he doesn't have it, but it does make it a little bit more difficult for Sebastian for controllability, and actually for some people to even tolerate children of that magnitude. Sometimes it's harder for people to, just be able to tolerate them.
Behavior regarding behavior issues, not life-threatening.
Right. Naruto. Thank you, Big Back. Big Back. What a name. Thank you. I don't watch anime either, so I don't know. It is fantastic information because these are the things that can identify so that we don't. And how about his glasses? How did he need glasses? Like, is he pretty, like, I'm blind without contacts or glasses. Could Sebastian be going through day-to-day life without glasses, do you think, or?
He could. It's not. He needs his glasses. He has I don't remember. He has a hard time seeing. I think farther out. So I don't know if that's nearsighted or farsighted. I always get that confused.
So do I. I think
but he also has.
I think it's considered nearsighted, which is weird.
Yeah, he has astigmatism. That's mainly
Okay.
what his glasses are for, is stigmatism. He has a really bad stigmatism.
Chris, does he make noises? Does he like echolala noises? Like he or make a certain noise when he's stressed or
Not like in the form of a Tourette's, no.
not
It's
like
like Sebastian was very high functioning autism. That's
Yeah.
that's a different. I don't think he was on that spectrum of autism where he would make the noises such as you're thinking, Angel. But that's a great question. I will say you scared the shit out of me. You came in so loud, it woke me up.
I am muted. I suspect I think my grandson is going to be on Tourette's spectrum later, but he's non-verbal.
Yeah, see that.
No, Sebastian's very verbal. He is very high functioning.
I paid £250 to be the ticky box for high functioning autistic myself. Like,
Now, Chris, whenever you say high functioning and very verbal, with my son, he's autistic. Whenever he speaks, like he is high verbal and he does, function pretty good with his speech, but you can tell by his speech pattern that it's not a normal speech pattern. Is there anything like that with Sebastian that would stand out to folks?
In like what manner?
Well, like my son, like a lot of his verbiage and his nouns are backwards and stuff like that, and he doesn't say complete and full sentences. Like he'll speak in partial sentences, if that makes sense.
No. Sebastian, his tone, his verbal expression is very normal. In fact, he actually started coming into his little one-line punchlines and getting his little one-liners in every so often. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, like the green tea.
Yeah. Or I might ask a question knowing that I know the answer, and I just ask the question, and he's like, it's this, duh. I'm like, all right, smart ass. Got it. Cool. Thanks.
So
That's
like
a teenager.
Yeah, exactly. He was a teenager. He just had a little bit of quirks about him that are different from the average teenager. He had some personal struggles, but he's very high functioning. Like I said, he could play a 60-something-year-old man in a game of chess, and he beat him.
wow.
So, I mean, he's not by any means.
So if like you walked up to him on the street, you wouldn't notice anything in his speech different from anyone else.
You would notice he has a thing about personal space. Like he doesn't necessarily fully recognize personal space. If you were to start talking to him like Naruto and stuff like, oh, he is like right up on you, like, hey, ooh, and he gets so excited, his eyes light up. But that's Sebastian. But I mean, if he doesn't know you, he probably doesn't talk to you. He'll probably like kind of turn his shoulder, like you're weird,
Right.
like instead of
Like
himself.
like a normal teenager. I part of me, I know why they had to put the autistic teen in there, but I wish they hadn't. Because no disrespect to you ladies, but there's this stereotype being thrown on him, despite the fact that from early on it was stated he was fairly high functioning. He was newly diagnosed. His teacher said you would never know there was any diagnosis with him. But yes, people still envision their idea of autism onto him. And it's doing such an injustice to him.
Yeah.
Granny, I was diagnosed at 52, right? And I paid for the pleasure. And I've never got on with, like, when I was younger, I had loads of friends, like, until I got to, like, teenage years, and they were Billy No mates.
Right.
And I didn't fit in, and I couldn't, like, associate and get on with that. As I got older, I sort of got my own quirky bits. I love my art. I get obsessed with things. I've got an obsession of finishing things. If I read something or write it down, I've got like this photographic memory.
Right. But I get that, but your experience isn't his, and I keep hearing people project their idea of autism is my whole point of it. I understand what you're saying about being later diagnosed, and I'm not speaking directly
52,
to you.
I'm 52. I call me autistic or what? I'm normal.
Right.
Well,
Right.
keep in mind there's something that has changed in the past. I don't know, like within 5 years or so, and it's been a huge change. Okay, so back then there used to be a diagnosis for autism, Asperger's,
Right.
ODHD or ADHD, and all these other letter acronyms. Okay, so what happened? Okay, now they have combined everything under one category, autism.
Right.
So if you are diagnosed with something, it's still in a form of autism. So unfortunately, that's why everybody will now be known as you have autistic if you're this, you're autistic if you have that. Doesn't matter. That's what it is.
Right.
And that does cloud people's minds about, like you're saying, Granny, that, you know, everybody's got this idea of this image of this poster of what an autistic child is. That's not the case.
Right.
It all needs to be changed. They should have a poster with autism, with all kinds of form of autism in a child or a person with it on that poster as a big group. Autism. You never know.
That
And just
actually
have
would
it.
be a fantastic idea.
I so apologize if I came off that way, like I was just putting him under every other spectrum. I
Oh
was
no.
asking the difference. I'm so sorry if I came
No,
off
no, no,
that
no,
way.
no.
No, you didn't, Regina, at all. You
Okay.
didn't. I hear a lot of creators using that and saying that, and there's just such it's like a vision of what autism is, and is of course of the worst degree, right? Like the nonverbal, and Sebastian, it has been stated over and over and over again that he's very high functioning.
I mean, and that's why, like, I was trying to just put it out there. Is like everybody has come up with this idea, and that's not the case. Um, people wouldn't know Sebastian. Like, if we'd had never said he was autistic, people would not have a clue that Sebastian was autistic. They would thought something was wrong with him, and not ever said autism.
Right.
And do you know what? You think there's something wrong with you because you're autistic. Well, at 5, 6 year old, I learned to play the keyboard just by listening to sound.
Yeah, no, autism a lot of times are very, very smart. Sparks, that's not what he said. That's exactly what we mean about people pouring things apart.
And if you see me artwork, right? I never thought I was good at drawing, but I can draw realistic people. I'm good at drawing.
Hey, Granny, can you put what Sparks said back up there real quick?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm good at chess. I'm just crap. I'm just crap at social. I go out, and I like the music and I like to dance. Someone talks to me, I was like, whoa, leave me alone.
Yeah, like
So-
antisocial.
Sparks and Sparkles or whatever. You said, how can you have ADHD and a slew of other things and still not be autistic? That's not what I'm saying. I am saying if you do the research now of what autism is, autism would be the very top of the bracket. Below autism, spider webs off to various other things. But instead of saying, hi, I'm a person who has ADHD, OHD, ABCD, whatever, what they have now done is combined all of that under an autism spectrum. So instead of identifying a person with specific traits, they've now decided to say you're autistic.
Right. It's easier just to label that. I get what you're saying. He's
And
not
I will
saying
tell you this,
people can't have ADHD without autism. They can, absolutely.
yeah, and I will say this, as crazy as it sounds, it's kind of a good thing because it's made it a lot easier for individuals who have these disabilities to receive help. Because a long time ago, if you didn't meet certain criterias, you could not receive help, like i.e. what Sebastian needed, the help he needed years ago was not allowed to get it because of the way the diagnosis was written up.
Right.
Because he has that chromosome deletion, now that's been thrown under autism, we have been able to get him all of that help that he has needed.
I'm going back to when I was a teenager. I had this these anger issues. I could not. I would see red. I kick holes in walls. I would slam doors.
Well, that's called being a teenager.
But it was worse. I was really bad, right? Was Sebastian like that, where he couldn't express his emotions?
No, Sebastian can express his emotions. Now, don't get me wrong. No child should be allowed to kick a hole in the wall or punch a hole in the wall. No child should be allowed to do that, period. Why?
Well,
because you're allowing a child to understand that they can react and just do whatever they want without a consequence. That's not something you should do. Now, granted, I'm not an expert on parenting, okay? But keep in mind there are other ways to vent anger and get your frustrations and what you're trying, your emotions out, other than necessarily trying to inflict some type of harm or a physical aggression. There are other ways.
Knowing that I'm on the spectrum now, and I look back at my teens, I couldn't express my emotions. I couldn't express how I felt.
Are you asking if that's how Sebastian was, or are you tying this in?
And that's how I felt. These emotions, I couldn't express them. And
so to help you, I know what you're saying. So here, I'll tell you this. Sebastian was not much of a talker. Okay, he didn't really talk about his emotions, and he wasn't very a physical person about his emotions either. However, I was able to there was something that me and him only had as our little thing. Okay. I would and sometimes you'd have to get him upset. We had to get him mad. But at the same time, I have to give him that grace because I want him mad so he will express his feelings. He will let it out. And I told him, say what you need to say. I don't care what it is. I give you permission. There's no consequences. You can say it. And I told him, if you want to say, I fucking hate you, you can say it. If you say whatever, you can say it. No repercussions. I want you to vent. And he would. Now, granted, sometimes his mom heard it. And she'd be like, what did you say? I'm like, whoa, I gave him permission. Don't. We're talking. Give him. And she'd be like, okay.
Right, because it's a healthy way to get him to express that frustration. If that includes having to curse, I've done that with my kid. I get exactly what you're saying.
Yeah,
but at the end of it,
I reckon my son's on the spectrum, even though he's not had a diagnosis, but you have to push him to the point where he gets so upset that that's when he'll tell you what's bothering him.
Right, but at the very end of it, I always gave Sebastian, he always had that opportunity. And at the end, when we were done, yeah, he may shed a tear or two because he's upset because he's so frustrated. But he would always come up to me and give me a hug and say, I'm sorry and I love you. And I would say the same thing back to him. You know, it's there, like I said, there's ways for children to express themselves without doing a physical aggression. Punching holes and kicking holes in the wall, no, not tolerated. I don't care who you are. That should not be tolerated, period.
Right. And no, he's saying opposite, Sassenach. He's saying opposite. I blessed be. This is actually a good question.
My son, he's got Klippel-Trenaunay-Weber syndrome, and he's got deformities. He got picked on. He never had many friends, and like looking back, I'm sure he's on the spectrum. And there's times where I've had to really push him to get the truth out of him, and I've got to cuddle out of him, and he's upset, and he's told me the truth and whatever. But
I don't think that's what Chris is necessarily saying, Angel. I think Chris is saying he learned a way with Sebastian so that he wasn't punching walls like you originally asked. Instead,
no, my son, I've realized that that's what I was like. My son's not like that. I flipped the coin, and
right. I think every child in this world is different. Not one child is the same. You don't always treat them all the same either. You have to find ways that it works for that child. Okay. So whatever you have to do, explore alternative avenues of finding out what works. But keep in mind that there has to be a line of discipline. There has to be a line of what's allowable, what's not allowable, and you have to teach
Communication.
them.
If my parents had communicated with me and asked me why I felt so angry and wanted to understand me, I wouldn't have done that.
Right. And
Well,
thank God
it also
Sebastian
at the
had
same
parents that
time,
did.
I mean, they didn't have them back then, they have them now. Have you seen these places now that even corporations take employees to them and they do an employee outing and they take them to this smash room. People
Oh
go in
yeah,
this room
they're cool.
for like 15 minutes and they just break shit.
Hmm.
Okay, team building exercises, whatever. That can be a form of allowing aggression out. Why? You're taking them to a location in a controlled environment, okay, under your authority, your permission, your watchfulness, and you're allowing your child to get some aggression out. Bowling could be another one. Games, sports, whatever. You just have to find what works best for your child.
To
So,
this day, I beat the shit out of my pillow.
well, I mean that may be the thing.
Hey,
I know that there
Chris.
are some women in this world that
Sorry.
cry. They will go to a shower and cry their hearts out so their children don't see how upset they are. I know this for a fact.
Yep.
Chris, I just have 2 questions. It's Jay again.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you guys were talking about the medication.
Uh-huh.
And Seth said like he wouldn't give Sebastian his medication on the weekends he had him. I just wondered if there was any noticeable side effects when Sebastian would come home, that you guys had to kind of deal with getting him
Yes.
back on them.
Yes. So we would get a phone call from the school. I mean, this right here will be the tall telling signs right here. We get a phone call from a teacher from the school, and they'll ask, he was at his dad's this weekend? Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay, never mind. And they'd be like, we got it, thanks. And they'd hang the phone up.
Right.
Gotcha.
I mean, it's very noticeable when he's on and he's off it. Now, I don't want anybody to sit here and saying what I'm saying is bashing Seth. That's not what I'm saying.
Fuck Seth.
He is his father.
All right.
Okay.
Sorry.
His choice about the medication, that's his choice. Katie's choice about medication, her choice. And I have to leave it at that.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like Seth did it on purpose to override whatever you guys were doing, if I'm being honest, because he sure as hell had no problem admitting he took medication for his big ass.
Well, I will say this: the side effect of one of the medications is it curbed Sebastian's appetite.
Right. Seth brought that up.
To the point, I mean, there were some times where all 3 of us were like, "That's okay. We need to talk to Doc. What he's losing a lot of weight. What's going on? What can we do?" That has come up. I don't want people to say no.
Right.
One of
and
the
I think they
suggestions-
always adjust meds, right?
They can. One of the things the doc said was on the weekends, one of the medications he didn't have to take. If he's just going to be at school, they recommended he take it the night before. But if he's not going to go to school, it's not mandatory.
Okay.
So, like I said, I'm going to put that out there. People can take it for what they will. The parents have that decision on the medication. And I think that should be kind of where it's left. I don't think people should attack parents based on the medication, the regimens, because one, people aren't in the room with the doctors when this is going on. It's the parents. I'm not going to sit here and tell somebody else's kid or their mom and dad, well, you should put this child on this regimen every single day. That I'm not a doctor. I'm not.
Right.
But that's not fair.
Chris, can I ask you, what's your take on Sebastian playing on an adult account on gaming?
I don't know. I can't speak on that. I don't know.
Well, and to bring it back, what you just said is that medication would curb his appetite, right? And
Yes, ma'am.
a lot of people try claiming Sebastian was malnourished. But if you put in his height with his weight at the time of which, unfortunately was on the Amber Alert, he was not malnourished. He was actually
No.
the percentile he was meant to be in.
Right. Sebastian had a very small frame. He was not. I mean, and we could stand Sebastian up with his peers at school, and his size difference was substantial. He was very small framed compared to the other kids his age. You got 15-year-old kids, and some of them look like they're playing NFL linebacker positions here.
Right. Right.
Sebastian's tiny. You know, he was just tiny.
Yeah,
You know,
no, I agree. Some children just have a different, That's why when Clue says about skinny people, girl, I'm like, some people try to eat and they just can't.
I'm a skinny person.
Well, I was just asking, I just wondered if it was, really noticeable, or if it was something that really didn't bother him. That was all. And then the other question I had was about the construction equipment, and then I'm going to hop down because apparently I'm interrupting everyone. So I just wondered if I don't know. But anyways,
making shit up.
No, in the chat, it's fine.
Oh,
It's just whatever.
Okay, it's one of those.
So no, I just wondered if he liked the heavy equipment. I know that he told this, like you were told, that he wanted to be like you and run heavy equipment. Do you think that he would be enticed to go over to that construction site, when no one's around, and just like sit in the equipment?
At this point, I can't say no to that. I can't say yes to that, because what I would have told you, like I said in the very beginning, Sebastian was not one that would, run away, go do things like that. And then here we are finding out months later that he was found hiding underneath the car.
Right.
There's always a possibility. His intriguement with heavy equipment, would he have gone over there and done it? I personally would like, my statement is I would like to say no, but there's always a possibility he may have. Who knows? I mean, I will say this: anybody who's ever played on heavy equipment, once you do it, you tend to like, oh, this is so cool. And people do have an excitement and intriguement about it. So there's always a possibility.
Yeah, I just wondered, like, if you ever drove through there and he was like, wow, like, look at that, like.
Oh, yeah, he has.
So it did intrigue him a little bit.
He did do that.
Chris, when did that construction start before he went missing? Was it just recent?
That construction started, I think, back in 2021.
Right, so it weren't like new construction.
No, it's in phases. It's a subdivision. So think about how they're built. You clear the land, then you come in, you build your infrastructure. So you got to do all the digging for your pipes and stuff like that. So you're grading, ground clearing, all that's done. And then you come in, the first section they build out. And as they build it, they sell it. They keep building, keep selling. So this has been going on for quite a while.
Hey, Emily.
Where
Hi.
could see with his visual eye when the construction was starting and the house has been built. Was that recent?
What was that, hun? I'm sorry.
Could Sebastian see the construction from his naked eye?
What?
You can catch glimpses through people's backyards, through ours, but not really, because there is a grade that goes downhill.
He rode a bus though, right? So he would see it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Emily.
Hi. I just came up. Hi, Chris. I've never talked to you before. I'm Emily Pickles.
Hi, Miss Pickles.
Pickle ass.
Anyway, I just came up because you were talking about the autism and ADHD stuff, and I have ADHD, and you were right, but you were wrong.
The way he was saying it.
Yeah, it was like,
yeah, cool. That's fine.
It's a spectrum, right? Because there was a bunch of people in chat that were like going, so I just thought I'd come spectrum, and there's, like Sebastian's on the spectrum. I'm on the spectrum with ADHD, and then there's the intensive, or I don't know how they say it. My sister has like ADD is not called ADD anymore. So there's like,
oh, good golly, what is it now?
And so it's like intensive. I can't even think of what it's called.
Oh, wow.
Intensive ADHD. So there's no ADD or whatever, and they don't use Asperger's anymore at all.
Yeah, see that right there. I'm just, like I said, I wasn't trying to. I'm not going to say that.
No,
what isn't autism.
It's just everybody in chat was like saying it, so I just was like, I'm just going to go up there. So actually, autism, they go, it's ASD. It's autism spectrum disorder, and then the ADHD. I've never heard that it's ADHD is autism. I know like groups that I'm in, places there's like ADHD, I don't know what that have both, because I did get tested for autism in the last year and I don't have it. but I have chronic ADHD. I don't know what the difference is, but whatever.
I think
But
that's what Chris was essentially saying, is that
yeah,
nowadays you see a lot of times that ADHD goes hand in hand with the autism, and the
yeah,
autism being the what he was saying is, imagine a family tree, right? Autism's at the top, and then you have all these break off branches.
right.
That's
He
all
was
he was
basically
saying.
saying it, but there was just like I got what he was saying. It was yeah. He was
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
It was just
and I
confusing.
apologize if what I have said it may cause some confusion, but I did state I'm not a doctor. I'm not licensed in any of this. I go off of what is
You're not a
explained to
doctor?
us
I thought you were
of
a
kind of.
doctor.
Oh, shit, I wish I was a doctor.
Just kidding.
Here's
Yeah, no, I
But
just wanted to, and you know what? I could be saying something that's not like probably, I mean, there's probably other parents that, are like, no, I don't want Julie to like spark up a live about it or anything.
well, I will say this, and to make this easier,
Mhm.
and this does, if Mrs. Skolnick's listen, I didn't diagnose it. The doctors
Mhm.
at Vanderbilt Medical Children's Hospital, they diagnosed Sebastian.
Well, I'm
Not me.
46 years old, and because I have ADHD, I can't really concentrate to hear really with like the whole, what my doctor said, and I just got diagnosed like 4 years ago. So,
Yeah,
Wow.
see, and I mean,
which I should have been when I was young. I mean, definitely should have been when I was younger. So, but it's harder for girls to get diagnosed with ADHD and
Yeah.
stuff like that. But
hey, that kind of you kind of open a box. I ain't even going nowhere near that. Nope. Mom
well,
didn't raise no
the
fool.
girls in school that talked all the time and wouldn't be quiet, and they just don't stop talking. Yeah, that's me. Always on my thing. But anyway,
Here's actually a really good question. Has the AMW being aired, do you know if that's increased tips?
I don't know.
Yeah.
We haven't heard much. I'm torn about America's Most Wanted, the way it was done. Kind of torn. I'm glad it was done. I think some of the information was put out was good. Some of the information they did put out was wrong. Katie never
Yeah.
once said that Sebastian stepped on an anthill without shoes. That was Seth.
Right.
I thought it would be probably a little bit longer, a lot more like interviewed, would be exposed between like all three of us. I thought that one probably would have been a little bit more, but I mean, look, at this point, we take whatever we can for recognition to get Sebastian's face and name out there. That's all that matters to us.
Chris, when you say interview between the three of y'all, they actually set you all three down in the same room and did an interview, or am I
No, ma'am.
misunderstanding
No,
that?
ma'am.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
So Katie and I were interviewed on one day. So we had to set a whole full day aside. So we do our interview, they do their filming, all their stuff, the A-roll, B-roll, all that stuff. Then the next day they went and met up with Seth and they did his stuff. And it was, I don't know how long it took, but his interview, the A-roll, B-roll, stuff like that. And then they'll go back, take all the stuff, deliver it to the production company. And throughout the whole time, they've asked us for bits and pieces of things that we've provided. I mean, at one point, some of the stuff from YouTube, I think, got brought in on America's Most Wanted. I do know that I told them, hey, I would talk to certain creators, get some of their points of views, get some of their footage. But I mean, I don't know what ever happened about that. And I kind of just stayed my distance, stay in my lane.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Chris, am I correct in thinking that the door's open for you and your wife and Seth to do like an interview, all three of us, without any involvement? Is that still on the table?
I don't know. I mean, that is
Interviews with
something that would have
who?
to be discussed offline.
Yeah, that's something I would have
understand
to.
that, but I do feel bad for Seth, and I don't condone his behaviour, but I do feel that he's being gaslighted, and I feel like he's alone, and that's why he's believing in these people?
No.
I mean, I will say this. That's your opinion, ma'am. I'll respect your opinion, and I'll leave it at that.
Right. I agree.
Best answer. I think
it's unfortunate, but I think you really told us a lot. Again, the way to distinguish Sebastian, because I do appreciate that there are people keeping their eyes open, like Tennessee Terry. It didn't hurt to ask if that was Sebastian, and that's all we can do is just remember that this is about Sebastian. He is still out there. These are the ways you can look for him, and to stop prejudging with the autism. We've heard enough from all the parents at this point to stop labeling Sebastian as the missing autistic teenager and just look for an average child.
Yeah, I mean, it's take away all of the, I call the fluff. Take all the fluff away from the situation. You're looking for a child that's 5'5", about 115 pounds, got glasses on, dirty blonde hair, brown eyes. Last seen wearing black pants, black long sleeve shirt, not a sweatshirt, long sleeve shirt, and may or may not have shoes, has glasses on, quirky smile, freckles on his neck, pigeon chested. That's what you're looking for. Look for that. Don't look for anything else. That's what you're looking for.
He's got a beautiful smile.
And I ask, please don't send it to a tip line. Call FBI, call 911, call your local law enforcement. Tell them that you may have spotted the child and let them do their job. Now, if you are able to snap a picture, snap a picture. If you want us to take a look at it and you don't have direct contact to us, please feel free to reach out to law enforcement. And if you want to, reach out to some of the creators. I'm sure they can get in touch with us. And I will be more than happy to look at the picture. Katie will, and I'm sure Seth will, and we will help you. Like I said, we'll look at the picture and be able to determine very quickly, yay or nay.
Right.
Does he play with his like if he has a sweatshirt on the bottom of it all the time in his hands?
Not.
I don't. What's that called? That.
It's his.
That's a stigma
fidget.
with autism again,
I'm
Emily.
sorry. I'm just asking if he does.
That's fidgeting.
Okay. Yeah.
9 to 1. If Sebastian's playing with something, he finds shiny. By the way, shiny pennies, not dirty pennies, not the dull pennies. Those shiny pennies. He could spot them like an eagle eye.
Oh, I love that. You know what I noticed when the Texas Roadhouse, which I just went to for the first time ever in my life, and it was fantastic. I couldn't believe how the prices were and everything. The meal was so good. But all I kept thinking about was, poor the footage. But one thing I noticed is Sebastian and Katie walked exactly alike. And it was amazing to witness how much he clearly bonds with Katie, that he literally walked just like her. And so many people were looking for things to tear apart that they didn't even notice that. It says so much to their relationship that they literally walked like twins.
I know, it's funny.
Best thing I have to tell people about in situations like this, people stop judging a video. Stop looking at things like that and just focus on what you're looking at. You're looking at a mother and a son having dinner.
Right.
Take everything else away from it, because we're not investigators. That's for law enforcement to handle. Look at the film, take what you can, and if you see him, like I said, please reach out, call your local law enforcement, whatever. And we're 15 months out, so worldwide, it's not. I'm not even going to say United States anymore. God only knows where Sebastian can be at this point in time.
Chris, I've not seen one photo of you together where it doesn't look happy. The video where he was out for dinner with his mum, he looked happy and content. When you're fishing, and I've got nothing that says that there were any contention between any of you. He looks so happy. His smile is beautiful. He's got an amazing, gorgeous smile, and he looks happy, content.
Well, to be fair, we don't normally take pictures of our kids when they're not happy or having fun, right?
No, but you know
but
what I mean?
I get the sentiment behind it. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Blank Slate.
And how can you think he wasn't?
Can you hear me okay?
We can, yes.
Okay, I just have a couple things to say really quickly, and they just kind of popped into my head. One thing is, even though, maybe there's some patient levels being tested today, there's been some
I'm just
really
hungry.
good. You've been doing great. Everybody's been doing great. Some really good information that I haven't heard before has been shared, and it's caused me to maybe think of some things I haven't thought of before, like the fact that Sebastian hasn't had his medicine that might have affected his appetite for over a year. He could have had a tremendous growth spurt in this year, so we need to think about that. He could be quite a bit taller and quite a bit heavier at this point if he's been able to eat more. And also, it's just that time in his life where he might grow more. And
that's a great point.
So kind of think about that. And also in understanding that medication might have been, and not to go into the medical aspects of it, but it might have been to control or to help with, hyperactivity or behavioral or anything like that. You might kind of watch out for a kid that might be having that type of issue more if they're in public or something like that. I had a friend that had a child much like Sebastian, who was 16 and just took off walking one day. And luckily, we were able to get him back home, but he was literally probably 20 miles down the highway.
Wow.
Yeah. So
Thank God they found him.
Yeah, he just decided one day he was going to go for a walk and just kept walking. And so it does happen.
Well, I mean, there was a child that was found, 200 miles away from the state of Arizona, and he was found in Texas.
Yes.
Barefooted in a Walmart bathroom room. Just saying.
There you go.
And then you have the other one, the other boy that was found stays away, and he was homeless, so they thought, and the local mechanic had been giving him food, and then finally realized that he was a missing kid. Yeah, it does happen. I'm so sick of hearing people say it doesn't happen. It does. There wouldn't be cases if it didn't. Right.
It does happen all the time. My daughter was an adult when she did this, but she traveled with kids that are called dirty kids or traveler kids or crusty kids. They ride the railways. She played music and just did traveling all over the country for 2 years out of her car.
Oh, wow.
And these kids are very protective of runaways. And anybody who may have seemed, I've talked to and ran into and, interacted with these kids. And when I say kids, they're like 16, 17, 18, 19, up into their early 20s. And they would protect anybody that they ran across that they seen as needful. And so my hope is that he maybe, ran across someone like that. So that's what I hope for. And that he's with someone who's caring for him. So I just wanted to put that out there, Chris, that's my hope for him.
Well, thank you. And I would agree. I mean, at this point, anything and everything we're looking forward to.
There are people out there like that do care for people who are needy of that type of care. Like the guy who was giving the kid food in the garage and didn't realize that he was a runaway.
Right.
Also, I live in South Florida. They have live cams on all of the beaches. And you might look in, just for the people in the audience here, if you live, near a place that have live cams, just watch them, because there was a kid that was found sometime within the last year by someone watching a live cam.
Yeah, we covered that. It was actually a TikToker.
Yeah.
A TikToker, he was seen in a TikToker's video. They were actually bullying the kid is what happened. But yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, so it, stuff like that does happen. So just watch your live cams. I watch mine. Just because I'm interested in these cases and I do follow a lot of different cases, but it's just another avenue of, you know, being active instead of just talking crap on the internet. So,
yeah, I agree. Thank you.
no problem. I just wanted to put that out there about, you know, Sebastian's probably grown in the last
Oh
year.
yeah.
He probably has a full beard if he hasn't shaved, you
Oh
know,
God, I hope not.
or a crazy mustache or really long hair. You have to think about these things.
They never said that, be in Florida. Find me one singular interview where Ellie said there's no evidence he ever left the home. They never said that. You notice nobody can ever direct you to where that statement was made? Fuck, source me right now. Here's my email. Give me the source of where the police said that. I'm so tired of people saying that shit.
And here's another thing. If he never left the home, then how come he's not there and they didn't find him?
If he never left the home, you don't think they would? I mean, fuck, get out of here. These people say to die. And be in Florida, I like you. I like you. So no disrespect to you, but all the disrespect to you, because that's the dumbest statement I ever heard.
Okay, so be in Florida. I see your comment. I understand what you're saying. So I'll lay it out for you very clear. In the 8 days in the beginning of the investigation, this house was open. That front door never stayed locked until we went to sleep at night during the 8 days of investigation. So cops showed up, didn't even knock. Door was open, they come in. Now, Department of Corrections pulled guard prisoners or whatever out from TDOC. They pulled the National Guard. They pulled several police forces from various counties surrounding the areas. Okay. I can't tell you, well, I'm not going to tell you how many dogs walked in my house, but they used infrared, thermal imaging, and not one single solitary space in my house was not searched. Underwear drawers were searched. Everything that they could open, they looked in. Anything under the house, in the attic, they walked through the attic, they moved the insulation around, every single thing that you can possibly think of. So if you're telling me that Sebastian never left his house, then explain to me. I'm all open, and I do say this with respect, would love to hear how you think Sebastian never left the house.
Most importantly, again, direct us to where that was ever stated by law enforcement. Bet you can't.
Chris, how many dogs led to the retention pond? Because you put out where the dog, and you showed where the dog tracked. And if Sebastian went into the retention pond, was it muddy, where he would come out muddy, and that would stop his scent?
So to answer that I know of, there was at least 3 dogs that from different directions went to the retention pond. One dog jumped in the retention pond in the very beginning. We all know this. They did drain the retention pond. It was only knee high. Not only did they drain it, they walked it. So any retention pond that has water in it is going to be muddy. I mean, that's just a fact. But
and mud would stop his scent. It would mask the scent.
Water, no, mud does not necessarily mask the scent because water intensifies the scent, from what I have learned.
That is correct.
But
So
mud, not water, mud.
But that's assuming that he was even in the retention pond. I don't understand asking questions that we think we know the answer to. If you're saying that mud would do that, then say that. Don't ask him what he thinks. Just say, I know that mud would do this.
Well, you're saying 3 dogs. I'm telling you, 3 dogs went to the retention pond. Okay. Notice I did not carry that sentence on that those 3 dogs led anywhere else. I just said 3 different dogs went to the retention pond. 1 jumped in the retention pond. Okay. That's what I'm saying. That is a fact. Okay. I'm not going to tell you that these dogs walked away from that retention pond with a scent. I'm not saying that.
Bye.
I'm telling you, once they got through the retention pond, that's all we know. They drained it, they walked it, nothing.
And I'm
Since
telling
then,
you,
that retention pond has been redug, reformed, regraded.
And I'm telling you right now, from what I know, working with search and rescue, Chris is absolutely 100% correct. Water intensifies the scent. It can also, a light rain can refresh a scent of a person up to a week or longer after they go missing. I have worked with the dogs. He is correct.
But mud wouldn't.
Oh, well, that's
Right,
great
mud.
because it didn't lead to Sebastian anyhow. So it doesn't matter to argue the semantics, does it?
Well,
No,
I mean,
but that's
okay, so hold on. I can I'm gonna go down her road for a minute.
My
Okay,
patience got 5 minutes left in me, I swear.
I know.
I'm
Hold
just
on. I
saying.
promise y'all this will be easy. So I want you to follow me on something. If you walked into a retention pond and you got mud on you, okay, you had to walk out of the retention pond. You're still wet, are you not?
Now's your time, Angel.
Yes, you are.
Okay, so that means your scent, being that you're still wet, mud retains water. Water carries that scent. That scent is intensified. If the mud was dried, it may not carry the scent, but you're still wet, so your scent is intensified.
Right, so 3 dogs go to the retention pond and there's no scent after that. Do you not believe that the dogs, that Sebastian did go into the retention pond and then there's no follow-on track after that?
So there was no signs of any tracks in or out of the retention pond. I know some other things I'm not going to divulge to people.
Right.
I'm just not going down that road. That's not going to happen. No matter how much you press, I'm going to give you the same answers I've been giving you. What I will say this is nothing was found at the retention ponds. All the waterways around here have been searched. Caves have been searched. Properties have been searched. Once again, the answer is just as law enforcement has said. There's no evidence to suspect foul play. All the parents have been cooperative with law enforcement. We work with law enforcement when they need us to. There's no evidence at this point in time. So they're kind of at a standstill. They don't know anything. We're all standing here waiting for an answer.
Right.
That's why we did the America's Most Wanted, hoping that it would reach millions of Americans and millions of people around the world, and maybe somebody will see him and call in a tip.
I'm in the UK, and I hope and pray that you do get your answers, and I do hope that you find where Sebastian is. Right?
Amen. I think we all do.
I have never ever. I still don't believe any of the parents you were involved. Never ever accused you from day one. I haven't.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
So, Cal, if he walked out, how was there no scent picked up by dogs? Has he been asked that? Where did you hear there's been no scent picked up by dogs? Let's start there. Let's start with that one first, okay? Gee golly. I think people just hear what they want to hear. I keep seeing people just completely twisting what you're saying, and I couldn't imagine being you. Honest to God,
Well, I mean, once again, so this right here is a proven factor. It's a proven point. My answers have not changed. We're 15 months away from the investigation when it initially started. My answers don't change. My story does not change. Katie's stories does not change. So there's no lies being told. What people have a hard time understanding, and some folks may be newer. They didn't follow the case in the beginning. I don't know. I would suggest if that is the case, please go back, listen to all of the interviews, go back and listen to everything that law enforcement has said, and then get yourself up to speed to where we are now, and you'll have an understanding. I never once said that there was not a scent that left the house.
Right.
Okay? We were talking about a retention pond, which is a subdivision next to us. It's not even in my subdivision.
Mr. Chris, I have a question
Yes, ma'am.
about the search dogs, if that's okay.
Sure.
Whenever SF released that video of the person, we don't know who it is, but it might or might not, attribute to Sebastian's case. The search dog that we seen on the video with the handler And was that one of the dogs that led of the 3 to the retention pond that followed the same path as the SF video?
I cannot answer because I don't know what all 3 dogs went to the pond.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
I just know Max was either the shepherd or the Malinois that went to and jumped in. That's what I can tell you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, that's what I don't understand, Pickle. These people that believe these things like, oh, Ali said, but they can't tell you when, where, how. I checked my email, no email with that source. The people that say like, well, how'd he leave? But there was no scent. Well, how do you know there was no scent?
Well,
Again,
so you know where that source came from, right?
I would say Cruston over there.
Well, actually, the person that said it on an interview was douchebag TikTok Tony or Tony Mathis, whatever you want to call the guy. He's the one that said it during his little escalade of bullshitting of trying to paint a picture that Katie and I are guilty and all this shit. And yes, I will bash the shit out of Tony all damn day.
He makes it so easy too.
Well, I don't care if he makes it easy or
He does
not.
make it easy though.
I mean, I'll tell you right now, don't play with fire if you don't want to get burned. And that cue ball headed motherfucker won't come near me.
Yeah, Trashy Tony, the con man.
I don't blame you.
So I don't really give a shit. He didn't show up to court the last couple times with Betty. What happened there, Tony?
Hi, Chris.
Hello.
My name's Amy. I'm from the UK. I've just got one question. It might have already been answered, but I just wondered if there's been an uptake in phone calls or tips after the Most Wanted episode aired.
We don't know, to be honest with you. If they may have, but if it's something of importance, we would know. But if it's not, they won't tell us.
Okay, thank you very much.
I mean,
that's
that's
all I
just being honest.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you for answering. Thank you for letting me up, Granny. That was all.
Yes, ma'am.
Bye, everyone.
I'm going to drop to Betty.
Yeah, Granny, I'm going to go ahead and drop down too. I just want to say real quick, Chris, thank you for the information today, especially in Sebastian's description. I think that goes a long way in, helping to identify and search for him. So I appreciate that. And I also appreciate some of the things you were saying about your co-parenting of Sebastian, because I have actually seen some of those things between my son and his stepfather. So I totally respect that. And thank you for answering the questions.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You know, I
for-
finally walk away because you guys were all talking, and as soon as I walk away, I hear everybody say they're dropping down.
I'm going to drop down.
Sorry.
Thank you for having me, Granny.
No, you guys are fine. Thank you.
I'm going to drop down. I just want to say, Chris, I tell Katie, Emily Pickles, I think about her all the time, and I don't know how she does it. I honestly, I don't. I'm not a mom, but my heart really breaks for her and the people that have that. I can't. I don't. I don't. It's horrible, and I just hope she stays strong. She has to be a strong lady to be going through this with all this extra stuff, and I'm glad you're here to speak for her. And it really pisses me off when they say, why won't Katie speak? Why is he speaking for her? And it's because you're her husband and you're supposed to. And she can't because she is broken. And if they can't understand that, then they just are absolutely horrible people. Because if you can't understand that, then you aren't even worth they're not worth it.
Well,
So
I wouldn't say that they're horrible people.
no, I think they're
Keep in
pretty bad
mind-
people, because if you can't comprehend that as a human being of what a woman would go through in that situation, then let her husband
Well,
speak.
So, in fairness,
You're too nice,
Not-
Chris. You're too nice.
Go ahead.
But in
Go ahead.
fairness, not everybody is going to experience something like this, and I hope they never do. So it's hard for people to comprehend the situation. It truly is. Um, and that's not just moms, and that's fathers, that's moms, that's stepmoms, that's stepfathers, that's everybody involved. It's hard to comprehend the situation, and until they really and truly ever experience it, they won't. So that's why we have to be fair, and that's why I've always been fair about people's opinions. Now, I don't have to like them, nor does Katie, but we are fair about people's opinions.
I agree.
Well, I don't know. And I'll just say this. I lost a sibling, so my parents lost a child. And I will tell you, my parents have even said, this, what you guys are going through is worse of not knowing.
Mhm.
And I know what my mom went through. And I will say that's why this really, maybe this bothers me even more because of knowing that and then knowing what Katie and my dad spoke out a lot. And I will say, I think that I can't even imagine not knowing every single night. And that's why when I hear BJ and her panel and them saying the stuff to Katie after the year when she spoke and them saying, oh my gosh, it's been a year. Look at her. My mom's thin. She works out. She's 73 years old. But after my brother died, both my parents gained weight.
How
And
they gain
they
weight?
didn't
They're
look
not
fat.
even going through this, so
Yeah.
spare me the
And
bullshit.
it's just like, how do you say stuff like that to people that are going through the worst time of their life and act like, what's going on? It drives me crazy, but I'll let you go. And I just want you to tell Katie, there are people, a ton of people that see Katie and see she's not alone. People think about her all the time. Okay.
Thank you, Emily.
So anyway, have a good day. And Chris, stay out of trouble.
I try.
Watch it. Stay out of trouble. Granny, I'll see you later. See everybody later.
Bye, Emily. Green-eyed PI. Let's listen. What's up, Avy?
Hey, Granny, can I do one thing real quick?
Absolutely.
Hey, Granny.
Titan
goodness,
fan has asked this, I think, 2 or 3 times, and
I think it's like the 5th time.
yeah. So, what triggered the Amber Alert? Okay, it was the fact that it was 38 hours after he had been missing that they actually finally triggered the Amber Alert, and it was based on the fact that 1, Sebastian needed medication. 2, the drastic drop in temperatures outside, and knowing at that time, no shoes. He was in long pants, long sleeve shirt, and it was dropping to below, I think it was like 40 degrees or something outside because it had rained. So that increased the alert from a missing child alert to an Amber Alert. That's what boosted the facts.
Thank you for answering.
You're welcome.
What's up, Avy?
Hey.
Hi.
I just wanted to take this opportunity since Chris is on panel, and I just wanted to apologize for anything and everything that I've ever said in the past. And I hope that you'll pass that message, my apology, on to Katie as well. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you
Yes,
for
ma'am,
that.
I will.
Thank you
really
so
sweet.
much. Thank you, Granny.
And John, I'm not sure who you are. That was really sweet, Avy. You're very welcome. John, I got my finger on it. I'm ready to pull you. Okay, never mind. Well, Chris, I sincerely appreciate your time, but my patience is as thin as the bag of pretzels over here. So I have got
Fixing to
to
get murdered.
My God,
You know
I'm
what?
like,
I've got to appreciate you, Chris, for your honesty.
You're welcome,
yeah.
man.
Chris, it's
Yeah.
always a pleasure, and there were so many useful things in the stream that I sincerely appreciate, and I hope people walk away with. And I appreciate everybody, especially you, Chris, having the patience to even come up here and sit through this with us and answer these questions and be as forthcoming as you can be while remaining the integrity of Sebastian and Katie and even Seth. It's way more. I don't think you get enough credit for just how patient you have been.
I couldn't be so humble. I could not be so humble.
I know
I
that's right.
appreciate it, but I would say that long, hard lessons learned growing up about having patience and compassion was taught to me from my parents and those that are around me that are very close to me, friends and family. So I would say the credit should go to them, honestly.
Well, that is true, right? It's a true testimony to how you were absolutely raised.
I've got to disagree with that, Granny, because they didn't have social media. This is a long lesson learned, isn't it, for all of us?
Well, they raised him, is what he's saying, and that's true.
Yeah.
They raised him to have the patience. Angel, just take it for what it is. Let's not argue, honey. I'm this much thinner at this point, sweetheart.
I don't argue with anyone.
I know you don't. You're just very opinionated, and that's okay. Bindi did ask this twice, so I'll ask one more time. Did his sleep medicine knock him out or slow him down? Could he have snuck out and fallen asleep somewhere due to the medication?
No, it was supposed to help him like go slow down, go to sleep type thing. Believe it or not, it really didn't work half the time. So
you know what? Right, because he's active. Maz, do me a favor. Where'd you go, you little shady asshole? I've offered you a link. At this point, you said so many personal things that I know that you're one of them trolling. Maz, grab the link to Titans fan and then get them out of the chat. This is the third time you said something personal about this family, as if you're low-key intimidating you. If you want the URL, let me know.
Well, I mean, if Titan fans local, hey man,
come search.
I've told people I'll have a conversation.
Angel, let him finish, please.
Titan fan, I've told people I'll have a conversation. If you're local, I'm not hard to find.
I can't tell if they're trying to throw out shady names, like asking if you know a particular doctor that's part of the children's hospital near you, or what they just said right now about they know your mother because they go to a certain area with her. I can't tell if they're trolling or not. I have no idea, but it does feel like it's gotten more and more personal as time has gone on. So I don't know. Maybe they are somebody who is a friend of yours or a friend of your mother's, or maybe there's somebody trying to put out information. I can't tell which. And I apologize, Titan, if I got it wrong. Shoot me an email and let me know. But I do feel like the lines of into the personal life have gone a little too far.
Granny, trust your instincts, darling.
Yeah. Thank you, Angel. I appreciate you coming up, Angel. I will talk to you soon, my friend.
I'm gonna jump down.
Okay.
Chris, I appreciate your honesty. I wish you all the best, you and Katie. Ignore the bullshit. And Granny, you'll go get him, baby.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Angel, you, bless your heart, sitting next to that snoring dog sounds like a damn cow. I couldn't do it. Thank you so much for coming up. And Chris, I'm sorry that the panel was a little overflooded today, but you do tell us a lot of amazing, open things about Sebastian. And I wish people would hear that the love that comes out of you. I know you have some anger come out too, as we all would in this situation, but I wish people would focus less on that and more on what you are saying that matters, that shows love. She's going to jump down. I was kicking her off anyway at that point, Angel. I was done with you, girl. Do you know a gentleman, John?
Do I know a gentleman named John?
Yeah, they've been trying to come up. I'll try it again really quick.
No. Well,
John?
I mean, I know some Johns, but
you're on panel, John. Yeah, no, no, they can sit back there. I think it was productive, and the whole chat saying that, of course, extend to Katie that we're thinking of her. I can't think of anything else. You pretty much covered it all.
yeah, I don't know John Hazlitt.
No, okay.
Yeah, I mean, the name doesn't ring a bell. I mean, not off the top of my head, no.
Yeah, I don't even see them in the chat. Look at this, Sherry. I learned a lot more from Chris than anyone. Love this live. I see a lot of people saying that. And AV, it was very nice of you to come up and apologize for things you have said. I think I think a lot of people are waking up and realizing and hearing what you're really saying about what this experience has been. And you never fail to mention that even Seth deserves grace. And I don't know how you do that. That's where I'm like, better people than I, because I could never.
I was raised very nicely. I will say that much.
Yeah.
A lot of tough love lessons, but yeah.
And it's a shame that people tear your parents apart. So I agree, Teresa. That's all I hear. I mean, I've never heard such description. Whatever. I can go on praise you for the next 5 minutes, but I don't like that mushy shit. So instead, I will thank you for your time. Really, seriously though, thank you for answering everything as well as you could and being patient with all of us.
Yes, ma'am. And everybody in the chat, please help her out. Hit that like button. She's got to get that algorithm up so she can.
I gotta go to meet. Don't you start. I've been good this whole stream. Don't you get me started.
I know. I'll be good. Well, you have a good evening or afternoon and have a blessed day.
You as well. Thank you, Chris.
All right. Bye.
Ohana, thank you so much. Green Eye, I am so done, sweetheart. I'm so sorry, but it's been 5 hours and I am starving and I am losing patience and I have got to end it before I lose my mind. I was punching air at some points and I can't do this anymore. But I do. I'm sorry. You just missed them. But let's go ahead and on a serious note, thank you, Real Cows. 9 months. We had a YouTube baby. I know this has no audio, so I'm going to have to pull it up this way. Don't go racing out to leave just yet. The most important part of the stream is coming up. And then, unfortunately, people are going to tear this apart regardless. But this will likely be behind a members only to try to negate as much as that as we can do. I saw people in the comments misunderstanding what was being stated, despite Chris making it very clear. So let me see if I can find where this is. Here we go. And I apologize again that on StreamYard it is quiet. But this is what brings us here today. And I hope that people can remember that. Independent thinker, thank you so much. On February 26, 2024, an Amber Alert went out. That audio is horrible. Hold on. Why was that? For 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. Sebastian is white, 5'5", 120 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. Sebastian was last seen wearing a black long-sleeve shirt, black sweatpants, and glasses. He has a medical condition that may impair his ability to return safely without assistance. If you have seen Sebastian or have information regarding his whereabouts, please contact the Sumner County Mercy Center or TBI at 1-800-TBI-FIND. February 26, 2024, an Amber Alert went out for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. Sebastian is white, 5'5", 120 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. Sebastian was last seen wearing a black long-sleeve shirt, black sweatpants, and glasses. He has a medical condition that may impair his ability to return safely without assistance. If you have seen Sebastian or have information regarding his whereabouts, please contact the Sumner County Mercy Center or TBI at 1-800-TBI-FIND.